Dr. Castro.
Yeah.
You are going to be a translator today? Okay, could you just state your name and your firm address, please?
Yes.
And then
what
do you want me
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jimena Castro. I'm the zoning attorney at Costa Esgar, 1030 West Chicago Avenue, third floor, and I'm here for the purpose of translating.
And do you swear or affirm to truthfully and accurately translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. Could the applicant raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Okay. Could you state your name and address for the record?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Kimberly Soto Torres, mi dirección es 2159 North Monument Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
And you're here to open up a nail salon? Oh, sorry, yeah.
So she says, good morning, everyone. My name is Kimberly Soto Torres, and her address is 2159 West Mulligan.
And you're here to open up a nail salon, correct?
So I had an opportunity to speak with her, so I can sort of give her.
Just put in there.
Sure.
Can you see it there? I didn't see it. I didn't see them.
So the property is located in
Is it
the
over
one
here?
district, the 30th ward. The older person is aware
Okay,
that
yeah,
this
we see it.
case, came forward,
Okay.
it is in the ward.
Thank you.
And no opposition, and the property in question is located at 5723 West Belmont. It's a one-story building and it's located in a commercial corridor. And again, this is Kimberly Soto, who's going to be operating the business. 10 years of experience, and her hours of operation is Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. through 7 p.m. and Saturday 9 through 6 p.m. Approximately, that's sort of what she may change them, but at this time, this is the hours of operation. And she will have 2 employees as well. She is a licensed esthetician, and anyone that she hires will also have a license to practice. And she seeks your favorable recommendation.
Okay, and Ms. Soto, you prepared a affidavit with regard to this case, correct?
So she hired an accountant to help her fill out all her application materials.
Okay.
But what is stated in her application materials is what she testified.
Okay. Okay, any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Next case, 35723S 2750 North Oak Park Avenue. And again, Chairman, on behalf of the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, and for the record, Councilor Castro has already been sworn in as a translator from Spanish to English and English to Spanish. The applicant, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, could you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Olga Susana Luna. My address is 2750 North Oak Park Avenue.
And could you tell us your experience in the hair salon business?
Would you like me to also do a little?
You know, let me just, I'd probably be quicker if I just get it out of her, because I need the testimony anyways.
she's been doing this for 22 years.
Okay. And, are you licensed?
Yes.
Okay. Are you planning on having employees?
She'll have 2 employees.
2 employees. Will both of them be, cutting hair as well?
They will be cosmetologists as well.
Okay. And the hours that you intend on keeping?
The hour,
Monday to Friday is like 10 to 7, no, 6. And Saturday and Sunday is like 9 to 6.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Next case, 358-23S, 1455 West 103rd Street.
Yes.
Chairman, we also have representative from Delaware.
We're here. We're here.
Oh,
You want us
you're
to
here.
stay here, or do you want us to walk over?
Sure.
This is fine. You can,
Okay.
if you're comfortable, I'm comfortable.
sorry, yeah.
Oh, actually, the court report.
Thank
needs
you.
to-
Yeah, thanks. Sorry.
So Chairman, again, on behalf of the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, would, those planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Could you tell us, could the applicant, state your name and address, please, for the record?
Hi, my name is Lakeisha Spears and the address is 1355 West 103rd Street.
Could you tell us a little bit about your experience in the hair salon business?
I've actually been a licensed cosmetologist since 2005. And I've been on this journey to own my own salon for about the last 10 years. I was a home-based salon and then I decided to move out of my home into a commercial space.
And are you, intending to hire any employees?
Yes, I intend to hire between 3 and 4 employees, and then we also intend to have internships with some of the kids that go to CPS high schools that's in the cosmetology, trying to get into the cosmetology industry.
And what are the hours that you intend teaching?
Right now, it's Tuesday through Saturday, 9 to 5, and then Sunday and Monday is appointments only.
And, you've had discussions with the Alderman's office?
Of course,
And I think they're in support, is that correct?
yes.
Could you state your name and role, please?
My name is Tristan Karnezes, Karnezis, Angus, ANGUS. I am an aldermanic aide to Alderman Matt O'Shea in the 19th ward.
And, go ahead and express why you're here today.
So we're aware of and obviously have no objection to Lakeisha's application for a special use permit. She's actually replacing a non-compliant salon that had been operating without a license, which we weren't aware of. So we are definitely thankful to Lakeisha for filling in an empty slot, but also doing your due diligence and following up with the rules and becoming licensed.
Excellent. Any, questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next case, 359-23Z, 4925 North Hamilton.
Good morning. With everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Yes. Thank you very much. Is anybody an attorney here?
We got two,
Oh, okay, great.
need more.
Go ahead and you can actually proceed with the short form.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Duarte. I'm a partner of the law firm in Boca, their child Duarte and Harrison, with their colleagues in Ferraro. Present with us today, we also have Patrick O'Flaherty, who is the property owner and applicant. We also have Gerald Garcia, who's our zoning consultant, and George, a part of HR.
You could just speak a little louder so the board members can hear you.
Absolutely. So the subject property that we're discussing today is 4925 North Hamilton Avenue. The property measures 30 and is approved with a two-story single-family residence. The applicant is seeking a variation to reduce the rear setback from 32.76 in order to construct a connecting stair bridge to a roof deck on a new two-car garage. The single-family residence was originally improved with only a parking pad accessed directly from the avenue. In addition, the applicant would like to increase the usable outdoor living space with the addition of the proposed roof deck. The variation is necessary due to the substandard lot depth of the subject property. While the majority of properties in the vicinity have low depths of between 120 feet and 140 feet, North Hamilton Avenue only measures 117 feet in depth. This hardship will make it impractical to construct a stairway to the roof deck that is parallel to the front wall of the garage. It will also decrease the usable open space on the lot and impose the family's full use and enjoyment of the property.
Thank you for that. You can have your witnesses swear them to their affidavits and then we'll open it up for board questions.
Absolutely. Patrick, with your testimony today, be in line with the affidavit that you submitted with the application.
I apologize. Can you just speak up a little?
Sorry,
Thank you.
usually I talk really loud. Patrick, would your testimony today be in line with the affidavit that you submitted with the application?
Yes, it would.
All right. George, would your testimony today be in line with the information submitted on your affidavit with the application?
Yes, you do. Okay, are there any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next five cases, 360-23Z, 361-23Z, 362-23Z, 363-23Z, 364-23Z, 365-23Z, 3601 West Portland Street.
With everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? I do. Thank you very much. Dr. Castro, you can repeat the short one.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Camilla Castro, zoning attorney at Costa Esker. Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. We're here today for the property located at 3601 West Portland. The property is a substandard lot with a substandard width located in our district. It was zoned in 2019 by RFI. The applicants purchased the property in 2020, and the building is virtually on the front. The side setback, central park and rear park. The applicant proposes to rehabilitate the existing building to include 38 units. 7 of those units will be efficiency units with 31 dwelling units. 34 parking spaces, and there will be a 4-story addition to the basement. There are several different setbacks. On along Central Park and the rear setback as the building is sitting basically virtually on the property lines as an existing condition. And the setbacks are triggered by the addition that is going to be built on the opposite side. For the parking, we're asking for a reduction in parking. And a reduction in 4 parking spaces, and we cannot provide a 1-to-1 parking ratio as the existing conditions of the property make it impossible to allocate any more space. And if there were a reduction in parking, we would need to reduce the units. For loading, we're asking to reduce the loading zone requirement to 0, as we don't need a loading zone at this time, and it would take away parking spaces. And if we take away parking spaces, it reduces the number of units. And the neighbors who we have been working with since 2019 are very adamant that there be enough allocated parking spaces. So they were very happy since 2019, since working with the site you see before you today. We are also,
Are you referring to the Portland Monticello neighborhood group?
yes, I am.
Okay.
We are also asking for rear yard open space reduction. Rear yard open space reduction is due to the existing parking lots and the location of the building. There is no place to put the rear yard open space, and parking lots cannot be used as rear yard open spaces either. And we would much prefer to have parking spaces for the neighbors and the residents. The height is the next variation that we are asking for. So the required height for the zoning district is 47 feet. The existing height of the building is be due to the addition that we're adding to the building. The landscaping variation is the last request. There is a requirement that we should provide 580 square feet of interior landscape and 5 interior trees. We cannot provide that, and we are asking to reduce the interior landscape and eliminate the interior trees, as the existing parking lot, which you can see from the site plan, does not allow for the required amount of provide parking spaces, which is one big ask of the community. And as I mentioned several times, we have favorable the neighbors and both older people, and we seek favorable consideration from you.
It would.
And Melissa, can you please give me?
Melissa Chooks, TOOPS, and it is.
Would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit and materials provided to the board?
It would.
Any questions from the board? Of the transitional residents and the audience you serve.
So that was a previous tenant. That tenant is no longer going to be in the building. That tenant is located elsewhere in the city of Chicago, and at this time, the project before you today is a residential building.
Then why would you be alone?
I'm sorry.
Why would a loading zone not be needed if you have Traditional residents move in, move out.
So there's sufficient space in the parking lot to provide scheduled open and outs. And there's also parking along Portland, and this was discussed with the neighbors as well. And they decided that if we added a loading berth, it would impact the interior layouts of the building and would reduce parking spaces. And one of the big things they wanted were parking spaces. So we, due to the size of the lot and, yeah, due to the size of the lot, it was two conditions for us.
Okay, and can you describe a little more detail of the condition that took place with the neighborhood, with the neighbors, the neighborhood groups?
Yes.
And the alderman's office and the outcome of this communication?
Yes, so the property was rezoned with an R5 prior to the applicant purchasing the lot. So the neighbors knew that the rezoning was going to go forward and take place. And at that time, even with the previous owner, I believe that he also wanted to rehabilitate the building to a residential building. That did not take place, and the applicant purchased the property, and communication continued with the same neighborhood group and immediate neighbors and Alderman Laspada at the time. And since 2019, we have met with them in person, through Zoom when COVID happened. And there's been just constant flow of communication. Everyone is very happy that this vacant building that is very much in disarray on the inside is being rehabilitated. And Alderman Laspada's office had communication with Alderperson Jesse's office to explain the thorough communication and community process that we went through, and to explain why the neighbors are seeking to support and see this project move forward.
Thank you.
So basically, Alderman Laspada, he's not the alderman anymore, he signed off on it, and then
Yes.
Alderperson Fuentes signed off on it. So
Yes.
you didn't get one alderman, you got two aldermen
Yes.
sign off. Very
Yes.
impressive.
Yes.
Very impressive. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter and write it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 366-23 D, 1015 South Central Park Avenue, 3500 to 58 West Fillmore.
Morning, Chairman and board members. For the record, my name is Karen Villar.
Hi.
Sure. Good morning, Chairman and board members. For the record, my name is Karen Villars, VIAE-LARS. I'm the managing deputy commissioner for regulatory and legal affairs with the Department of Water Management. The matter before you today involves the Department of Water Management property located at 1015 South Central Park Avenue, 3500 to 3558 West Fillmore Street, commonly known as the Central Park Pumping Station. The request to maintain a variation or across the street from the car district from 3 feet no setbacks. The variation would allow the construction of a new 12-foot tall iron security fence and rolling gate. A 1- to 2-story city of Chicago's water station that provides clean, potable drinking water to households in the community. Further, the variance will request seeks to allow fencing to be installed in the property line of such acts to maximize the security of this vital public building and infrastructure. It is important to note here that the Department of Homeland Security has determined that the ability to supply water is a national critical function, and damage to the facilities and public infrastructure would directly impact the ability to supply water to the city. I will introduce the representatives here today to justify all materials submitted in support of the variance. Norbert, please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, my name is Norbert Ronnie. My address is 100 South Hyder Drive, Suite 1400 in Chicago, 60606.
And Norbert, we provided an affidavit
For everyone who can testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Norbert, we provided an affidavit to the board certifying the fact if you testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those findings and conclusions?
Yes.
And Brent, please state your name and address for the record.
Brent Session, 100 South Wacker, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Brent, you provided an affidavit to the board with findings of fact. If you testify today, your testimony is consistent with those findings and conclusions.
Yes.
For the record, we just got a letter from Alderwoman Monique Scott. And we've received no objections, and we'll take any questions from the board.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, 7021 North Clark Street. No, it's special use. Where is it? Okay. Oh, he's got it. Brian, you have to read the recommendation.
Oh, here we go. Yes. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation for calendar number 367-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to expand an existing single-story hookah lounge through a rear building addition, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Yalman and Ergen Inc. Two, the development is consistent with the design and layout of project notes and site plan dated October 20, 2023, mechanical plan dated October 11, 2023, floor plan and foundation plan and addition elevations and sections dated June 21, 2023, all prepared by Way and. Three, the trash enclosure will be masonry and include an opaque lockable gate in accordance with section 17-11-0303-B. And four, at time of permitting, applicant will comply with street tree requirements if required for section 17-11 in accordance with city forester review and approval. Would all those planning to testify, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings. Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short one.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Timothy Barton with the Office of Thomas R. Raines, Attorney at Law, LLC. I'm here representing Yalman Ergen, Inc. Incorporated, the applicant in the matter of the special use for the application that's 7021 North Clark Street. The applicant is seeking to expand an existing hookah establishment with a one-story 40 by 19 feet rear frame addition. The overall subject site is 20 feet by 100.13 feet. The current establishment is the Red Room Hookah Lounge, which operates under the special use that was granted to it in 2020. The current operator of the lounge, Mr. Ahmet Ergen, is the same individual to whom the special use was granted in 2020. As required by the city and state regulations, the hookah lounge operates in a freestanding building occupied solely by the business, and the addition will be entirely enclosed. I have here Mr. Ahmet Ergen. Mr. Ergen, state your name.
Sure.
And address for the record.
Yeah, good morning. This is my address is 10 Extra Drive, 5 East Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
Thank you. Ahmet, we submitted your an affidavit and the findings of fact for you to the board. If you were to testify further today, would your testimony be consistent?
That's right.
Thank you. The second witness today will be Toby Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen, please state your name and address for the record.
Toby Sorensen, MAI. Address is 1822.
For the record, the board recognizes Mr. Sorensen's expertise.
Thank you.
Toby, we submitted your affidavit, and findings and your report, to the board. If you were to continue today, would your testimony be consistent with your report and that your report was?
Yes, it would.
That's and we do have a letter from the Alderwoman and from the Rogers Park Chamber of Commerce.
Yes, and I did note those in the file. Are there any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
923, 127 West 18th Street.
Hey, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Yes. Thank you very much. Councilor Castro, we can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Tina Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Costa Escar. Good morning. Chairman and members of the board, we're here today for the property located at 2127 West 18th Street. The property is a substandard lot located in R5 zoning district, improved with a 2.5-story building, with 4 dwelling units and 1 illegal dwelling unit, in a non-conforming front setback and side setback. There is no parking on the property, and it is located in an ETOD location to the Western and Damon Pink lines, the Western Metro, and the Western Bus Corridor. There used to be a 2-car garage located on the property that no longer exists. The applicant purchased the lot without the garage. It's actually a concrete slab in the back and a trailer leak. And the property was rezoned to legalize the 5th unit and also to add 2 dwelling units for a total of 7 units. The applicant proposes also to add 3 surface parking spaces in a 3rd floor addition. We're here today for the 2 variations for setbacks parking. The setback hardship is that we cannot comply with the front and side setbacks as the building is located in a way where it encroaches on the side and front setbacks, and it is in its existing condition. The walls for structural purposes must follow the 3rd floor walls must follow the 1st and 2nd floor walls. And the hardship is, existing conditions, and if we were not to asked to comply with the requirements, it would reduce interior layouts on an already reduced lot. The parking, we are asking to reduce parking, and the hardship is existing conditions and the fact that the garage was demolished and not done by the applicants. We are providing from 0 to 3 parking spaces. So we're asking to reduce 2 spaces.
Go ahead and have your witnesses swear their affidavits.
Teal, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
T.O. Sports 85901 North Cicero, Chicago, Illinois, 303.
And Teal, we submitted affidavits on your behalf to materials as well. If we were to testify today, would the testimony be consistent with the materials and affidavits provided to the board?
Yes.
And Rada, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Radu Alexa, 4747 West Peterson Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
And we submitted affidavits and materials on your behalf to the board. If you were to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the materials and affidavits?
Yes.
All right, any questions from the board? Take this matter under advisement. Thank you. Thank you.
Next case. Okay, 2 cases, 370-23Z, 123Z, 6215 North Lennox. Chairman, before we start, is there a Ricardo or Rosa Lopez here? Okay. Those are your votes.
Right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Councilor Castro, and again, proceed with the short one.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. For the record, my name is Jimena Castro. I'm zoning attorney at Costa Edgar. We're here today for the property located at 6215 North Lenox. The property is a substandard. And the hardships in this case is that the property is sitting on the front and side setbacks. And as the board has seen through the paperwork that I provided, there are some accessibility disability issues connected to this case. We're seeking follow the wall lines. And we're also seeking to reduce the driveway setback. And the driveway setback is we're trying to maintain the front parking space from the existing. And the front parking space will provide accessibility and stability access from the front of the house to the main floor. Which is very important for there's actually a rule in the code that the driveway can be reduced if the lot that on a zoning lot is not standard, which in this case is not it. And on investment record.
That's right. 1515117 Chicago.
You submit an affidavit and we're going to out for the board to review. You please see your name, this is just the record.
Rico Ramos, architecture, 62
We submit an affidavit to the Department of Health before to review if you were interested by today, your testimony be consistent. I would also like to add that we have a lot of support from neighbors, support that support. And actually, at the end of the block, they're very interested in speaking to the applicant, and we have support from them as well. So we would like your favorable consideration.
Any questions from the board? We'll take the turn back. Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and read the Department of Education. This is the recommendation for calendar number 374-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed single lane drive-through to serve the existing restaurant and convenience store Aki Way, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Pulaski Food Enterprise Inc. The development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated October 17, 2023, prepared by BAE Design and Development. Councilor Fatikas, yes, sir, you can proceed to short form.
First, good morning again, Chairman, for the record, Nick Tikas for the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Pulaski Food Enterprises Incorporated. The applicant occupies the subject property located at 2 South Pulaski Road. The subject site measures 121.4 feet wide by 101.75 feet deep, and it's improved with a one-story restaurant, convenience store building, and accessory service parking. And for the last year, the applicant has operated essentially a bodega inspired restaurant. A bodega inspired restaurant and convenience store at the site. The issue is that the current operation is it's walk-in only. So in order to meet market demand, the applicant is proposing to add a drive-through lane to wrap around the building. In order to establish the drive-through lane, a special use is required because the subject property is zoned B1-3. And in addition, we're seeking a companion variation to reduce the perimeter landscaping setback along West Madison Street from the required 7 feet to 0. We have 3 witnesses available to testify. On behalf of the applicant, Ahmed Mohsen, our project architect, Damian Babix, and our MEI appraiser, Joe Wright. And Chairman, I can keep it to the short form. Ahmed, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ahmed Mohsen, 9220 South Octavia Avenue, Bridgeview, Illinois.
And you're the president of the applicant, Pulaski Food Enterprises.
Yes.
And it's your understanding that we did submit a letter, or we did submit a written statement that we have in this case.
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we've provided?
Yes.
Thank you. Jamie, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Amy Babich, 1302 South Avenue, Spokane, Illinois, 6
Ways and existing buildings and existing surface parking spaces. Is that right?
Yes.
And even with the reduction, we wanted to make sure this got on the record. We are proposing landscaping elements along the Madison Street frontage of the property, right?
Yes.
And that's at the corner and on both sides of the driveway on that side of the line.
Correct. Yes.
And it's your understanding again that we submitted a written statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statement we provided?
Yes.
And Joe, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President of Sale Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
You provided a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case.
I did.
It's your understanding my office submitted a copy of that report with our findings of fact.
It is.
And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the information contained in your written report?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you, Chairman. That concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Next, 2 cases. 376,
3705 to 11 West Divine.
We have, we've got some opposition for this one. Is anyone here in opposition? Please raise your hand. Okay, okay, good. See here. Marion Whitman. Okay, and then, Jonathan. How do you say the last name?
Bajasita.
Okay, great. Okay, would everyone plan to testify? Would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. You swear or tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor Fatikas?
I haven't been.
You have not received, okay, we'll make sure you get a copy.
But I can start.
Go ahead, yeah.
All right, again, good morning to the record, Nick Pasikas from the law office of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Bilal Farah, and Illinois Not-for-Profit Corporation. The applicant owns the subject property located in Queensville. Required 14.16 feet to 5 feet. Reduce the rear setback from the required 35.4 feet to 18 feet. Reduce the rear yard open space requirement from 942.3 square feet to 0, and increase the allowable floor area ratio for a non-residential use, again, in this case, religious assembly, in a residential zoning district. There are two witnesses willing or available to testify today. The applicant and architect. So your plan is to take down the existing building and build a new 3-story synagogue in its place? Yes. In order to permit the project, you're seeking variations to permit the size and location of the building on the lot, is that right? You're planning for space, off-street parking spaces. And again, that is a critically important feature for you because your current synagogue is only supported by 3 parking spaces. Yes. And again, the proposed 26 spaces supports the capacity of 206 congregation members. To be clear to the board, though, the religious assembly use isn't allowed use in the RT4 zoning district. Is that your understanding? Yes. And again, our application for variations is specific, citing the building on the lot and providing functional space for your members of the congregation. Rabbi, do you understand that my office filed with the statements on your behalf in this case? Yes. If you were continuing to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the written statements provided? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Lawrence Booth, 159 East Walton Place, Chicago, Illinois.
And your license of underwriting? Yes. And you previously testified in the capacity before the board, is that right? Yes. You designed the program for the proposed 3-story synagogue at the subject site? Yes. And your professional opinion is square shaped, substandard dimension, pretty practical, and will be in particular purchase in this case, is that right? Yes, absolutely. Even so, it's your opinion that the proposed synagogue will be consistent and compatible with the neighboring buildings along this stretch of West Divine Path, is that right? Yes. Given that we have objectives, I want to take the board through an individual request. The rear setback variations are a direct function of the lot square shape and substandard pattern, is that right?
Yeah.
Both post setback dimensions are actually improvements on the existing premises that front and rear setback dimensions are alive today, is that right? That's right. Ensuring the survey in page G001 of the bill packet, pair or relate the proposed building with the existing. I think it's like page 3 of the staff. If you go through the slides, I think it's page G001, it shows an overlay of our lower building and the existing. Yeah, okay. It is in our packet, and the point there is that we're providing our proposal for about a full 5 foot at the front, and then it improves the rear setback conditions significantly because the rear of the building is essentially at the alley line. Now, with respect to rear and open space, that feature is typically a residential application, but even so, Larry, it's not going to have a negative impact on surrounding property. Is that right?
No.
And
Yes,
that-
yes.
And
That's right.
it will not have an impact, a negative impact.
No.
And then to that point, your plan provides a 12-foot 4-inch setback on the west side of the lot. So in addition, to reduce any potential impact on neighbors, we're also providing 1,160 square feet of open space on our lot. Right, right, and that would offset again. Yes. Actually, increase the amount of work. Right?
Yes.
And per code, 17,000. Is one of the questions that was asked, we initially proposed an RM 4.5 zoning district. We came to an agreement with the alderman because the neighboring properties are zoned R4 to keep a consistent zoning map, and because we were not a typical residential use, although it allowed residential use, we would pursue the variations to recoup the difference in floor area. Floor area allows basically you to design a building that meets the needs of the congregation.
That's correct.
So in addition to the prayer hall, the proposed floor area total accounts for meeting rooms, administrative offices, a library, and code compliant men's and women's bathrooms.
Correct.
And that's all while maintaining a 3-story height.
Correct.
Because if the variations are not granted, our only solution would be to build a taller building.
Correct.
And that taller building would sit wider on. Will be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to other property or improvements in the area.
No, they won't.
Will these variations impair adequate supply of light and air to the adjacent properties?
Yes, they will.
It will,
Will.
but the variations will impair,
No, I'm sorry.
they will
They will
not.
not.
And that's because we are providing a 12-foot 4-inch west side setback between our building wall line and the property line. Is that right?
Right.
Will these variations increase the danger of fire that would endanger public safety? And that's because everything's going to require code compliant plans and final occupancy. Right. Will these variations substantially increase congestion in the public streets?
No,
And again, we're providing 26 parking spaces to support the congregation that today only has 3. Right. Will these variations, in your opinion, substantially diminish on very property values in the area?
no.
And again, this is an investment in the property as well as a modernization of an existing religious assembly property. And lastly, will these variations alter the essential character of the locale? And then because there are multiple 2- and 3-story buildings along west of Bond, right?
Very consistent with what's to our west.
And then also, we're already religious assembly use.
That's right.
And that character is not changed.
Not you.
And is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
That's right.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about the proposal.
I'm looking at G001. That you drew. So this shows me where the proposed building is going to be as compared to where the existing building.
Right, and the point there is, even though we're asking for setback reductions, we're actually providing an improvement on the existing lot conditions
On the rear setback.
and the front. It's a uniquely shaped, if I can approach it.
Yeah.
Maybe easier. So if you see this lighter gray line.
Right.
That is the existing setback. The proposed dark line shows the 5-foot setback, and then we added the note. It's deeper than the existing setback. So it comes, again, it undulates a bit here, but it's actually at an angle, but it is less than what's there today. So we're treating that as an improvement upon the existing condition.
Okay. Great. Any questions from the board before we go to the objectors? All right, let's turn to the objectors. Who would like to go first? Okay, could you state your name and address, please?
Marion Whitman, 3723 West Devon Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60659.
And go ahead and tell us why you're here in opposition.
So I presented everyone with a packet, and inside is just a documentation of the efforts we have been making to try to get some consideration for the building of this building. And so that's what that is. So if you want, when we get a chance to look through that. This top letter, I'll start with that. And then what our concerns are, and then it talks about the shade study. So we have been asking for a shade study this entire time. This has been going on for over a year. And I don't believe we don't have that. We'd also like a market assessment to know, we're very concerned about the fact that this large building is so close to the residential. How is that going to affect the property values? And, you say it's a 3-story building, but that roof is considerably higher than our building. So it's not like the buildings are the same. The synagogue will be much higher than the building, than our condominium buildings. A big problem is the third building. Now they look out, the sun rises and shines into their window in the morning. And then with the new building, they're going to be looking at a brick wall or windows. And at night, I am under the impression at some point they leave the lights on. How is that going to affect the residents? This light is coming into their units. The other thing, there was a slide that you had up there about the show the dumpsters. I don't know if you can go back to that slide. Yeah, perfect. So on the left, that's the condominium building, and the right is, of course, the synagogue. Now, those dumpsters belong to our condominium buildings. Now, I don't know how this happened, but that's where those dumpsters have been for 45 years. And that is on the synagogue property. Now, if they're going to build the building out, we have no place to put our dumpsters. We've tried to get some cooperation with the alderperson's office, and she said that someone came out and said there's plenty of space, but nobody talked to us about it. I am still trying to find where we're going to put the dumpsters. I called, they told me to call, Department of Streets and Sanitation, I called them, left a message, never got anything in return. And, you know, it may seem like a small thing, but when that building's there, I don't know where we're gonna put our dumpster, so we're asking some cooperation with the new building, you know, if there's any place to put our dumpsters, maybe we can, you know, find a new place on their property. I know it's not right, but I don't know what else we'd like to do. Also with the traffic, and so in the back here is where they're saying that the women's entrance is going to be. Now, that there's an alley there, and the alley gets a lot of traffic because on Lawndale, Devon Avenue is closed to people who want to turn left and go west on Devon. There's a boulevard section there. So there's a lot of traffic that goes up and down that alley. And with the women's entrance there, well, first of all, it's gonna be dangerous. It's not a good place to have an entrance because of all the cars that go up and down these alleys. And also, according to the design I saw, it's like the women's entrance is so close to the residential building. You know, this property is supposed to be private. Where is the privacy with that type of activity going on? During construction, I know that it's hard to avoid, but as it is, we get lots of vibrations from the trucks going up and down Devon Avenue. We have cracks in our building. We have broken windows from the vibrations. The vibrations from building a new building and tearing down the old building, you know, it's a great concern to us. How is that going to impact the structure of our buildings?
Yeah, we also have, well, can I talk?
Yes, go ahead and state your name and address.
Jonathan Barcida, 3719 West Devon, Chicago, Illinois, 60659.
Just for the court reporter, could you spell your last name?
Yeah, Ballecilla. So yeah, just kind of going off of what Marion's saying in regards to the construction too, you know, we have a good amount of elderly folks that live in these buildings, along with young kids. You know, my mother herself is 63 years old. We even have an individual who has cancer. So we do have some concerns when it comes to when, you know, you do this major demolition that's going to be right next to that building. And the individual with cancer actually lives right next to the building that's going to be right next to the Senegal. So we just have some concerns about maybe doing some asbestos testing, some lead testing, and, you know, just kind of what kind of hazards is it going to create because of the proximity to the construction where these three buildings are placed, right? So those are some of the other things that we definitely have some concerns about. And I don't know if any testing or anything like that, research has been done. I know I personally haven't received anything like that.
Anything else is within these, the paperwork that I gave them in terms of our concerns.
And we do want to say that we're very happy and very glad the congregation is growing, you know. But again, we just want to work collectively to make sure that all of our needs are met, you know, and we just look forward to coming into some compromise that's.
So do either of you have any questions for the applicant or any of the applicant's witnesses?
Well, the questions, yes. I mean, we're wondering if we can have a shade study, what, a market assessment.
Let's take them. I mean, you can ask the questions of the applicant. You know,
Well, we have, I mean, all these letters here, you know, this has been evidence that we've already asked all these questions. And the thing is, what happens is we get responses, but we don't get any action. You know, there's nothing, from what I can tell, nothing's changed in the design of the building that would meet any of our needs.
So you have met with the lawyer?
We had a meeting, it's
Via Zoom?
via Zoom with Alderman Silverstein. And then we submitted a letter of more questions to the lawyer, and then we got a response. And then we sent more questions, and then we didn't get a response. But again, it's responses, it's not action. It's not like we didn't get anything on, we'll see what we can do. Maybe if there is extra space in the back of the building, you could put your dumpsters there. We've got nothing like that.
Let's take the dumpster. Yeah, I'd really like to talk about that because whether it's 40 years or not, those dumpsters are on the synagogue's property.
Right.
With all due respect, they have no legal right.
We understand that, but you have a neighborly,
Of course, and I get
Let-
that. and I
let
don't
the
think
lawyers
this is,
listen.
I don't believe this is the forum to have that conversation. You asked if you could keep your dumpsters on our property. Our initial answer is no, although we're gonna look at possibly incorporating some space at the rear of the property where we can be neighborly. But at the same time, please appreciate that we have no legal obligation
completely
to
understood.
keep your dumpsters on our property.
But aren't there
So
squatters'
those are
rights
some-
or anything like that?
Pardon me?
Squatters' rights, 45 years, that's a long time.
You can try. So, and with respect, Jeanette, if you could go back to the photo showing the, so what's really important about this photo is it shows the existing setback. It also shows, I don't know who took the photo, I don't know what time of day it was. But what this photo shows is that the buildings to our west are actually casting a shadow on our building. We're willing to live with that because this standard for variations is whether or not an adequate supply of light and air will continue to be provided. And it's our position, and we hope the board agrees, that with over 13 feet of physical separation between the buildings, absolutely yes, adequate supplies of light and air will continue to be provided between the two properties. We appreciate that we're going to have a taller building. That's an ask of, or that's part of our program. The height of the building, though, is not in front of the zoning board of appeals. The height is an allowed height. The setbacks at the front and the rear are what's in front of the board. The floor area total, ironically enough, if we don't get the setback relief, we're forced to then build a taller building. So we can build a taller building closer to our neighbors or a shorter building further away from our neighbors. And that's the case that we're trying to make to the zoning board today.
Right, because by law, you could go higher.
Because it's a non-residential allowed use in a residential zoning district. The thought there is if you look back 100 years to Roman Catholic Church that have huge steeples, you probably couldn't build that under today's code. That's the exception that allows those features to be built. So there's religious assembly buildings that are allowed use in a residential zoning district have different building requirements or zoning requirements compared to a residential building.
I know this.
I'm sure.
But I want to make sure all my colleagues heard that too.
No, it's probably not the first time you've heard
No, it's
that.
not.
All right, are there any other questions from the board?
Sure, this is Commissioner Esposito. Can you comment on the use of the women's entrance and its placement in response to the concern?
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify something. The woman's entrance is on the west facade of our building, right? Not on the alley.
No, I know, but
It's not on the alley.
I know, but how are you gonna get there?
We've made that a 12-foot, 4-inch setback, which is beyond requirements, in order to be able to put some landscape between our two buildings and make that an attractive entrance for the occasional times when the women come down there. And it is occasional, it's not daily.
So it'll be coming into the front.
They would come in from the front and walk about halfway along our facade, which is facing your building. And then there's a door and there's a large lobby, so they will not congregate on the outside. You know, there's a large lobby inside for them. So we were, and this all goes back to this whole thing about the setbacks and why we're here asking for these little adjustments. Because we wanted to be good neighbors in terms of giving some space between the residential buildings and the synagogue.
Would you know, back to that dumpster, picture. What is this, how many feet is there now? Anybody know?
It's approximately 13 feet shown on the survey. So we're within 6 inches of what is there today. Because that line, again, as we showed on the survey and the site plan, the minimum dimension is 12 feet 4 inches. But the maximum dimension at the front of the property is 13 feet 5 inches. And that's based on the lot sheet.
Any other questions from the board? Anything further?
I have
Objections or the answers?
Just one more comment, if it's okay. In your packet, there's 2 pictures. With traffic. I'm very concerned about the traffic now, and I don't know what the plans are for next summer, but last summer they decided to have a daycare, summer camp. And every twice a day, they were driving to pick up the kids and drop the kids off. And it was a mess. And these 2 pictures show the amount of cars and traffic that were there. And again, I'm very concerned about traffic flow. And I know you say that people walk to the synagogue, but these people weren't walking. And like I said, you'll see in the picture, it was a mess.
So very quick response to that. We agree. Right now, the shape of the building on the lot limits us to 3 non-compliant parking spaces at the rear of the property. If this project goes forward, there will be 26 fully compliant parking spaces. That's just as much a part of our program to be able to provide that parking on our property and take the burden off surrounding properties, because we physically, based on the footprint of the building today, physically cannot accommodate those cars. But we will be able to with the proposed plan set.
Anything further from the objectors? Anything further from the applicant? Nothing, sir. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Next case, 379.
We take a recess until 11:15. Commissioner White, second. Commissioner Brooks.
Yeah.
Commissioner Esposito. Yeah. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes for a recess until 11:15.
Sorry, Victor.
No, it's fine. I gotta mention.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, okay.
It's actually not bad.
Oh, this is wonder if you were gonna be the first one.
Joe?
Yes.
Is a manual. He started so nice.
I see the upcoming emails.
Last year.
Yeah.
Joyce, you can mute people in Zoom. Just remember to unmute.
That's a good Brian. Here.
We usually go. Chambers of
Apologies.
It's always good. I know.
It's fine, yeah, I was on.
Yes, we did. No, just some.
No one's changed.
Oh.
I left my card.
Starting with all the emails that I sent you, I was thinking about that time, like, it hate me. It's like, well, you guys don't want to be on the email, so it's like, okay, here we go. Thanks. I think that annual process. Yeah. Last would be, started, he was our clerk for us last year. And then as part of it, 2 weeks ago. Pretty great, so you'll be seeing. So maybe one of these days, I will tie on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I plan on doing emails, I like.
All right.
It's going better than I thought it was.
Yeah.
I can hear everyone.
Oh, good.
Besides.
Good. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You guys may just be alone.
Yeah.
Not a. With the daily set.
Oh.
I
We have to travel this weekend with me, and
I could not do it. I have so many.
That's good.
oh my God.
So did you still want to? Yeah, it's so crazy because I never met you guys. Yeah. Oh, started doing stuff also COVID.
Yeah.
Okay, this is everything. So good, like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I finally had it. Oh, you're saying don't ever assume.
I got listening to
Yeah. Even if just run Miranda.
Yeah.
We got just on that line there. Chicago.
Nice, very, very nice.
Proud of that. A lot of legal hours on that.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll see you here in a couple of months. With variation of questions.
But you didn't vote. Oh, so you're saying.
No, we haven't.
Members want to try. What's your stance on that?
Trying to get them.
Less than like. She wanted that. Chocolate. I kind of chocolate, gummy, but you can bring in your own cannabis if you want. I was like, I'd love for them, or to see them, you know, I'd have to try them. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I think, yes, I think it's less than $20. Yeah, I'll bring them and let you guys mind. I'll bring them out.
So George.
Yeah, you know, you are. You guys
And the best I can do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. Okay. All right, everyone, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the zoning board of appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito. Yes. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we are back. Victor, go ahead and call the next case.
Going back, case 379-23 S, located 423, 3244 through 54 South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive.
All right, would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation for calendar number 379-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish the two proposed 4-story, 7-dwelling unit multi-family residential building with residential below the second floor within 2,640 feet of a CCA station, provided one, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the streetscape and block site plans dated October 13, 2023, prepared by Hannah Architects, Inc., and the site plan and notes, first floor plan, second floor plan, third floor plan, roof deck floor plan, wall section in detail, townhomes elevations, building section, and landscape plan dated October 18, 2023, prepared by Hannah Architects, Inc. 2, details and final plans are reviewed and approved by historic preservation staff prior to issuance of any permit. And 3, any existing Camp Douglas historical marker locations will be resolved prior to the issuance of any building permits, and the markers will remain and will be located on site in accordance with Illinois State Historical Society recommendations and/or guidelines. Councilor Fatikas, you can proceed with the short one.
Okay, thank you, sir. Again, for the record, Dave Fatikas from the law offices of San Pace. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant Lux Living for You LLC. The applicant owns the subject property at 3244 through 54 South Martin Luther King Drive. The subject site measures 153.45 feet long.
Next case, 387 Z, 2625 27 West 36.
Right, will everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Councilor Colbeck, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Colpack, with office 67 North Milwaukee Avenue. Represent the applicant Danny's Construction Group and the Boca Viegas, who is the actual will be 3.22 feet, both existing. The total 4.2 feet versus minimum required 5 feet. Request is necessary. It is budgeted. And we do the existing property. This is a improved zoning lot, and without the M-I-E-D, M-I-E-T-U-S. M-I-E-T and Thomas U-S. Sorry, no problem. Mr. Mietis, we prepared an affidavit, and if you were, and submitted them to the board, if you were called on to testify, you testified in substantial compliance with that, is that correct?
Yes,
Mr. Sterniak, would you please state your name?
Peter Sterniak, 6650 Northwest Highway, Suite 205, Chicago, Illinois, 60631.
And you're a licensed architect in the
Yes.
state of Illinois, and you're the architect for the project. is that
Correct.
And we prepared an affidavit, and if you were called on to testify, you testified in substantial compliance to that affidavit, is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions, we're ready to take any questions from the board.
Are there any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much. Be welcome, safe.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. He's on the
We only have one.
You can sit over here. Over there?
Yeah, microphone's in front.
Okay. Thank you.
With everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, we do have objectors here. Have the objector and the applicant talk prior to right now. The issues.
We spoke to, attorney, yes.
Okay,
But we've seen the drawings, and they were.
okay,
I've spoken to Kristen, right? A few times.
okay, so you guys know each other's positions and you're at a new path, basically.
Yeah. When they spoke, it was about cleanup and things that I hadn't finished.
We'll get into
All
it.
right.
The possibility we could still.
I don't think so. Okay. Let's begin, with the, applicant's case.
Is the microphone?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
You speak loudly.
Good. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Mark Kubiak. I'm an attorney with offices at 77 West Washington. I represent the applicant. And with me today, Michael Bartholomew, sitting next to me, and Thomas Cyrus, the project architect, sitting next to him. And this is for the property 3730 North Script. And one case has the variation to reduce the front setback and a variation to reduce the north side setback. So proposed front two-story addition, new and an existing rear two-story addition to the existing building, old 100-year-old building, currently a two-flat that is part of the rehab process being deconverted to a single family. And I should say, by way of explanation, Mike's got this rehab project. This building is already in building court. There's a building court case pending, and that building court case has been continued. They told him to get a permit. So the architect told him we needed zoning relief. So the case has been continued to give us time to have this hearing today. And hopefully with the result, we get that building permit and return to building court with that building permit. So I just mentioned that in case there's any building court issues. Building court is there working on this case. So we would say it's a 100-year-old building, two-story, two-flat. Mike's preference is to rehab. Require 5.03. That's for the existing addition. What actually brought this to head is as part of the rehab process, he will explain, he talked to his realtor. Realtor suggested to him the flat building with a flat roof was a little out of character with other buildings on the block. Other buildings on the block have a gable roof. And the real impetus for this building permit was to build this two-story front addition. And there's a notch in the front of the existing building. The intent was just to square off the front of the building so they could redo a gabled roof, so it looked more similar to the other buildings on the block. Realtor thought it'd be more attractive to the buyers and certainly more compatible in style with these other buildings. So a little deceptive on the write-up. It talks about reducing the front setback from 17.5 to 11.7. But the reality is the existing building, the wall of the existing building is only set back 11.7 in the front. It's just a little notch that's set back 17 feet. So very importantly, this two-story front addition will not extend beyond the existing front wall of the building. They'll just square it off. Thomas will testify that when he applied for the building permit for this front addition, he showed them a current survey, and the current survey showed this old rear addition. The zoning department determined that when this rear addition was built, the rear addition should have gotten a variation because the rear addition follows the wall of the existing building straight back. And as we said, this 100-year-old building is only set back 2.8 on that north side. So the addition is only set back 2.8 because it follows the wall. So no variation was done when the contractor built that rear addition. So we are also asking for a variation for that rear addition. So that's kind of my overview of how we got there. And with that, unless there's questions, I'll begin. Mike Bartholomew. Mike, would you state your name and your business address?
Michael Bartholomew, 5901 Dempster, Morton Grove, Illinois.
And Mike, property is at 3730 North Strip
Yes,
on the west side of the street.
correct.
And proof of the 100-year-old building. It's a two-story and was a two-flat building.
Yes,
And was I correct in saying that the existing building only has a 2.82 foot north side setback?
correct.
Back in 2017, when you bought that building, the building had an old enclosed rear porch
Yes,
shown on the old survey.
correct.
And also in 2017, did you hire a contractor to build demolish that rear porch and build a new rear addition?
Yes,
And this contract, you relied on that contract to get a permit for the work that he was supposed to do.
yes,
And you believe he got a permit,
you did.
and there was a permit in the window,
Yes,
and you paid this contractor for his work.
plenty,
Okay, about how much did you pay him?
more than $250,000.
Okay, so given the size of the contract, you would assume that it had been done properly.
Yes,
All right, so that permit, he did build a new two-story rear addition.
right.
And as we said, that rear addition on the north side did follow the wall of the existing building, as you expected. The offer that it did not.
Yes, that's correct.
Good. More recently, as you look forward to remodeling this building and sell it, you talk to the realtor about your remodeling project.
Many realtors.
Okay. And did the realtor comment about the front of the building, specifically the roof of the building in front?
Yes. So,
And what did the realtor say about the existing roof of the building and possible remodeling?
he said it looks like a two flat. Nobody will pay you money for a nice single family home the way it looks. You'll have to create a gable roof like most other homes, for most of your neighbors.
Good. And the realtor was referencing the flat roof of the two flat.
Right.
And looking down the block north and south, most of the other buildings on your portion of the block do have a gabled roof.
Yes,
So the idea of this two-story front addition, and we'll let Thomas explain that, was to enable you to build a gabled roof in the front.
yes,
And you believe, based on the realtor's advice, that to make it more attractive buyer, more compatible with the other building. Those for the front addition. And looked at the current survey, the rear addition,
Yes,
and you knew you needed a variation for the front addition,
correct.
but the examiner was also demanding a variation for the rear addition as built.
Not aware of that.
That would be part of the case.
Correct.
So your unique circumstances are the fact that you chose rather than demolish and build new. Your unique circumstances, you were trying to preserve the whole building.
Yes.
And the unique circumstances, is the old building itself did not have an adequate north side setback.
Correct.
And certainly your remodeling project, based on your experience, proper way to build that rear addition was in fact to go straight back.
Continue the integrity of it.
Right. Both outside and inside.
Yes.
And your opinion as a developer, the two variations for the front and rear additions will not alter the character of the neighborhood.
No.
That front addition actually with the new gable roof is more in character with the neighborhood.
Yes.
At this point, and again, you're worried about making a reasonable return on your investment and selling that property for a reasonable price.
Yes.
The front addition is very important for the sale price of the property to get a reasonable price.
Right. Keeps it as a single family. Instead of two family.
And the rear addition would obviously be very expensive to you if you had to demolish or alter that rear addition
Very expensive.
since it's existing.
Yes.
You've already spent in excess of $250,000 on that contractor for work on this house.
Just on the contract.
Right. So that if you had a rear addition, you would not have a reasonable return on your investment for this project.
No. It'd be a loss.
So that's part of your hardship. Okay, Mike, did you sign an affidavit to make your testimony today?
Yes.
If I continue to question you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
I would.
Good. That's all I have, Mike, for now. The next call. Thomas, would you state your name, your business address?
Thomas Harris, 5850 West Lawrence Avenue, Chicago.
Thanks, Thomas. And we're talking about the property 3730 North Strip,
Yes,
and it's improved with an existing two-story building, is that correct?
Correct.
Look like the building could be 100 years old.
yes,
Is that correct? And that the survey shows that the north side setback is only 2.82 feet,
correct.
and that's the existing building.
Yes, it is.
And that's a unique circumstance.
Correct.
And it's causing your hardship in drawing plans for this building.
Yes,
You applied for a permit for this front addition, is that correct?
Correct.
And would you explain a little bit this front addition?
in order to feel with all our houses on the block, we changed the concept of having two gables in the front to match, just the properties versus more of a square flat roof, which is, ground floor for water leakage and stuff. And then have better appealing for the block.
And Thomas, was that correct? The existing front building has a notch in the corner of that building by the doorway.
Correct.
That's the spot where you're gonna put this two-story addition.
Correct.
And square off the front of the building. And the new addition will not extend beyond the existing front wall of the building.
Not for long.
And I guess more importantly, you need to build this addition in order to build a gabled roof.
Simplified, yes.
Okay, and architecturally, visually, with this building on this block, looking at the other buildings, would this building look better with a gabled roof?
Correct.
And the fact that he's converting it to a single family also suggests a gabled roof would be more appropriate.
Yes.
Especially given the other buildings on the block. So, Thomas, in your opinion, is it true that Okay, let's talk about that. The rear addition is existing, is that correct?
Correct.
And also true that the rear addition follows the existing wall of the whole building.
Correct.
So the building itself is only 2.8 on the setback,
Correct.
so the addition is 2.8.
Correct.
And is that the best way to do a rear addition, to follow the wall of the existing building?
Correct.
Why is that?
Simplify the process of construction of like foundations and not creating conflicts on layout on the interior side of the building as well as another, complications with the roof on top. So there are several complications with, with the details.
Okay, so in your opinion, was that rear addition built properly, going straight back, following the wall of the building?
Yes, proposed, yes.
All right. Also true that that rear addition as it exists, as it was built, also does not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. That these variations are consistent with the purpose of the ordinance
Yes,
and the existing setback of the building is in fact a unique circumstance
correct.
and causes your particular hardship in drawing these plans.
Right.
In your opinion, is it true that these two variations for both the front and the rear setback, that the variations will not be injurious to other properties in the neighborhood? Also, that these two variations will not impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent properties?
Correct.
So we're asking for relief on the north side. Is there a building there to the north of us? Okay, and did you take a look at the survey? Is that building shown on the survey?
Yes, sir, very, shows the, yes, that is,
Yes, good. And according to the survey, how far is the neighbor building to the north setback from that common side lot line?
and it's 9 feet. It's 9.18.
9.18. And our building, including that rear addition setback, 2.82.
Correct.
So we got a space of almost 12 feet between the two buildings.
Correct.
And does that contribute to your opinion that these variations will not be injurious to adjacent properties?
Correct.
And they will not impair an adequate supply of light and air to the adjacent properties?
Correct.
Because the property building is almost 12 feet away. Given that we're reducing from a two-flat to a single family, also do that the variations will not increase congestion in Polly Street.
Right.
And also not increase the danger of fire. Okay. Mr. Chairman, with that, I think that's all I have of Thomas.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you could property on the 117.
Correct.
Okay. And we see here that there's a permit. Back in 17. And this was for the rear addition.
Yes,
Okay. And who was the contractor for that?
INS Builders.
Do you know why? This permit didn't trigger a need to come before us for a zoning variance?
I was not aware of. I thought a permit was a permit, and he did not communicate to me that there was any problems. And I was, back then, I was just an investor. I've become more involved in building after this, but I'm not, that's not my trade. I invested in this property and hired a contractor who told me that he could get this done for this price and try to sell it for a profit. I was not aware of anything. He said he got permits, it was in the window. I didn't question it.
So was the character of the rear addition different than what you're looking at?
No,
Now you're just seeking, as far as the rear is concerned, you're just seeking to bring the rear addition in compliance, is that correct?
yes,
Yes.
Okay. You said you were just investing in that.
correct.
You were, you're kind of, you as a developer now, are you developer now?
On this project, I'd be comfortable.
Okay, do you have a full-time job that you do?
Yes,
What's your full-time job?
I have apartments, I manage property.
For property manager?
Yes,
Okay.
my own properties,
Okay. And how long have you been a property manager?
5 years. I created this 2017. This was my second or third property.
Okay.
The first two were rentals.
Now you're being employed, well,
Maiden voyage for construction.
okay.
But I again was not doing the construction. I was an investor with a contractor.
And, before, 2017, you became a property manager.
I was an options trader for 20 years.
Describe how you want to build it.
Starting off, it will create additional foyer space. And for your house, it's a nice.
That's not, you can still do this.
It just wouldn't look very good. Okay, sorry.
From the similar properties on the block, when you scroll through other pictures, most of the, properties have, just more of a flat, facade with the gables. And from the entry by the front instead of recessed. By bringing up, the side, by going off and meeting that, the front existing, setback increase more, entryway of the house. That's how it works.
Question I always ask. Obviously, we know the neighbors here. And I know this is what it is, but a lot of neighbors are against this. How about the Alderman?
I spoke with the alderman, and she was curious about the status of the.
Yes. Are you against?
Okay, and she didn't advise me either way. She was more, the question she directed to me was our timetable on the project. And she initially inquired.
She has sent a letter to us saying she was.
Okay,
I'm just telling.
I appreciate it. I didn't, I.
It's your policy. I'm just saying, I'm consistently, I don't think what the neighbors want.
Understood.
I always speak for myself. And I just want to. On record, I got a letter.
Sure.
Policy, and obviously you'll hear from neighbors. But I did. I would say, not here, not here. But this is here. This is.
Well, understood. And Mr. Toy, for what it's worth, I spoke with the alderman. He told the neighbors concerned that the project wasn't moving fast enough. It was moving too slow.
Change your mindset, and I go along with that. I hear, here dated October 19th.
Believe me, I don't doubt you. I just say, I don't have a copy of it. My conversations with her was regarding the timetable.
Constituent I, as known for both along the way of this building. And she just basically was not to say that she opposed it.
And actually, I relate to that, because that's what she told me, that she opposed the vacancy of the building, that the project was moving too slow. Why were we moving quicker? I were told her that at the time she first consulted me, that we had an application filed, we were finishing it off and working for a hearing. So she told me the conversation we had, that she opposed the vacancy, and she opposed how slow this was moving. So from that.
I did. At this point, many residents, myself included, we get demolishing the building and start over new, maybe the past course of action. That's it.
Okay. And of course, I'm sure that we filed as far as the purpose of the zoning ordinance, et cetera. One of the stated purposes is to preserve the building. Okay, some of these cases, the developer wants to demolish the building and build new because sometimes it's simpler. So when we have these old buildings, I think the problem's going to crop up. So I thought he's doing a good deal in retail. Long time, long time, long time. So I'm not just saying it's safe. Right, right.
I'm consistent, you know that.
Sure. Oh, I understand.
Most of the time, you walk back right away, but I want to see the water. So I just very glad. Yeah, very safe.
And I would point out that, oh, absolutely, I have no problem with your comment. This is a variation, not a special use. So I mean, the alderman really, more relevant for the special use, given the criteria of the special use. Variation, more the unique circumstances. And again, from our perspective, which is fine. Which is fine. Sure.
Are you preserving this existing concept or just increasing?
Just creating a square, so it's not,
You're not building an addition in front of.
No.
the office.
All right, any other questions from the board before we turn to the agenda? Let's turn to-
Mr. Chairman, if I could, just to clarify his answer to your question, could I ask him a question?
Go ahead.
That contractor that the chairman was asking about, is that contractor still involved in this project?
No.
And why not?
because we're here today. And I do things in a timely manner. He took money and didn't complete things, and so we had to part ways, but then COVID came and then he got sick and he has cancer. And that's when I started my search. I'm a new contractor, which is Halo Construction, is a sign posted there. And we are ready to go, just waiting for approval.
And Mike, Mr. Boyd was referencing the Alderman's letter about demolishing his building and building a new building. If the project were to change in that fashion, do you feel that you could realize a reasonable rate of return on this project?
No, massive loss.
Okay, let's turn to the objectors. You see your name and address, please.
Thank you. I'm Kristen Hall.
And Michael Hall's actually 3746 North Trail, Chicago. And whoever wants to go first, tell us what you're not.
Here's the next. As the next door neighbor, representative of our block, neighbors, we have the petition which you saw signed by myself, my husband, 26 neighbors on our block, 3 houses directly behind the property, 21 total households. About the opposition of the members. In the letter. We have 10 to 12 houses on the west side of 3700 block trip. Signs loading. And 8 out of 13 across the street that. Yes, we oppose because it's inconsistent with the block. The property, as you know, was purchased in 2017. And the permits they did get, did not cover the scope of the work that was completed. It was an electrical permit, and the one I think you're talking about was repair and replace permit.
It actually says addition.
Oh, it does? Okay, it says addition then. Either way, let's see. They essentially, it seems to us, it created their ownerships by breaking the law and constructing this addition illegally. And without permits necessary for the variations. As I said, it's inconsistent with the block scheme and the adjacent properties on the west side. That's very similar block north trip.
So can you elaborate on inconsistent with the block?
Sure, I can just as a background, I'm a licensed developer in the city of Chicago. I've been in front of this board before, trying to get a variance and zoning change. Also a licensed general contractor, within the city. So we are the house directly to the first setback, about 20 feet from the street. And then all of the houses to the north of this property are pretty much 20 feet. All of the houses to the south, except for one, are less than what the proposed application says. So as far as the front, we think that what the applicants are asking for is not consistent with the old Irving Park and 3700 block scheme. Also the side yards, this is an RS2 district. Typically, the side yards in here, I believe it's a total of 35%, but a minimum of 5 feet. And all of the side yards, including the 3 houses that were constructed since Mr. Bartholomew purchased the property in 2017, have complied within the zoning ordinance. So we just think that, you know, it's inconsistent with everything that's already there and everything that's going up in the neighborhood.
But you can see that this is a 100-year-old building.
I can, yes, but the addition is not 100 years old. The addition was constructed in 2017, and then we moved in 2019. And the addition it's a frame addition, a 1-hour fire rating, with a masonry veneer, and that was done also in 2020. So we moved in 2019. Work was happening on the house. Work stopped in 2020. The city was notified. Department of Buildings came out, and there's been dozens of violations on the property since 2020. And I must disagree with Mr. Kupiak, because the property is actually in circuit court. It's in the first division, which is the municipal demolition court. It's not in the building court within the city at 400 West Superior. And Mr. Bartholomew and his attorney have been going to court for years now, over 2 years now, and they've been kicking the can down the road. The court's been asking for them to get proper permits. This has been, you know, since 21. This has been a really long time for them to get a permit and to appear in front of this board here. So we are all pro development. We're pro improvement. We want the property to be constructed correctly. We would love this project to be done either by Mr. Bartholomew or somebody else. But it's been like this since 2017. And the hardship was created when they started in 2020. I think there's some timestamp photos where they took down the front facade. I mean, the fences have been open for years. Finally, the court has been ordering a board up of the property because there were squatters and there were kids from the local high school hanging out in there. It's been neglected. And I know we're not here for you know, how the property is being treated, but it definitely has a lot to do with the character of Mr. Bartholomew and what they've done. And so he's a developer. He owns another property or another entity in the neighborhood, about 2 blocks away at 4117 West Grace. That property is also going through the same process. It's also in the circuit court. So this is not just one offense, it's all happening. It's a pattern of offenses. We just don't think that it's ever going to get completed.
But we do oppose.
But we do, yes.
That's why it is.
We do that. Go ahead.
I just, because I did read Alderman's letter, I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm hearing 2 different things from her letter. So you'd be fine if this was demolished and rebuilt?
Yes.
That's what she pretty much said.
Yeah, we don't want to live next to a lot that has weeds on it. We would love to have a house next door to us. We live in the house on the right-hand side of the street. I mean, it's a great block. We have an annual chili cook-off over there. We keep losing, but you know, it has great neighbors.
Risking this project from going forward, eliminate.
How are we opposing this?
No, I guess, I think what he's asking is, you know,
they're on the cusp right now.
Correct.
If we grant it, he can build and finish the project. If we deny it, then it's gonna be a while. And
It's been a while. We agree. It's been a while. We think that if you deny it, then it's up to the court to decide what's gonna happen to it. I think that you can only, either approve or deny the variance, that's up to the board. I completely respect that. But we think that if you approve it, it's going to go to the Department of Buildings and it's still gonna be prolonged, and it's gonna be years down the road before, if history repeats itself, it's gonna be a long process. We are in favor of doing it correctly. We are in favor of doing it according to the block scheme. When Mr. Kupiec spoke about rehabbing an old brick two flat, I mean, this was a beautiful brick two flat that had a beautiful facade on it. And we were completely in favor of that, but I mean, now it's, you know, a house that looks like a haunted house on the street. And it's been like that, I mean, the facade's been taken off since 2020. So it's been, it's not that this board, or, well, you know, they stopped the work, the city caught them, and now the court is involved and there's a lawsuit from the city of Chicago against RTI to fix it or demolish it.
when you say they stopped the work, which work are you referring to? The front or the back?
Everything. I mean, there hasn't been any work since 2020. The building, and so we called the Department of Buildings, we called the 311, we called the Alderman office. This seems to be the 45th ward. But the Department of Buildings didn't come out until 2021 and issue the violations and put this in the circuit court and filed suit.
The applicant, tell me a little bit about, you know, what happened in 2020. Is that when you get called out for having done the rear addition without the zoning variance?
No.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'll let Mike explain that. But I believe Thomas would confirm that we discovered the problem with the rear addition when Thomas applied for the permit for the front addition.
And when was that?
Thomas,
2022.
I believe it was 20.
April or May.
Of which year?
2022.
Okay, so but they're talking about 2020. What happened in 2020?
This is when I stopped. The INS Builders was no longer very involved. They wouldn't, I'd ask him how the progress is going. He said, yeah. He always had an answer for me. This is when the falling out began. And then he couldn't get workers from COVID, and then he got really sick. And after that, that's when I dove in, hired somebody else, and this is when we found out all the problems.
Mike, had you ever gotten a notice of violation about this rear addition?
No, just from Thomas, just from applying for the new permits.
And you're in court right now for what?
Well, now we need, in order to do anything, first step is here. And then once, if this works, then we go get permits. We keep continuing the case. They know that we're waiting on zoning. As soon as we get the zoning, I've been told that everybody wants this finished. And I've been told that as soon as we clear this hurdle, the next hurdles have to be, they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do to me, but they're gonna give me the permits based on the plans. I don't know if they're gonna find me or whatever, but they said that they are waiting for this. And everybody's at a standstill waiting for this.
And you, the capital to complete the
Yes,
project?
yes.
Let me ask this. If we grant this variation, this might be for the lawyer. How long do you think it would be before this, because you have to go through this process, the lawsuit, building department, all that, right? How long do you think it would be before this project would be finished?
Actually, we believe that we would work expeditiously at this point, because I remind you, the architect has applied for a permit in order to get the denial. So he's completed his plans, he's applied for the permit, we've got the denial. So for the sake of argument, this is, if this is approved, we've got zoning approval and zoning board signs off on it. He goes right back to work to finish off his permit. And I don't think the project is held up by the building court case, okay? Now, the thing in the building court case is it's tough for a judge sometime when you got an existing rear addition, you know? Does he, if you can't get a permit, does he let you keep it or make you tear it down? And sometimes you have to demolish it. It's more of a hassle for the neighborhood anyway. So the idea is if this is approved, if we get zoning approval, we give a permit, he still had, this is only zoning approval, he still has to comply with building code, fire code, et cetera. So for the housing court judge, he's happier to see that permit because it's been reviewed by the city and he knows that the addition is structurally sound. So just a better resolution all the way around. But at this point, we're not waiting for that building court case.
No, everything's pending.
We're waiting for zoning approval, a permit. He's going to take that permit back to building court so they could decide how much to fine him. But that it's not holding up our construction. If we've got zoning approval, we get a permit, he's ready to go.
So at the beginning, you said expeditiously. What does expeditiously mean?
They're waiting.
Who's better than Tom? Could you? If
So
we,
we are in the process of, obtaining all the, required permits. So everything is held up by the approval from the zoning board of appeal.
he's asking about how long to get the permit, if this was approved.
I
If.
still haven't got my answer.
How long it's gonna take to finish the project once we get the approval?
Finish the
I would say
permit first.
between-
4 to 6 months. After we get permits.
After we get.
And how long is it gonna take you to get the permits, do you think?
Well, this is,
I would say additional 30 to maybe 45 days, depends on, project reviewers and,
So first or second
30.
quarter of 2024?
correct, yes. I would say 30 to 45 days.
What if we grant this and we put that, this has to be done by July 1st, 2024? Would you accept that?
I guess the biggest hurdle is the permits. It's less than 6 months of work.
You just said everything you said, and now I'm going to July 1st, so I'll give you both quarters, you know what I mean? So if not, then we take it back and have to demolish it.
Done.
Here it was, got that on record if I told you this.
So turning back to the objectors for a second here. So if I understand your objection correctly, you don't have an issue with the setbacks, correct?
I build houses in this neighborhood as well. I build additions in this neighborhood as well. I don't. If I comply with this is a 50-foot lot, I comply with the 5-foot, minimum 10% variance. Do I think that they should have done that? Yes. Do I think that they should still do that? Yes. We object to the north side setback, which is close to our house.
You're talking about the.
Well, we're the house on the right, the brick house, in the back of the property.
The rear setback?
Correct.
Okay. And that rear setback is basically in line with the rear setback of your house, is that right?
No, our house is 9, I'm talking about the north side yard setback. Their existing is 2.82, it should be 5.04. It's the back of that property. Ours is 9 feet over there at the back.
All right, so the side yard, you mean the existing condition that's been there for 100 years, that's what you object to?
No, the existing condition that's been there for 100 years is completely fine. We're objecting to the addition that was built in 2017, not in compliance with the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
That they're trying to backdoor this.
But you're not objecting to well, you're objecting to how it goes back on in the side yard?
Correct.
Okay.
And also the front. I mean, in addition to squaring off the front, there's way out front too, if you want to bring up the elevation as well. I mean, this entire block scheme is all nice lawns as well. They're putting the staircase right basically in the sidewalk there. Rather than have the recess how it is right now. I understand that the stairs are not part of the setback, but they're definitely on the proposed elevation.
From our perspective here, to me, it looks like the buildings to the south have similar setbacks to the buildings.
Those are front porches. Those are all open.
Yeah. It does look like your house sets back more than Carl's below it in this image. The front, the first image. But all of the ones below you seem to be close to the road.
I think there was a, I think the 17.56 was the average of the adjacent properties. I think ours was thrown out. Because I think it's the highest three.
The uncovered part is the roots, so it does seem that way.
All right, are there any other questions from the board? Anything else from the objectors of the applicant?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, one question, Mr. Walzak.
Sure.
Mr. Walzak, when did you say you moved into your property?
2019.
And was that,
We purchased the property in May of 2019.
and was that rear addition already built before you moved in?
The frame was done and then it was being bricked while we were there.
Okay. But the position of that rear addition with the setback of that rear addition was in place at the time you bought the building and moved in.
We didn't know about the permit and the, you know, ongoing situation of the property next door.
And one technical point.
Okay.
Especially with respect to the rear addition, with all the conversation with the rear addition. I recall that there was actually a case before the board back in 2016, Southside case, builder DeGrazia built the building and his contractor made a mistake laying the foundation and made a mistake on the setback and built the building on that foundation. And it was discovered later that instead of the 2-foot setback required, he only had 1.8. In that case, they had objectors, next door neighbor complaining that it didn't comply. And in that case, the board, case number 166-16Z, granted that variation and allowed him a setback of only 1.8, despite the fact that it was already built prior to coming before the board, but it just made it clear that the board has the authority to grant a variation for an improvement that's already built. And the reason I bring that up is because actually that case was administrative review and even appealed to the appellate court. And the appellate court upheld the board, that the board clearly has the authority to grant a variation for a structure that's already been completed. So I just wanted, procedurally, you certainly have the ability to grant that.
But if I remember, that building was occupied?
On that, the Grazia building?
Yeah.
No, it was new construction. He was building it for Laura Sheehan's and,
But it was new construction.
and
Go deeper, because I remember.
And actually, it was Laura Sheehan, and I don't know, the case went on because it went up, not only administrative review, but went up on appeal. She might have moved in. Laura Sheehan was the buyer, so she was added as a party to the case.
Right.
So eventually she probably did move in.
That's not remember that case, but I remember she was going to move in. It's different than her just being a developer. So
Okay.
I wanted my.
Sure. And Mr. Chairman,
It wasn't apples.
no,
That's it. Just remember, I didn't.
Fair enough. Mr. Toy, absolutely. You've got a good memory, no doubt. Mr. Chairman, one thing for Mike. Mike, the chairman had asked about conversations with the neighbor. Prior to today, have you had conversations with the neighbors about this project?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. And with respect to their objections, any conversations you had that were relevant on these objections or voicing today?
The conversations began with, they keep asking to purchase the property. They wanted to purchase the property. They told me they'd pay me 50,000 over what I paid for it. That was multiple times.
Let me ask, is that true? That is true. Okay. We are for improvement, as I said. I would demolish the property and build a new house there. I don't want to live next to the construction project for the rest of my life.
You would apply for 50 more and you would demolish it, right? You must have said that to the owner.
I did. I said.
I'm sure you did.
I said full disclosure to the.
I'm just very fair.
Yeah, I went and spoke to her, and said, full disclosure, we offered to buy the property from, the owners because we want to improve the block.
After I'm 300 grand in though, so 50 doesn't really move any needles.
So 250 lots to you.
Yes, at least.
And Mr. Chairman, last procedural point, thank you for the copy of the petition. This petition, as all petitions, are hearsay because the people who sign it are not here. But an important point is, we knew the neighbors were upset that the project's taken too long. So we acknowledge that from the start.
And that's
So-
why I asked, could you have this completed by July 1st?
Yes, yes,
Take one more time, 20.
I appreciate that. So I'm just saying it's not clear. They're objecting the project's taking too long, not necessarily the relief we're asking for this rear addition, which I want to emphasize, follows the wall of the existing building. You know, a case that you've seen has come before this board many, many times.
Okay, all right,
We went down this rabbit hole.
yeah. All right, I want to thank everyone for their time, today in, testifying and providing the information to us. We will take it under advisement. Thank you.
Next case, 39023 B.
Yeah. Open it.
That's Mark. Yeah, sit down, sit down.
When everyone's planning to testify, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth in this meeting? I do. Thank you very much. Counselor, you can.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mark Kupiec, I'm an attorney of the office of 77 West Washington, represent the applicant, and on behalf of the applicant, I have Kyle Olszewski seated beside me. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mark Kupiec and Kyle Olszewski. And we have Andrew Engelhardt from the Stenga Architectural Office as a witness. And we're asking for variation, front setback and side setback. 3027 North Elbridge. Originally, before he began, a 100-year-old house. And the old house, just like many of the houses adjacent in that part of the block, built 100 years ago, probably before the zoning ordinance, had a development pattern different than the current zoning code. And on this particular block, the old house lined up with the other houses in the front. And with respect to the side setback, the old house, similar to the adjacent buildings, had a development pattern where it was built near the north side lot line. It had larger setback on the south side lot line. And the idea was all houses had it in this fashion, and on the south side they had a gangway, they had a sidewalk, a walkway, which was access to the backyard. So the idea is development pattern, you had sufficient space in between the buildings because of the way they were located. So Kyle, doing this project, wanted to retain that development scheme, the historic scheme. And in order to do that, his choice was to build on the existing foundation of the old house, so that his front setback and side setback would be the same as what had been there for 100 years. So the house would line up with the other houses. The one north side setback would be less than required. Actually, it had been 0.86 all these years. Current code would require 2, but you could also preserve the sidewalk and gangway on the other side of the house. So that was the thought about the construction. Originally, he actually thought that because he was going to build on the old foundation, this was maybe a rebuild rather than new construction, but the zoning department these days considers it new construction. We need the zoning relief. We filed for the zoning relief, and we are here today. And he's building a single family home. So with that, first witness Kyle, would you state your name and your address?
Sure. Kyle Shesky, 2614 North Clybourne, Unit 408, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
Are you the president of the Fiesta 3 Inc. Corporation?
I am.
Good, and you're the applicant in this case.
I am.
And if I state correctly, the game plan is to build a single family home.
Still is, yes.
Okay, and you have the same front setback, same north side setback as the old house that was there.
Yes, correct.
And it gives you the same width of the house, which was important to you.
Correct.
It gives you opportunity to preserve that gangway just as it existed.
Correct.
Did you sign it? Calculating that front setback.
Yes.
Andrew, I'm sorry, did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Okay, a question.
Sure.
So are you build off of the existing foundation?
For my first architect's plans and his suggestions, yes.
Okay, and so you're using the same footprint as the prior.
Correct.
How did you get so far without, red flags coming up?
With this being my first project, again, I told Mark I didn't know about the fence being a part of the project. So the first time someone told me about this was about the fence, and that's when the city came about.
Did you pull permits to do all that work?
It was just after I started the project.
What do you mean after you started the project?
So when I first started the project, I had the architect with me on site, not Segna, original, a friend of my family. Told me he was going through the steps of getting a permit. So that if I got my first time building the house, I did not know I needed a permit place card present before I started building. He said this was being, done up with the city. He showed me the comments and everything. So I thought everything was being pushed along that I did not know it would be that long of a process. So that's kind of how it correlated to.
So the permitting process took time and then you had gotten that far by the time they finally said, hey, you can't get this permit because you need a variation?
It was just a neighbor complained about us not having a fence. That's what strung along or happened with the stop work order.
And the contractor had no concerns about not having a permit?
Again, he was told the same information as me, just it was in the works.
Who was the contractor?
Again, a friend of my dad's a GC, which we don't use anymore.
What's his name?
I would have to look at the original plan. I couldn't
Is he
think.
not the contractor now?
No, not from the first time. Again, this is two different architects.
So you're switch architects and contractors.
Correct.
You must know his name.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the company name, I something, ZC, I got, I have to look at my records, I don't know.
Would be great if you're straightforward with us.
No, I know, yeah, I just don't know what his name, yeah, I just couldn't think of his company name right now.
When did this building go up?
I don't know the exact date, it was, I believe in 2021,
So
October, September.
Okay, so October, September of 2021, and you can't remember the name of the contractor who did the work in that time.
I mean, his name's Hugo Perez, okay, but if he's a general contractor, he might go under his last name, Perez Construction.
Commissioner Esposito, it doesn't help me to try to have better information, you know.
Understood.
And Mr. Chairman, while we're waiting, Kyle, did you have occasion to talk to one of your next door neighbors?
I have,
And did you get a letter of support from that next door neighbor?
I did.
And we submitted that letter of support, so it should be in our package. And again, no complaints about the relief asked for, but again, another case where anxious to get the work done. Because it's built in a single family home that fits in the character of the neighborhood.
Right, any other questions from the board? We'll take on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 391.3, B 3806, right, up Wolcott. Yes, okay, sure.
Oh, cool. All right, for everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
For the objectors as well, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Yes. Okay. Councilor Moore, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Just by way of explanation, and of course, Mr. Diaz and his mom can, explain their own position, but I think it, mostly it was a misunderstanding. Our variance is on, this is one of those classic cases where my client bought a double lot, what appeared to be a vacant lot with an existing house. And taxation is two separate pins. Taxation with the county says it's two separate lots, but zoning says it's one lot.
Yeah.
And the concern is our variation is for the existing house, which when you split the lot is a little too close to the lot, the new lot line. And it says the south side. So the concern was Mr. Diaz and his mom, well, his mom anyway, lives south of the vacant lot, and that the variance that we're going to be too close to their house. And our plans, of course, will show that we're doing an as of right house with two feet on one side and 3 feet on the other. And we will by rule have to be 2 feet away. So we will not impact their house. And I think, and they can speak for themselves, but now that they understand that, maybe we'll be okay. And I wanted to
set that scene so that we'll anticipate and confirm what we're doing to meet that concern.
Okay, yeah, let's do that, and then we'll see if the objectors still have an objection.
Sure, thank you. Okay, will you tell the board who you are? Okay, Matthew, you live on the south side, you're a city employee, you have to live in the city. And you saw in 2018, you saw this house with a vacant lot, is that right?
Correct.
And you bought it because you thought you could build a single family on the vacant lot, is that right? And actually, you didn't know that you couldn't until you hired an architect, a different architect, and submitted plans and found out that because it was, from a zoning point of view, a double lot, and the existing house was too close to the new lot line, that you couldn't build it without a variance, is that right?
Correct.
And you found that out in 2018 or so, is that right, or 2019?
Correct.
And then you appeared in front of this board in 2019 on October 20th, and went through the same process. And at that time, the board with some of the same members, we have the minutes on the third page, top of the third. I'm sorry. Right. Sorry. Thank you. On October 18th, 2019, this board granted the same variances you're asking for today.
Correct.
But, and Mr. Diaz didn't understand this, what's different is you have a different lawyer, different architect, but the relief you were requesting was the same.
Correct.
But you COVID, and so you never were able to build it. Is that right?
Correct.
So now you have to do it again. Is that right?
Correct.
And Mr. Dassey has made plans, and it will be an as of right single family home. That is, it will have all of the required setbacks with no variances. Is that right?
Correct.
And so on the south side of the lot, there will be a 2-foot setback, and you'll not in any way touch or affect the house to the south. Is that right?
Correct.
And you, when you bought the double lot, you didn't know or understand the difference between county taxation and PINs and a zoning lot.
Correct.
It's been a hard lesson that you've learned through this process.
And expensive.
And but now that you understand it, you're going to do everything according to code. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance, and if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
Will you tell us, the board, who you are?
My name is Christopher Dassey, licensed architect.
And you were asked by Mr. Mitchell to design a as of right single family home for this unbuilt lot. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if you and you've done that, the plans attached to this request are as of right, they meet all codes and ordinances. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there will be a 2-foot setback on the side, on the south side of the building. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, that will allow adequate light and air to the house to the further south. Is that right?
That's correct.
But actually, our focus is not on that house or on that side yard, which will be as of right. Our focus is bringing the existing 100-year-old house into compliance, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's because that house, the existing house, built approximately, how old would you say that house is?
Well over 100 years old.
And so it was built before the zoning code, is that right?
That's correct.
And so when we split the lot, in accordance with where the pins are, where the taxation lots are, then it's too close to the lot line. And from a zoning point of view, it needs variance, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's what we're here asking the board to do today.
Yes.
And you went through each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant a variance, is that right?
Yes.
And so the one that it will meet all the codes and comply with the zoning ordinance, you said that it will, is that right?
That's correct.
And it's consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance, is that right?
That's correct.
And the hardship here really comes from the fact that the existing building was built before the zoning code, is that right?
That's correct.
And if the board grants this variance, both properties will become compliant. To the neighborhood, is that right?
Yes.
And it'll be similar to the surrounding buildings and in terms of their size, et cetera, is that right?
Yes.
And you don't think it'll have a negative effect in any way? Well, bringing the existing building into compliance, which is what we're here to do, that will in any way have a negative effect on any other buildings, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you and I worked out an affidavit where we addressed each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance, and if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that, your written statement, is that right?
That's correct.
That's our case in chief.
Okay, first, let me just, for the record, let me get, who we got here. Rosa, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Rosa Lopez. I'm in Sergey and South Walker. Chicago, Illinois, 60009.
Okay, and Ricardo?
Correct. I'm actually Rosa's son. I came on her behalf as well, but I don't live in that house. My address is 7720 Mulligan Avenue, Burbank.
Are you planning to testify or is this all gonna be Rosa?
I'm gonna help my mom out based on what I have and my understanding of the situation, if that's okay.
Sure. Is your last name also Lopez?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I apologize that I misstated their name.
That's okay. All right, so having heard what Counselor Moore and the applicant and his architect have said, do you still have an objection to the project?
Honestly, if it's in compliance. So here's the situation that we found ourselves 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I was actually in front of the council on behalf of my dad, who was able to come through, but unfortunately he was at work today. So the reason why we're coming in today is because after those 4 years, we just received a notice of hearing telling us that the subject is this paragraph, right? And one of those things was the south side. So 4 years ago, we had one description and now we have another description. We want to make sure that what they're asking or requesting matches and hasn't changed. Because in reality, since 4 years now, if we look at 3806, there's an actual entrance and exit now to that basement. So does that mean it's going to affect any new construction, pushing it further back to 3810? That was the other thing. And in looking at 3810 too, we also find 2 meters as well. But it's not in the slides actually. There's only from the front, from what you saw, and from the back, which you can't really see the sides itself and the entrance and exits of all that. So if I look at that too, if I find an exit and entrance in the basement, that's actually not a single family home as stated in the subject matter. If I'm not mistaken, is that correct? I may be speaking off key here, but if someone can confirm that, is that correct? If there's a basement with an entrance.
building in July 17, 2021. There's an entrance and an exit there, so that's the reason why we were wondering if they're pushing south, does it go into 3810, which would be the house to the right? So you can't really see it there. I have pictures of it, but I don't know if that'll do it justice. So you see the front of it, but you don't see behind that gate.
On the right there, that is 38.
06.
And so. Sorry, so it would permit to you, right?
Okay, so we just wanted to make sure if that was the case.
Yeah, so yes, it could get.
Okay, so if that's the case, we just want to make sure that if there's any building, that it's in fact in compliance, it doesn't reach in her adverse possession situation with 3810 at all.
That's, so your plans will have a 2-foot side yard setback on the south side of the as of right house, is that right?
No, from the property line, from the
property line. And as a matter of fact, in our exhibits here, we have the surveys and the Lopez house is 0.2. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the permit will require that 2-foot setback. And it will not, you're not going to push the house further south because of whatever's going on in that existing house.
No, I am not doing any of that pushing to the neighbor. I'm per these plans and permits. That's what we are going for. We have a 2-foot setback from the south property line. That is how it's going to be. That's how it's permitted. That's how it has to be.
And there's a 3-foot setback on the north side from the existing house.
That is correct.
From the new lot.
From the new lot line.
And so that house isn't going to move or push or
No, it's 3 foot, has to be per the plans, per the permits. That's how we've drawn it, 3 foot from that property line. That new property line that's being formed as part of this process.
So the new home is basically gonna be in compliance with the zoning ordinance, you just really need the new zoning line.
Yes, sir.
That's right. The new house, as he has testified, will be as of right. This is just to bring the existing house into compliance, so this becomes a buildable lot. Now it's not buildable lot. I'll ask you, would it be a hardship if you could only grow tomatoes there and you couldn't build anything?
Yes.
Having heard everything, are you in objection to this? I mean,
If it's in compliance, yes, so there is, I understand that right now, so it goes back to the other house too, because there's already like. Parking permitted, it's already difficult, I just want to ask this too. So if there's a different family living underneath 3806, is that a single family home? And that basement? Because they're in 3806, there's 2 different families living there.
no.
No, it's fine, so as long as that's the situation, that's fine with us.
Yeah, okay.
So can we clarify, if everything's in compliance and if the existing condition is permissible, you're not continuing your objection, so long as we do what the board is allowing us to do, and
Correct.
we're committed to that.
Correct, as long as there is no indication of adverse possession or anything changes along the lines, because of the fact that that's the reason why we're here. If it's within the compliance lines, then there's no reason for us to object.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next case, 392-23Z, 105-55 to 59 North Wolcott, 1849 to 59 East Thomas.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Councilman McGuire, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn with offices at 55 East Monroe here. For the record, with Jim Masterson, who's the manager of Thomas Wolcott, architect from Sullivan Goulet. The variation relief is ground floor, which will ultimately end up with 5 dwelling unit building and commercial space. For background, we met the association support. Board, we have his support, moved on to the first board and already started. And most significantly, this the plans were reviewed and approved by the Landmarks Project Review Committee. And with that, I would just like to ask my witnesses to affirm their affidavits. Mr. Masterson, we prepared an affidavit on behalf of this project. And Mr. Stowe, prepared an affidavit on your behalf as well. And if you want.
All right, let me go ahead and read the first recommendation for calendar number 393-23-F. Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor to allow for rehabilitation of an existing 4-story building containing 3 dwelling units and 1 retail unit building to be converted to a 4 dwelling unit residential building with 2 proposed parking spaces. Provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of standard drawings in October 2023, prepared by Red Architects. Councilor, you can proceed with the short form.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, counselors. I really like this. It's very cozy. I've never been a less case. It's very intimate, so I like that.
That's where everybody is.
Thank you.
Everybody, please stand back and raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
The record there was one time where Joe Ryan did not stand up when he.
It's already sworn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eka, for the record. I'm an attorney for the applicant with offices in Jaffe and Berlin, located at 111 West Washington, Chicago. And I'm here to represent Ross Justiniak, who's here on behalf of the applicant. I have Victor Dratch, our project architect, and esteemed expert witness Joe Ryan. And very simply, we have 2 cases today before you. However, I have good news. We are here to withdraw the variation. So we're only proceeding on the special use. We have worked with DPD. We reviewed the plans. We submitted revised plans, which are dated October 20th. And we are asking to proceed on those revised plans, which show that we reduce the parking from 3 existing to 2 parking spaces because the property is in transit strip location and it's eligible for automatic 50% reduction. So the variation is no longer needed or required.
Okay, so for the record, calendar number 304-23-D is withdrawn.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, and with that, I would like to call my first witness, Ross. State your name and address for the record again.
My name is Ross Justiniak, and address 1111 Northwest Unit 1 and Chicago, Illinois, 64622.
And you are the manager for the applicant.
R U S S U S P Y A N I C H.
And Raz, you are the manager for the applicant's entity. And you are involved in day-to-day operation. You know the property very well. You can competently testify to the matters herein.
Correct.
And we have an existing commercial unit on the ground floor, which has been vacant for the past 3 years. And you cannot afford to keep that unit vacant by no viable commercial tenants, so you're hoping to convert this vacant commercial unit to another residential unit. Okay. And confirming the board has exhibit where we took the pictures of all the buildings on the block. And that exhibit shows that 8 out of 13 buildings on the east side of the western block are only multi-residential, correct? And then there are some commercial units, however, most of the commercial existing units are still vacant to this day. So you don't think that whatever we're proposing today with this bill will harm the neighborhood or bring any adverse effects to the neighborhood or the community? Very not today, but you can make all your testimonies based on the support of the special use, right? If I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with your statements contained in your documents? Thank you. That is all that I have of him. Victor, we also prepared the affidavit for you, which contain your statements in support of the special use. And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with your affidavit? Okay, thank you, sir. Joe, you prepared the report in support of the special use. Any thoughts on whether the special use will harm any developments in the neighborhood? And you have your reasons and logical explanations contained in the report. And if I continue to question, will your testimony be consistent in those explanations contained in your report?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. That is all that I have for our case.
Take this matter under advisement.
Thank you so much.
All right, I move that we recess until 2 p.m. Commissioner Hudson, Commissioner Brooks. Yes. Oh, yes, you're recessed until 2 p.m. Yeah, we're gonna look for.
Sorry, sometimes we have to ask because I go by this and.
Mr. Oppenheimer run in the afternoon, right? The last one, Madison.
Yeah, that's getting continued.
And the first one was,
Are you doing perfect?
Flournoy.
Florida getting continued.
Have a good weekend.
Because we were, I remember last week that this is gonna be a long one.
Yeah. You know. It was fun. It was.
But everything else.
She's gonna be so excited. I'll tell her. Thank
I don't know
you.
if she's gonna be thrilled about being in this room.
Oh, no, I was actually fine. I had.
You were okay?
I could hear everything.
Victor, this is Kamal. Victor?
It's not out such a wait today. Because two cases.
Yeah.
Or I'll tell you what, my email is on the website. Send me email.
Yeah, this one I'll pick up.
Yeah, let's talk about
$2. One's finished. Okay, the other one is still in.
The third one.
We can eat now. I'm not gonna eat. I'm going to the train and I'm going. My boss is coming. Yeah, done. Give him Jim tonight. Nie pomyślałam, żeby O, does she really? O, no właśnie mam zbyt dużo. Ja mam zbyt dużo e-mailów. You know, I try to.
But she was,
She's been doing this quite a long time.
Nie mieliśmy
yeah,
żadnych
also complained.
żadnych objektów. Bo we wtorek oni zrobią posty na Alemanię, żeby do nas Wiktor może
I mean, I
nie
just
to im
so
zabiera
used
miesiąc
to
pracy.
over each other. And I just,
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
fix it
Mhm.
later, you know, but no, it's hard. We're hearing so many things, you know, that we hear, like, oh, I'm stuck. Yes, but I feel. Virtually it's easier.
To jak piszę na tego.
Yeah. Really hear everything so great, and then I figure it out later.
Nie muszę weselić.
Yeah.
Także się jakie to mamy 20, tak?
Yeah, we can't leave anybody in here. So we come back.
Oh, I'm there.
She like her time medication.
Okay.
So she wouldn't say it, but she's like.
Which case are you here for, Amber?
I'm here for 279, 43.
I think she likes it. I know the middle one loves. We'll see, the young one.
Oh, okay, yeah, at 2 o'clock.
Okay, I just followed it.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, just, it's like a Harry Potter. Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah.
Do we need to vacate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Honestly, this was so cute to be the last one. I've never, it was just, you know, it's so nice and cozy.
Yeah, really open up. That's. Yeah.
Forgive us for holding you up. I'm so sorry. See you later.
We'll just leave it on that.
I always wonder. She was. I always want to go. She was.
Just as a.
That's what we should. Yeah, that's not right.
I mean, thinking about it.
When I noticed the
little cart.
swipe again.
I think I do it as far as.
Okay, yeah, just, I mean, she'll know where to sit, but, because my chair's here, but just if she, just tell her that I sat here the back way. So.
I do apologize for the last minute change.
Oh, I don't care. That's all right. I have to sometimes fight to get up here. And the corporate, can I please go up downstairs? No, they usually Oh, let me call someone.
That's okay. I'm gonna get them upstairs. One of the signs. But I don't, but go to the.
Sorry, you guys have to wait for me. You have to
No,
wait
take your time,
lunch.
take your time.
Oh my God.
Yeah, okay, for sure.
Working us to the. Like one thing I would do. But it's like grateful for the work, but I'm also like crazy. Yeah, like I can't even, I don't even remember what I did. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, like I said, not the so. Yeah, I'm doing this. I feel like we're these ones now. No, it's not. Whatever.
You guys, when I first contracted with you,
Yeah.
you were the only. That's.
Really?
Because of the hours
Oh, right.
and. Those were my paperwork things. And it turned out that the lady that. You sit down there. Lost her. Whatever she had, permit or contract. So they used her. It was Victoria Legal Services. But she
Yeah.
sold her business.
Oh, Vicky Rack?
Yes,
Oh, yeah, I know her.
she
I know
sold,
her name.
she sold to somebody else.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think it was Veritas. And she sold to. They didn't have a contract. So I called.
Thank God you didn't go with them.
Huh?
Thank God you didn't go with them.
I was calling. And Vicky's, was like, he was free. And I remember when we first. Picked that girl up. Donna called me, and I was all, we're in recess, we'll be back at 2:00. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I just pointed towards the wall, because I didn't know for like.
Yeah, come on, one to do.
Oh my
Check.
God.
Can you guys hear me? Victor?
Yes, what identify you?
Because I thought it was shorter term.
Yeah, you have no idea. It's not.
So she was like,
Oh, right. That's rough.
and that's huge.
Yeah, it's not your
They didn't
fault.
know. So I got her, I forgot her. I got her for a massage. I'm like.
Oh, no.
I didn't mean to keep you, you know, so late. I was like, no, can we just send somebody? And I'm like, I had no.
Exactly. Yeah, you can never know. That's the same, it's the same thing with depositions. We never know. We have a lot that they will go and ignore.
Like these, that's truly different.
Right.
So. At least virtually, I. Yes, yeah. Then I. Blind.
Yeah,
No, they're on.
but no, there's. They use digital.
Yeah, they're on.
Which is not an official court report. So that's
Okay.
the problem people are having. They're using digital at first and, well, not much for this, but for
Yeah.
law.
Hold on, I'm turning on the volume.
So they go with a transcript that's not even certified.
Wow.
It makes no sense. Like, why would you use?
And if somebody.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do. Yeah. If somebody says questions.
Well, yeah, and plus, the people that they're hiring have gotten like, a 2-week class and they have all your information.
You know what I mean? And then, yeah, it's.
AI is gonna take over everything.
Yeah, I know, it's true.
You need me to lock this door? Do you need me to lock this door?
No, I can just go and it's gonna unlock itself, right?
It should.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I'm just check
Check 1, 2.
I was muted. I was muted on. Okay. Sure. The, but you don't need me, like, when they come back from break?
All right, now, these are reserved for the commissioners, okay? So what you can do is, these are reserved for the people testifying, okay? So if you can find seats anywhere else, you're fine. You can sit along the wall, you can sit up there, but this area, no, okay? Yeah.
If I want to give the board something in writing that just summarizes directions.
You have to have 6 copies. Because you're gonna give each commissioner a copy as well as the council alone.
I do have 6 copies of the actual letter. There's also, we also included our driver's license and said,
I wouldn't do that.
I don't have 6 copies of that. I just
Don't
have the
put the
letter.
driver's license.
Good, so I'll just give them the letter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, and Commissioner, what they usually do is they just ask if they can proffer the evidence. Okay, and what you're gonna do is you're gonna ask the board if you can proffer that evidence. If they say yes, then you bring them up the copies.
And I wait until the actual hearing.
Right, you're gonna sit down and wait for your case to be called.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, we have copies of the agenda here. Nobody stands in the doorway. Let's go. Okay, have a seat anywhere along here. As soon as we fill up these seats, I'm closing the doors. So you're not gonna sit here. That's for the testifying. All right. Okay. All right, and now I'm gonna close the door so we can get it. Everybody put on your forms. And then if you're here, and back.
Hey, Aaron, thanks for talking.
Yeah, you think that's a load.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, did you sign it? Yours one? Did you sign it?
I figured that's why you stand.
Hi. I'm glad. Okay, village real council, if anyone in the room, it's set by the microphones right here. So I would suggest going across the room. That's for the board members.
Okay, because board members are gonna be at this end of the room.
So you can go that side of the room. The only thing we need right here immediately, is this is where everyone's gonna testify, and that's where they're gonna testify. So I would suggest going up there. And then you can, when you're called, you come down here.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I should serve the different people, if I should. Just finish our block. All that's good. The space where you put the suitcase.
Right like that, yeah. There's like 2 stairs.
Does that make sense? They put it someplace. We don't need to.
Available for the through with
And it can sit goes up and you know what? Come down here. Yeah, I think it's, in front of the wall there, the short wall. Just don't, yeah, I said these tables and that one we need. Okay. Yeah, you can go from over there, or why don't you just figure out your answer next week? Yeah, you're there, you know.
No time. Doing well.
Thank you.
Where was the reporter sitting?
She was right
Over
there.
there?
You made a
Okay.
hand.
Oh, whoopsie, I'm so sorry. I almost tripped you. No, just sneaked in there, but thank you. My eyes are so clear, my allergies, thank you. Barely. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm black again.
That's good.
Council, sir, you can sit right there along the.
You know, we will.
And then once you
I'm not crying, I'm just
No.
allergies.
No, that's fine. I just want to make sure you're.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And if you can find some.
Okay.
Up to.
Okay.
This thing was gonna be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Repeat something.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Too bad my pen exploded. God.
There's extra copies of the agenda here.
I can't see it, so. it's all right.
No. So council is here. Are you here? Okay, Council Barnes. For your case on Cedric.
Yeah, I know,
Okay, then have.
Hey, sorry. Yeah, yes.
No, heard that. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I was wondering where you guys.
Right here, it's asking for, sorry. Okay. Right here. Okay, no problem. It's right on. Which case is there?
I find it. In the 21st ward.
21st Ward. Okay.
Normal.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, there you are. That's 180-23.
180-23, what page?
That would be page 11.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
That's my work with you before.
My name's Louis Powell.
I'm Tim.
Years ago, I think I'm.
Yeah.
I think I'm. Yeah.
Okay, how you doing?
Yeah,
Yeah, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
Yes, all right, cool, yeah.
So if you want, you can just kind of hang out
That's what I was
somewhere
gonna
around
ask
here.
you.
Yeah.
Right,
right.
yeah.
Great.
Oh, yes. Watch this sit and find us back there, great, and then I have to stop here to get no.
Fade it off.
All right, keep going for me. You go, yes, don't talk to Victor. We'll let him off in here.
Dr. Boyd, well.
Yeah.
Okay, just double check, did everybody sign the carriage forms?
Allergies. Yeah. I'm, oh my God, I'm just like crying. Oh my God. Like yesterday I was okay, but Wednesday was as bad as today.
All right, everybody. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the zoning board of appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. Victor, call for case.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, continuance of the withdrawal. Let's do that. See, I'm so quick. I'm just going right past it. Anybody have a continuance or withdrawal? Raise your hand. Counselor?
Good afternoon, Tim Martin for the Office of Thomas R. Raines LLC. I'm here for two cases on the top of page 10, numbers 395 and 396 23 S and Z. I'm representing Chicagoland Materials LLC. They're seeking a class 5 recycling, especially used for a class 5 recycling facility. I'm asking for a 2-month continuance on this. This matter is also being reviewed under the Air Quality Act. And so we're trying to respond to comments that we've received from the Department of the Environment, which we think will be helpful for your review.
Okay, so calendar numbers 395-23-S and 396-23-Z will be continued to December 15, 2023, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Dr. Powell?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for recognizing me. For the record, Louis Powell, I'm here on page number 11, the third from the top, calendar number 180-23-3, Branch House LLC. I represent the proprietor of Branch House, Jasmine Williams. Mr. Chairman, our client has been hospitalized for some time, and she's been unable to meet with the architect and discuss the needed changes as per the Department of Planning. And I sent an email to that effect to the Department of Planning in terms of delay and asking for a continuance.
Okay. All right, so this is calendar number 180-23-S to be continued to December 15, 2023, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
December 15th?
Yeah.
What time would that begin?
The 2 p.m. call.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the courtesy. Have a good day.
Okay. Counselor?
Nick Fatigan, on behalf of Office of Sam Banks. Two, actually 4 companion headers, bottom of page 11, top of page 12, 271-23S, 272-23Z, 273-23S, 274-23Z. Chairman, these were continued previously by Alderman Irvin, who offered community review. We're in the process of completing that review. We actually expect the position statement to come from the Tri-Taylor Community Organization next week. If there's any chance that we could have a 1-month continuance, we'll be ready to proceed next month.
Okay, so calendar numbers 271-23-S, 272-23-Z, 273-23-S, and 274-23-Z will be continued to November 17, 2023, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
And Counselor, so the Alderman asked for the first continuance, right?
The Alderman asked for the first continuance.
The Alderman did?
The Alderman asked for the first
I want to-
continuance. We think we're ready to proceed, but we wanted to make sure we had our ducks in a row.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't the one asking for two continuance. Thank you.
Councilor Barnes?
Good morning or afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed commissioners. Again, for the record, Sarah Barnes with the law office of Sam Bank. I have 2 continuances, please. My first is on page 11. Item number 20923F. This has been continued once before, clearly. It was at the request actually of the mutual parties. There were some objectors, and then we as well as a team agreed to that. We are still continuing to work with the community liaison. We're actually making some good progress. But we would like a couple more months to navigate those waters. So I think a continuance to December would be fine.
Okay, so calendar number 209-23-S will be continued to December 15, 2023, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you. And then secondly, on page 12, starting with item number 293-23Z and item 294-23Z, companion variations. Similarly, a couple months ago, we did continue this. We've had some interest from the neighbors, the condo association behind us, one of which is here today. And again, we're continuing to have meetings with them and tweak the design a little bit. We're getting close to a resolution. So 1 month, I think, would be sufficient, but depending on the board scheduling.
Okay, calendar numbers 293-23-C and 294-23-C will be continued to November 17, 2023 to 2 p.m. call, and no further notice to be given.
Thank you.
That was the 25th one. Is that the 25th one?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Lucia. I'm here on behalf of Alderman Cicho Lopez, his chief of staff. As the alderman is in budget, he is requesting to for myself to speak on behalf of item on page 10 for 398-23-S to defer the item for next month.
398, okay. Is the applicant here?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, and we have absolutely no objections to continue.
okay. And this is a 1 month? Okay. All right, so calendar number 398-23-S will be continued to November 17, 2023 to 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucia.
Thank you, Church.
Any other continuances, withdrawals? Yes. Thank you.
Department of Planning and Development, material. We are requesting a continuance for 336-23-S. It's 5405 with 11 West Madison. We're still working with the applicant. They submitted revised plans yesterday and there's still some things that we got to work through.
It will be, yeah, yeah.
Set together a timeline where we can get that started.
All right, if we could just be quiet, please. It's difficult for the court reporter to hear over all the chatter.
Thank you.
Do we have the applicant here for 336-23-S? Okay.
I believe the attorney, Robert Walker, was going to show up.
Okay.
Me that we were gonna request it.
Okay. And you're going for 1 month? Okay. All right, so calendar number 336-23-S will be continued to November 17, 2023 to 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given. Any other continuances or withdrawals? All right, Victor, go ahead and call the first case.
Going slightly out of order. Case number 286-23-S, 5762 North Milwaukee.
Everyone, while everyone's getting situated, I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 286-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends denial of the replacement of the proposed hookah bar. The proposed hookah bar is adjacent to an area that is predominantly residential in character. The surrounding businesses predominantly closed earlier than the proposed hours of operation for the hookah bar. Further, the increased amount of traffic could have adverse impacts on pedestrian safety and comfort, particularly given the oversized curb cuts in proximity to a bus stop on Milwaukee and the oversized curb cut on Austin. Although these curb cuts are existing, they would be used in a higher intensity than the previous use. Based on the foregoing, it is the department's recommendation that the proposal to establish a hookah bar be denied as it is not compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, including hours of operation and traffic generation, and is not designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Warren Silver, attorney for the applicant, Hookah 312 LLC. I am with the law firm of Del Pomerantz and Del Rahi Limited. And our offices are at 225 West Illinois Street, Suite 300 in Chicago, moving effective next week, October 30th, to 180 North LaSalle Street, Suite 2850, Chicago 60601. With me today are Beckett Beck Zynakov, we will call Baha, that's how he goes. He is one of the managers of the applicant. Also, Isat Atanaya is, I believe, here. Won't necessarily be testifying unless he has something to add. Our expert witness is Gregory Knoll, who is an MAI appraiser. The architect, Laszlo Simovic, is here, and the owner of the property, Tom Zaganos, is, I believe, here somewhere. He stepped outside, but he is here and will testify.
Excuse me real quick. So the manager's here of the potential hookah bar, but the owner isn't?
No, it's an LLC.
Okay.
Baha and Isat are the managers and the members of the LLC.
Okay, you didn't say that, so he is a member of the
Okay,
LLC.
yes, and it's disclosed that way.
So he's the
Economic
operating.
disclosure
You didn't say
statement.
that.
They are the owners and operators. That's correct.
Just
Thank
want
you.
to make sure it's on record.
Okay. The subject property is currently zoned B3-1. And it's currently been vacant for about 2 years, except for a very brief stint as a pop-up Halloween costume store about a year ago or so. The property is a one-story commercial building with 7 on-site parking spaces. And the proposal is for a hookah bar, which is a special use in all districts, all zoning districts under the zoning ordinance where it's permitted at all, including this one. We have submitted proposed findings of fact that substantiate that the standards required for the requested special use have in fact been met. We've supplied affidavits from each of the witnesses I mentioned, a land use report from our expert witness, Mr. Knoll, as well. And we will show by the testimony and evidence we present today that the standards have in fact been met, that the findings set forth in the proposed findings of fact are supported by evidence, and that the applicant is entitled to be granted approval of the special use application. Now, to be entitled to be granted a special use approval, the applicant needs to establish that the criteria of section 1713-0905A of the zoning ordinance have been met. I'll go through those very quickly. That the proposed use complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, that it's in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the community or the neighborhood, that it's compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design, that it's compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation, and that it is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. As we'll show, each of the factors are met here. The proposed business not only complies with the standards of the zoning ordinance, but exceeds the required parking by a substantial amount. The business will enhance the general welfare of the community by providing occupancy for a commercial building that has been vacant for most of the last 2 years, adding a new tax generating business to the community, and attracting customers to the area who will patronize the other businesses nearby. In utilizing an existing building with minimal exterior alterations, the site planning, building scale, and project design are identical to what is currently present at the site. Proposed businesses' operating characteristics are compatible with the hours of other businesses in this stretch of Milwaukee Avenue, which includes pubs and convenience stores with late hours. And feedback from the community has led the applicant to change the hours of operation to enhance that compatibility. Originally, as proposed when we met with the Gladstone Park Neighborhood Association. The applicant had suggested 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. But after hearing their concerns, thought I would scale it back to 5 p.m. opening and closing at midnight most days, with the exception of Friday night into Saturday morning and Saturday night into Sunday morning, where it would be open to 2 a.m., which would match or be less than the other late night businesses in the area, particularly the pubs. The outdoor lighting will be the same as it's been at this location. And the impact on traffic generation is minimal relative to the substantial traffic generally passing along the busy Milwaukee Avenue corridor, particularly also considering that the business does not sell any products for off-premises consumption. It is by its nature a business where people come to stay a while and socialize. So the trip generation from such a business is not as great as it would be from other possible businesses, a coffee shop or a donut store or other retail operation would see a fair amount more trip generation when people come in, stay for a short time to buy what they're going to buy, and then leave. And then finally, the business will enhance pedestrian safety by replacing a vacant building with an active business providing eyes on the street. It will utilize already existing curb cuts for parking access. And while the traffic over those curb cuts will be more than a vacant building, we're obviously not seeking to promote vacancies for that purpose. And in this case, a hookah lounge where people come and stay for a while will generate less traffic or interference with pedestrians than any number of other businesses that might go there as a permitted use. This board has been very firm in its application of these special use applications previously in a similar case where this board approved a hookah bar in a B2-1 zoning district that was also near a residential area and also over the objection of the then sitting alderperson and community members. I have exhibit 1 that is being brought to you, which is the board's final resolution in that case, which is 23011S. And it also includes some photos of that hookah bar, which is still operating today. And you'll note that it has a much larger curb cut that spans almost the entire width of the Harlem Avenue frontage of that facility. But in that case, the board recognized that, I quote from the board's final order and decision, the decision of the zoning board of appeals to approve a special use application must be based solely on the approval criteria enumerated in section 1713-0905A of the Chicago zoning ordinance, and found that those criteria had indeed been met. The alderperson in that case, along with 2 other witnesses, testified that that proposed hookah bar would be too close to a school. It was just 2 blocks from St. Monica's, and it would result in more traffic congestion and affect parking in the area. But as you can see in the photos into the hookah bar, it's located on Harlem Avenue, which is a wide and busy thoroughfare, just like Milwaukee Avenue. There's a residential area surrounding it, single-family homes just to the east of it, along Argyle and on the streets that are parallel to Harlem, and with apartments in the next block to the south, just across Argyle, along Harlem. As I mentioned, it has a parking lot with fewer parking spaces and a much wider curb cut driveway. Nevertheless, in the prior case, the board did find that the prima facie case had been established, covering the specific criteria of 1713-0905A, and they granted the special use. This is a very similar case, and here, with the testimony and evidence presented, we will clearly establish that the criteria are met here as well, and the board should grant it.
Just so you know, Council, I was here 12 years ago.
Yes, I did see your name on
You
the order.
know, I'm familiar. Okay, been around as long as former Alderman. I've been around a long time.
Very well.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay. So, my first witness I'd like to call is, Baki Zhainikov. As I said, I will refer to him as Baha, B-A-H-A. But I will ask, Mr. Zhainikov to state his name and to spell it for you for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Bakabek. It's B-A-K-Y-T-B-E-K. Last name is Zainakov. D-H-A-I-N-A-K-O-G.
One more time.
B-A-K-Y-T-B-E-K. D-H-A-I-N-A-K-O-D.
Thank you. And you're one of the managers of the applicant Puka 312 LLC, correct?
Yes,
And you lived for the first part of your life in the nation of Kyrgyzstan, correct?
yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your life in Kyrgyzstan?
Yeah, I was born in south side of Kyrgyzstan, and then I went to school there. After graduating the high school, I moved to the capital city of Kyrgyzstan. And I went to university there. And then after classes, I worked as a hookah maker in hookah lounge. And then in summer holidays, so that's why I decided to open a hookah lounge in USA.
Okay, so you really like hookah, right?
Yes.
And just for the benefit of people who may not be quite familiar with what a hookah bar is and what goes on there, can you describe it?
Yeah, hookah lounge is where people go there for relaxing and talking to people because in our country, so our country is Muslim country, so we don't drink alcohol or we don't go to bars. That's why most of them go to hookah lounge to relax and chill, talk to friends, you know.
Okay, so so it serves essentially the same social purpose as a tavern, except that it is not a place where alcohol is normally the primary focus.
No,
correct?
Yes.
And you don't intend to sell any alcohol at this premise?
No, we don't sell alcohol, we don't sell foods, only is going to be the hookah.
Okay.
And then.
Okay. And how long did you make hookah in Kyrgyzstan before you came here?
For the first time, I started working in a hookah lounge 2013. And then I almost did like 3 years there.
Okay.
Yeah, at the beginning, I was working as a hookah maker. Then after became manager, I control the business, order the tobaccos, and do training for the hookah makers.
Okay. And because of the ban on alcohol in the Muslim religion, hookah is very important to the Kyrgyz culture and really to Muslim cultures generally. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you decide to come here to America?
I came here as an exchange student, and then after living here for a little bit, I really like it here, and then try to open my business here.
Okay. Did you have any trouble in Kyrgyzstan? When we were speaking, you mentioned that there were some Kyrgyz nationalists who didn't like that there were people from other Central Asian countries like Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan who were moving to Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah.
Did you have any issues with that?
Yeah, in Kyrgyzstan, there are a lot of nationalities like Uzbek, Kazakh, Uyghur, Russian, Ukrainian, a lot of nationalities. And then some of them don't like them, like to live as the way we live. That's why support them sometimes for the groups, like to live in the same way as we do. That's why sometimes we had some problems from the nationalities, like Kyrgyz nationalities, that told me that I don't have to support them or tell them what to do. That's why.
So in Kyrgyzstan, you were supporting a greater diversity and be welcoming to people from all different nationalities. And you had trouble, you mentioned, did you get beat up by some of the nationalists?
Yeah, they tried to beat me up, and then I talked to the police department, and then they don't even help me to do something.
So then you come here to America and you see the greater diversity and tolerance for different cultures, particularly in a big cosmopolitan world city like Chicago, and you liked it much better, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So what have you been doing to support yourself as a living since you came here?
I worked in different jobs, and then past 3 years, like past couple of years, I've been working in the trucking industry. So I got my own company, so I've been working as a truck driver too, and then control the business. So now trucking business is a little going down. That's why I'm moving to hookah business.
Okay, so you're at a point where you can let other people drive the trucks and you can settle down and stay in one place a little longer yourself, right? Okay, and so you decided to start your own business doing what you know and what you like. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So then let's talk a bit about how you intend to run the hookah. So first of all, I had mentioned in my opening remarks that the hours were cut back to 5 p.m. To midnight most nights, but open 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the Friday and Saturday on the weekends. Is that correct?
Yes. At the beginning, we wanted to open 3 p.m., but community told us like there's going to be pupils from the school. That's why we moved to from 5 p.m. to midnight weekdays, and then weekends we open 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. as our neighbors, like that liquor store and then the other one.
Yeah. So by 5 p.m. you expect that the neighborhood kids have already gotten home from school and they're not hanging out around Milwaukee Avenue that late after school is up, right?
Yes, that's
okay. Good. And you decided on the closing time, as you mentioned, because of the Gladstone Lounge nearby and also 3 counties up in the next block up.
Yes.
As you've mentioned before, hookah is a late night alternative for people who don't want to be in a place where liquor and consuming of alcohol is the main focus, correct?
Yeah, they don't really come to drink alcohol here, just smoke, and then hookah is good with hot tea. That's why people come here, smoke hookah, drink hot tea, and then go back.
Okay, and then you expect that some people may even come from the nearby restaurants when they close. Instead of going to a bar, they'll come to hookah to relax, right?
Yeah.
Or vice versa. If they come to hookah, they may then go and get something to eat at the restaurant next door, or buy something at one of the other businesses, correct?
Yes. That's
okay.
Right.
Now, what about outdoor lighting? I know there's an existing building. Are you doing any significant change?
No, we're not going to change any lightings because Milwaukee Avenue is a easy street. There's a lot of lighting already, so we're not going to change anything.
Okay, so you're not going to put any additional lights in on particularly on the Austin side, which is primarily residential. There's not going to be any lighting there that's not already there, right?
No.
Okay, thank you. And do you think that you've provided enough parking for this facility?
Yeah, so we have 7 parkings already, but it's a small building. It's only 1,900 square feet. So we don't really require parking, but we still have 7 parking.
Okay. And do you think that there'll be a lot of traffic because there'll be a hookah bar here?
No, because Milwaukee Avenue is a busy street. So we don't really, our business don't really impact that busy area. Because if people come to our place, it's going to be 1 hour minimum. So they don't just run in and then buy something and run out. No, that's why we don't really have like traffic there.
Because are you selling any carryout products or
No.
anything that people can pop in and buy and take home?
No, we don't have carryouts, we don't have drive-throughs, so only people come and then order hookah, smoke there, and then that's it, dine in.
Okay, so they're gonna be staying for a while.
Yeah.
Which cuts down on traffic. Okay. Now, what about kids? I mean, there are kids in the neighborhood. I know that we heard concerns from the community potentially about kids. What are you doing to protect kids from the business?
So our business is for adults, 21 plus. So we will have a hostess in the front desk. When somebody is coming in, they check IDs every time. So that's why kids will be gone on that time, 5 p.m. So yeah, we don't have like, we're not gonna have kids, you know.
Okay. And so no kids, no tobacco goes out and no kids go in.
No.
So can you imagine any way where a kid would get his hand on tobacco from your business?
No.
No. And you know, we'll note that there's a convenience store right across the street that sells tobacco products. Doesn't restrict kids from going in, but that's not going to be your business model, correct? Okay. Will you be selling anything besides tobacco?
So we will have some drinks like soda, Pepsi, and juice, and then some snacks. But we're not gonna have a kitchen. There's no kitchen right now, but we're not gonna have a kitchen. That's going to be only a hookah, hot tea, and some sodas.
So it's just soft drinks, tea, and prepackaged.
Yeah, prepackaged.
Yeah. Okay. What about noise from people coming and going in the late hours? How are you going to deal with that?
So hookah lounge are more like relaxing place. They're not gonna come for like party. They just come to chill, and then that's it. Sometimes people come alone, just come to work on the computer and then just smoke hookah and then just go.
So it's a very different vibe than a tavern, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, you are looking to integrate into the community as well, right? And, you know, you'll get to know the police that work on that beat. Just in case something gets out of hand. But you don't expect it from a hookah place, because that's not the kind of customer that you have, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You're just looking to, you know, make money with your own business and pay your taxes and help to improve the neighborhood, is that correct?
No.
Okay. And you also submitted an affidavit to this board, and you reviewed the proposed findings of fact that we submitted on your behalf.
Yes.
And do you confirm and ratify all the testimony that was contained in your affidavit and ratify the facts set forth in those proposed findings?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. And then I wanted to call is Tom Saginaw come back in? Okay. Wonderful. And were you here when the witnesses were sworn in?
No.
No, you had stepped out. Do you want to swear him in really quickly?
Sir, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you.
Okay. Please State your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Sure, Thomas Saganos, Thomas. Last name Tsaganos.
Thank you very much. And you're the manager of TDG Milwaukee / Austin LLC, correct?
That's correct.
And TDG, we'll call it TDG, is the owner of the subject property,
That's
correct?
correct.
And how long have you owned the property?
I bought the property back in 2006, so call that 18-ish years.
Okay. Who is the tenant of the property?
At this time, Hookah 312 has a signed lease and contingent on their getting their permits.
Okay, was there another tenant in before that?
It's been vacant since March of 2020. We had a pop-up Halloween retailer last Halloween for the months of September and October. That's it.
Let me just jump in real quick. Before September 2020, what was the tenant?
It was a loan office for 12 years.
The ones that you brought in your, title to your car, right?
Right, yes, I believe so, yeah. It did other things, but didn't.
Okay. So, I mean, it's a long time for it to be vacant. I'm sure it's a burden. What have you done to try to market it to other tenants?
Well, it's listed on the residential MLS, multiple listing service. It's listed on multiple commercial based multiple listing services. There's a sign on the property. All the normal kind of ways that you would try to attract the tenants.
And what kind of interest have you generated?
Not much. I would say that we've had less than 10 calls. And I've had 4 showings, 3 of which before Baja. Baja was the 4th one. But since Baja and I have gotten our lease negotiations completed, I've received 3 more phone calls, all for Hookah, incidentally.
Okay. And so, but no other, the other businesses are.
Well, I can tell you the businesses that have approached me.
Yeah.
One was a tire repair company, cell phone store, and a halal meat retailer.
Okay, so all retailers or service businesses where there'd be people coming in and out with some greater frequency, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think most of those uses that are allowed by right in the D3-1, most if not all. So why do you think there's so much interest in this place for a hookah lounge? You think you had other tenants calling you?
Well, so I asked that question because I wasn't aware. It seems that there's some ordinance that hookah would be through the clean air ordinance or something at a freestanding building, which would make this building very desirable for those type of users.
Right, yeah, because the city's clean air ordinance does require that there not be any other uses in the building. That's correct. So it makes it tougher to cite a hookah lounge. That would make sense. There's synergy with the other businesses in the neighborhood, right?
Absolutely.
Which is always good for a landlord.
When I choose, looking for a tenant, there are some things that I ask and want to understand. One thing is, have you ever had a business before? Many people, of the 3 that had talked to me or had actually seen the site, 2 of which had never had a business before, 1 did. That's an important thing to be able to be not only successful, but knowing what it takes to run a business. You'd be surprised that people don't realize that they need a business license or that they need to get a FEIN or any of these things. So for me, what I look for is for a tenant who's going to be successful. For them to be transient and here today and not paying rent and evicting and kind of constant turnover, that's not what we're looking for. And I was really impressed with these young men.
be honest, they hired an attorney. Not many people do that. They hired architects. Not many people do that. They've got an accountant. Not many people do that. For me, that's check the box, check the box, check the box. That I believe that, they can have a successful business and then we could have a successful landlord tenant relationship.
So what do you think you'd do with this property if hookah lounge is not approved at this location?
Well, we'll continue to try to lease it. I'll be honest, I mean, it has some challenges because I'm not sure exactly what board, but there's now a new Pulse bus depot right in front of our building, which actually, makes visibility a little bit less. So, some tenants don't like that. For this particular use, that doesn't seem to be a hindrance. So I really, enjoyed that. But I'll continue to try to lease it and, and hope that it's not another 2 years because the real estate taxes, they still need to be paid. The insurance needs to be paid and so on. There's still, even though there's no tenant, there are things that, my business has to pay.
But so far, the likelihood of generating another tenant seems to be low. And the likelihood of generating any tenant with a lesser intensity in terms of traffic generation is probably pretty low as well. Would you say that's accurate?
I would say it's accurate and, proven by, my phone doesn't ring off the hook.
Right.
I get a few calls every couple of months. That's about it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I got a few questions.
Sure. Glenn.
So how long have you owned the property again?
Since I think 06.
06. Do you live in the neighborhood?
Well, I live in Glenview about,
That ain't the neighborhood. Okay.
Okay.
Let me answer your question. Well, I mean, obviously, you said you always look for tenants that, that stay a long time, but I see you did rent it out to a Halloween costume store, right? Did they check a lot of boxes? I mean, you knew they were only going to be there for a couple of months.
well, I mean.
I'm just saying, you said you
Yeah, the gentleman had an existing location. He's been in
He got licensed
in the
and all
Halloween,
that.
in the Halloween business for.
Okay, just piggybacking on what you said. And then obviously you own other real estate, right? Okay, so obviously you adjusted your real estate taxes because it's empty, I'm sure, right?
Well, that's only,
I'm just asking, I'm just asking,
That's
just yes or no.
that's correct.
I just want to make sure my colleagues understand this because I understand.
That's
where you're
correct.
going, But I'm
That's
gonna
correct.
counter that because you didn't say that. You didn't say it's been empty, so I went to the board of review or I went to the assessor.
That's an accurate-
I know it's accurate, but I want to make sure that it's on record.
Sure, no
Okay,
problem.
that's good. And, so maybe you're not getting a lot of bites. I mean, is the market, if you try hard, is the market rate right in for that
I
area?
believe so, yes.
All right, I'm just trying to figure out why maybe it's still empty, because that seems like you're pretty successful with owning commercial property, so I'm sure that you could rent this out, if you, maybe sometimes, things have changed since post-pandemic, so sometimes you gotta entice people to come in too. I mean, a lot of commercial owners are doing that. We're seeing that all over Central Business District and in all our 77 communities. So I'm sure you're knowing that because these things have changed, right? The world has changed since the pandemic. So I just want to know if you are you going to these guys? Are they paying the market rent? Are you giving, go deeper. Are they paying the same rent that the Halloween costume store paid last year?
Slightly higher.
Slightly.
Second.
Okay, I just asked.
In a second. The Halloween store pays $2,500 a month.
Okay.
And our lease is for $3,000.
Okay. Just asking. And then when you had the loan store there with for the auto, when you got your, auto loan in, what were they paying, about the same?
Well, they had started at that rate, but with the increases along the way, they've been there for almost 13 years, so the year, so they were paying.
All right, I'm just trying to get it. And since you've owned this property since 06, you have a good rapport with all the commercial neighbors. I mean, you've been around for 17 years. You must have a nice rapport with your neighbors.
Well, I try to, a lot of them use the parking lot. We try to be friendly to the karate business next door because they bring a lot of,
Do you
kids.
know
that-
who's the gentleman that owns the karate store?
I think his name is Jerry.
Oh, yeah, I know my neighbors there for 17 years. Okay, just wondering.
I don't live there. So,
Exactly. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. So, for my next witness, I'd like to call our expert, land appraiser, Greg Knoll. Mr. Knoll, please state, and spell your name for the record.
Gregory Knoll, Gregory, and like Nancy, OLD, as in David.
And your firm's name and business address, please.
I developed an analysis for the Wilcox Company. They're located in Chicago at 2157 West Irving Park Road.
Okay, and can you please state your professional qualifications?
I'm a certified general real estate appraiser with an MAI designation in the business too. I've been appraising for about 20 years.
Okay, and you have an appraisal license as a general real estate appraiser?
Certified general.
Okay, and that's for how long have you held that license?
Certified general since 2010.
Okay, and you had the lesser appraisal licenses before that? Okay. And so, have you testified before this board before?
Yes, I have.
And before other government boards on?
Taxing agencies as well.
Okay, very well. And I believe you included a copy of your professional resume in the report that you submitted to the board.
Yes.
Right. Well, the board accepts.
Counselor, the board recognizes his expertise.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay. So with regard to the report that we just mentioned, you were engaged to perform a special use analysis on behalf of the applicant, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of preparing that report, you familiarized yourself with the proposed development, visited the property and surrounding area?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your conclusion that the standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance for a special use have been met?
Yes, they have.
Okay, well then let's go through those standards one by one. First, the proposed use must comply with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance. Is that the case here?
It is. The building's over 50 years old. It's been there for a long time. It does, it fits with the surrounding neighborhood in terms of, age and use. And it actually is, Milwaukee Avenue is a very busy road. It's over 10,000 cars per day, according to IDOT. And even the street on the west side, Austin Avenue, is very busy. And IDOT says that's 1,000 cars a day. So that's not a residential street.
Okay.
On the B31 zoning, it actually allows for a max floor area ratio of 1.2. But this is actually very low. It's a low building to land ratio. It's only 0.3. So that low ratio actually aids in making this a safer and more comfortable user.
Okay, so in terms of bulk, height, floor area, it conforms to the requirements of the B31 district.
It does.
In terms of parking, for the proposed use, it conforms.
It does.
In fact, it exceeds it.
It
It says no parking is required for less than 4,000 square feet. And here there's 1,900 square feet of floor area. Yet there are 7 parking spaces. The proposed use is allowed in a B31 district with special use approval, correct?
Yes, it's allowed as a special use. I would also like to say that the B3, it's more restricted than a B1 or a B2 district. So it's harder to find a home for some businesses. And that's why you have to go to a B3.
Okay, because it allows for some uses that aren't allowed in a B1 or a B2, but in this case, it's allowed in all those districts with special use approval, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's no material changes to the exterior. It fits in with the general range of uses in B3. Is that correct?
It does. I can say that, the subject is obviously an unusual building. It's an unusual lot. It's triangular. And it makes it very inefficient and undesirable for a lot of uses. And even feasibility wise, you can't really get maximized rent a lot of times because of low efficiency.
But it does meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance. It does, okay. Secondly, the proposed use must be in the interest of public convenience and not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. Is that the case here?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about some of the concerns that we heard from the community when we met with the Gladstone Park Neighborhood Association. There was some concern about introducing a business featuring tobacco products at this location. They were concerned at the meeting about the proximity to elementary schools, specifically St. Elizabeth of the Trinity, which is the old St. Tars, and Hitch Elementary, which is a public school. Is that a concern that would constitute a significant adverse impact?
I don't think so. First of all, the subject's outside of the minimum required distance standard. Closest school is about 400 feet, with the standard being only 100 feet. So it's much further than the minimum.
Okay.
There's also within that immediate node along Milwaukee Avenue, there are other tobacco outlets and alcohol outlets, you know, so it would be inconsistent to say, you know, this tobacco use wouldn't fit when the others do.
Okay. How is your opinion influenced by the fact that there's only one way in and out other than the emergency exit? And that it's going to be a reception desk with someone stationed there to make sure that people under 21 don't come in. Does that help?
It does. Going back to the triangular shape of the building. If you look at the top of the sketch there, that's Austin Avenue, and that's just a solid brick wall. So anybody driving past that building or even walking down the side street westward, you're just going to see a brick wall. You're not going to see any sort of imagery or advertising or signage. So going back to your question, though, as far as like, you know, this is an age restricted environment. There's like one way in essentially outside the southeast corner of the building. And so either, unless there are two doors, one door goes to the parking lot, and the other door goes to Milwaukee, but that second door is in fact, they're not actually on the side. So that is also pedestrian safe. One more thing is the sidewalk itself by the corner was extended in 2015, I believe, or 16. And that was the city of Chicago that did that, I imagine. So I would assume they did it in a safe way for customer safety.
Yeah, there have been some concerns at the community meeting about the hookah bar attracting a criminal element, criminal activity. And I'd like to explore that with you a bit. Just in general, what's the effect of crime on property values, just in general? The higher crime area versus.
Sure, I'd say the introduction of any negative externality could have an adverse effect on property values. But as part of my analysis, I actually looked at other hookah bars in the city of Chicago. And that's presented on page 12 of my analysis. So I included the names of the bars, their addresses, also their hours of operation, and even nearby schools. So in that regard, when you place the proposed use of the subject versus those other hookah bar uses, the subject really doesn't stand out. But going back to market values, I looked at median and average pricing between years 2018 and 2022 for real estate located within 1 mile radius of these existing hookah bars, and also 0.4 miles radius, which presumably are more affected by negative externalities. And based on my research, there's really no market indication that the presence of a hookah bar has a negative effect on property values.
Okay. And just if I can highlight, some of the things I saw in your report, one of those locations, the median sale price increased, during that period by over 68%, for one of those locations in the smaller circle compared to only 30% in the farther out circle. So that would tend to indicate that the hookah lounge wasn't depressing property values close in. And that was true for the one of the other locations as well. And where the median sale prices were higher when you got farther away, there was still a 37% increase in the median sale prices close to that location on Pulaski. I think that it's also worth noting that the hookah location you looked at 6416 North Lehigh was only 380 feet from a daycare center, which is closer than the closest school to this site, which would be St. Elizabeth at the Trinity, which is more than 400 feet away, as you noted.
One more thing, Mather High School is only 120 feet away from the second bar, my hookah cafe.
Yeah, and that was grandfathered in there because it was there before the clean air ordinance was passed. Right. Yeah. It's been there for quite a while. I go over there. So those are the general trends that you find. Is there anything about the Gladstone Park neighborhood that would lead you to believe that the results might not be similar here?
I don't think so. I mean, based on, when you compare these other bars in either Edgebrook or Albany Park or West Ridge, there's really nothing material different that I would see. They're all located on busy commercial streets, and Milwaukee Avenue is obviously a very busy commercial street.
Okay. So moving on to the third criterion, it must be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design. Is that the case here?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yeah, it's compatible with surrounding development along Milwaukee Avenue, which includes a combination of mixed-use buildings, strip centers, drive-through banks, restaurants, taverns, operating, until midnight and later.
Yeah, and there'd be no material exterior changes, so the building is going to look substantially in overall form and bulk the same as it has for many years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The architect's plans. Okay.
Additionally, with the most of the activity being focused at that Milwaukee Avenue front, not the west side, which is closer to the residential.
Okay. So now I want to go to the fourth criterion, the compatibility of the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. And you believe that this is the case here?
Well, yeah, there are, there's a bar and a lounge very close by on Milwaukee Avenue that operate until that Three Counties bar is 7 days a week until 2 a.m.
Yeah.
That's only half a block.
In fact, that's something that we, for the benefit of the board, we pulled, I think, Exhibit 3 addresses. We found the tavern licenses in the 45th Ward on Milwaukee Avenue by searching in the city's business licenses current active database, and found the two taverns that we mentioned, Gladstone Lounge and the Three Counties Pub, which are both, one is in the same block, the other is in just the next block north. And so we printed their Facebook pages, which listed hours of operation. And in each case, those hours went at least until midnight and frequently till 2 a.m. One of them was open till 2 a.m. every night, but one when it was open till 3, and it's in that exhibit, which we
Yes.
provided for the record. And then what about the opening hour? You think 5 p.m. Opening would create an adverse impact on the neighborhood? No, okay. Because I think it's been discussed already, the kids, at least in theory, are already long home from school after dismissal, and aren't in the area. And they're elementary school age kids, not bigger kids.
There are restaurants on that street, so that's generally when restaurants will start opening up. It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, okay. So it's compatible in that respect. Okay. And then with respect to outdoor lighting, which is a specific mention in the criteria, do you see any adverse impact in outdoor lighting? Given that there are no changes?
No.
Material changes?
No,
Okay. And
I didn't hear the answer.
no adverse. It's no danger on Milwaukee Avenue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And is there any basis to expect that the patrons of a hookah bar would make any more noise than the patrons at these 2 taverns that are nearby, or the restaurant right next door?
I can't really.
Okay.
I don't know. It's not my business. I'm just here to talk about real estate and the compatibility with the neighborhood, and the zoning. Meet the zoning, it's compatible with the neighborhood in terms of its physical presence and its use.
Okay.
That's proposed.
Okay, and then the last criteria is pedestrian safety and comfort. You know, one of the things that contributes to pedestrian safety and comfort, and I think you find in the commercial context is having an occupied building with eyes on the street compared to a vacant building. You care to address that?
It'll be safety and comfort will be met based on its current design, parking to the south, a wide sidewalk that's been expanded recently to its east. It'll be comfort and safety.
Okay. And so on the basis of these factors, you concluded, as you stated before, that the criteria for a special use have been met. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you submitted the report, contains further information to substantiate your testimony and your findings and conclusions.
Correct.
Right. And you submitted an affidavit to this board as well, and you reviewed the proposed findings of fact that we submitted on behalf of the applicant.
Yes.
And you confirm and ratify your testimony in the affidavit and ratify the facts and the proposed findings of fact.
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. On the subject of crime, I would like to offer one other exhibit to the board. We know that crime is front of mind for the residents of the area, as it is for everyone across the city. And so to explore the impact on crime of the hookah bar in the vicinity, we looked at the publicly available data that can be accessed on the city's website through the Chicago Data Portal. We used the business licenses current active database to filter for all businesses that had the word hookah in its legal name or in its doing business as name, and then filtered out any of those businesses that did not hold currently active tobacco licenses. So that created a list of 16 businesses that were licensed for the sale of tobacco and that had the name, the word hookah in its legal or doing business as name. Then using the crime database, also available through the Chicago Data Portal, and with the help of a data professional who used the geocoding information in the databases to correlate the crime data with the specific locations, you were able to count the number of crime incident reports during a one-year period from October 1st, 2022 through October 1st, 2023. And we identified 200-foot and 500-foot circles from each of those 16 businesses. We present that information in Exhibit 2, which has been distributed to you for your review. What the public data show is that hookah bars account for only a very small sliver of the crime incidents reported across the city. Less than 0.1% in the last year were located within 200 feet of a hookah bar. Within the 16th district specifically, where this hookah bar is proposed, only 28 of the 9,691 reported incidents were for activity within 200 feet of a hookah bar. It's less than 0.3%. Now, worth noting is that the Prince Hookah Lounge, which is the one that I mentioned at the top of our presentation, the one this board approved over the objection of Alderperson Mary O'Connor in 2011, had the lowest reports of all the hookah lounges in the city. Only one incident within 200 feet of it over that last year. It's also important to note that of all the incident reports within 200 feet of the hookah bar within the last year across the city, over 55% came from only 3 hookah bars, none of which are in the 16th district. In contrast, there are 5 hookah bars within the 16th district, and they only accounted for 14.43% of those incident reports. There is no reason to expect that a Kyrgyz hookah bar at this location in this district would not be similar to the other hookah bars in its area with respect to crime generation, rather than the handful of problem hookah bars located elsewhere. And I want to note that I use the term problem hookah bar advisedly because it is impossible to tell from the data that was publicly available whether the specific incidence of crime was related specifically caused by the hookah bar, or whether the area in which those other hookah bars are located happen to be higher crime areas for other reasons. I think that those data tend to support that hookah bars are not crime issues. Now, next and finally, I would like to call our project architect, Laszlo Simovic. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Laszlo Simovic, Laszlo, it's SIMOVIC.
Okay, and your business address?
6512 North Artesian, Chicago.
Okay, can you please review your qualifications for the board?
I got my license in 1988. I graduated from MIT in 82, MIT from 84, and I've been in business since 1991.
Okay.
And just so you know, we don't recognize architects as experts, so you can just move on.
I understand. Okay, that's fine. But you're the principal architect for this particular project, that the subject of this application. Okay. Can you generally describe the scope of this project?
The scope, it's a building that's was a challenge to address in terms of the configuration of the interior. It would inside there at the entrance, but it'd be as mentioned, the desk. There will be there's 2 bathrooms, handicap bathrooms, and by the way, just for the record, we've also added a handicap spot, which was not there before. In parking spot of seven stalls. There will also, and there will be chairs, tables, a place to store their tobacco, and it's just a lounge in general.
Okay, and no material changes to the exterior of the building, is that correct?
No.
None to the exterior lighting.
Exactly.
Okay. In your opinion, is a 7-car parking area sufficient to meet the parking demand for the business?
There's none required.
Okay. But, you know, this is shown on the drawings as a facility with a capacity of 55 persons. Doesn't that mean that, would that mean that the parking would not be sufficient?
No, it's basically based on the zoning. And in this regard, it's not required. Zoning requires 4,000 square feet of area for parking is required. In this case, it's only 900 square feet.
Okay, so that 55 person number, that's just the maximum fire capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And that's just, how many people can be crammed in there, before it becomes unsafe from the perspective of exiting in the event of an emergency.
That is correct.
That's correct. But it doesn't indicate anything about the demand that a business will generate. And that's really the zoning standards are more appropriate for determining the parking demand. Is that correct? Okay. And as you said, there's 7 more parking spaces here than are required because 0 to 7. Okay, thank you. What have you done to ensure that this is compatible with the surrounding area?
Well, we're basically keeping the exterior constant with what is there now. And the exterior and the parking shall basically remain as is.
Okay. Now, what about air quality? I mean, there's a lot of smoke generated by a place like this, right?
Yes, there are other hookah bars as well, as we all know, and there are equipment that can mitigate the odors of the smoke. And be much cleaner than there's a bus stop in front of it, but you will not notice any smoke coming out of the building.
Okay, so the air, you know, obviously it's a freestanding facility with nothing else in the building as required by the clean air ordinance. And the air handling and filtration equipment that you'll specify with the HVAC contractor will be sufficient to clean the air before it goes out. Is that correct? And compared to the impact of the.
Excuse me, the answer wasn't finished.
I'm sorry.
Well, they're using a mechanical engineer.
Right.
Specified.
Okay. And so the impact from the buses and car traffic along the walk will be more significant, right? Okay. And is the project designed and constructed in compliance with all the requirements of the zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. What about the landscape ordinance?
The landscape ordinance is not required because
Are you expanding the building?
No.
Are you expanding the site or changing the parking?
Status quo.
Do you expect the total cost of construction to exceed 150% of the property's assessed value?
Not at all.
Okay, then if that's the case, then the landscape ordinance by its terms doesn't apply. So you submitted an affidavit to the board?
Yes.
You reviewed the proposed findings of fact that we submitted?
Yes.
And you confirm and ratify the testimony in your affidavit and ratify the facts as set forth in those proposed findings? Okay. That's the conclusion of our presentation in chief.
Okay, any questions for the applicant before we go to the objectors? I just have one question for the appraiser. You said that property is insinuated it was difficult to rent out.
I'm sorry, well, income and risk are, it's a triangular shaped building, which really precludes a lot of uses. A lot of people don't want that.
But it's been there a half a century.
I'm sorry?
But it's been there a half a century, right? Been there for 50 years, am I right?
Of course.
Okay, I just wondered why it's still been there a half a century.
No. You're stuck with a triangular shaped piece of land, which is bad in itself. So what is the best way to maximize a bad piece of land? This is it. It's not great. So you're stuck.
Sure. I'm just saying, but no one's thought to knock it down or do something else with it over the last half century. My point is shape. I'm just asking a question, you're asking.
And
It's
I'm
still there, that's all I'm saying.
sure. So if you were to knock it down and make something better, you could be essentially,
But no one has done it.
because this is the highest and best use. You're stuck on a
Just asking.
piece of land.
Just asking.
I mean, I think your point is, that you can knock it down, it's still a triangular lot.
Right, thank you.
If I may, triangular sites are very wasteful space. It's hard to utilize. It's a challenge. And in this case, it's kind of organic. You can put your tables and chairs wherever you like. It doesn't conform to the standard rectangular site.
I understand, I've been in this board for many years, there at Elspeth Avenue, Milwaukee Avenue, Clark Street, I get it. But they're all over the city of Chicago in our 77 communities, right? There's a lot of triangles, not just right here in the 45th ward, right? 32nd ward, first ward, right? A lot of triangular streets. I think I just named them Milwaukee, Clark, Elspeth. So there is a lot of triangular properties out there in the city of Chicago, both residential and commercial. Am I fair to say that?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, let's turn to the objectors. We have Alderman Gardner here. Alderman, do you want to go next?
Sure,
Okay.
yes. Hello, board members. I am James Gardner, Alderman of the 45th Ward, and also a lifelong resident of Gladstone Park. Today, I'm joined with two residents, Edward and Ann Phillips, who live in Gladstone Park, who also lived in Gladstone Park for nearly 50 years. They took time away from their daily routine to voice their concerns. And if they would like to speak briefly, I'd like to give them the opportunity.
Absolutely, sir. Could you, just for the record, before you start, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes. Edward Phillips, EDWARD PHILLIPS. Address is 5824 North Mason Avenue. And it's Chicago 60646. I can read to you, I wrote down my concerns, and I actually have copies for the board members if they want them. In the meantime, I can read what's in, get right to the objections. My wife and I believe that this business would have a damaging effect on our community for the following reasons. Physically tired, chemically impaired customers will exit the lounge and drive home through Gladstone Park in the early morning hours. Lounge personnel will not be legally mandated to monitor or limit customers' intake of BYOB alcohol, tobacco, or other potentially intoxicating chemicals. This business, that was the first. This second is, this business will exist to dispense products with well-documented health risks to addicted individuals. A number of lounge customers will eventually suffer tobacco-related health damage, inflicting physical and economic hardship on themselves and their families, and society at large will finance the medical care of the most unfortunate victims. Our neighborhood's third objection, our neighborhood's children will observe at close hand a business that profits from 1 and 2 above, perhaps influencing the career and leisure choices they will make in adulthood. Finally, 3 Chicago Public Library branches are located more than 1.5 miles from the proposed lounge site. 2 primary schools are situated just a block from the site. These schools continue to lack a CPL branch within easy walking distance. We believe a public library would be an enhancement to our neighborhood. May I add, it may also fit well in the shape that we're discussing. Would be an enhancement to our neighborhood in contrast to a business profiting from 1, 2, and 3 above. Thank you.
Okay, and I also wanted to express some of the sentiments from Gladstone Park Chamber of Commerce, who represents the businesses in the area. I will be brief because I know that this has been a lengthy process. We have taken into consideration the information you provided, and conversely have heard the trepidations of Gladstone Park community at large. In light of their numerous concerns, including the potential for loitering, proximity to grade schools, logistics, lack of safety, security protocols at a facility, allowing alcohol to be carried in for consumption, ventilation, and providing a negative influence on the numerous children traversing the intersection where the property is located, the chamber cannot offer its support for the project at this time. I also have another I have numerous letters and emails. But we also have one from a multi-generational member of our community who says, in spite of objections from neighbors, including myself and my husband, the Gladstone Park Neighborhood Association, and Alderman Jim Gardner, the proposed operators below have applied for a special use permit to open a hookah lounge at the corner of Ardmore, Milwaukee, and Austin. As long-standing generational members of this community, we would like to extend this letter to you and ask that a special use permit not be granted. While we greatly appreciate new business in the neighborhood, it is not a business that will promote a healthy and positive image for us or our children. This proposed establishment is too close to our schools, as the schools that we mentioned earlier. The kids walk to and from school in this location daily, and we all frequent our nearby bakeries, restaurants, hair salons, and karate class establishments. Each business promotes a positive place where adults and our children can connect in a healthy way. This proposed establishment will not contribute to our community in that way. Please consider the evidence that she included. I've talked to nearby schools at St. Elizabeth, also at Hitch. Both the parents and the staff are overwhelmingly against this. As far as vacancy problems, I don't know a single alderman that does not want to fill any of the vacancies in their ward, myself included. To that point, I went as far as contacting the owner of this building on 3 separate occasions to rent it for my ward office. And yes, I did on several occasions. We pay currently right now, we are at $2,400 a month that we would pay, that I would be happy to shell out to fill that vacancy. And that's a 4-year contract. For those who don't know, our terms are 4 years, so we could sign a 4-year contract. Here you go. Here's your money. Everyone who has spoken prior to us are people who do not live in the community and don't know the community and don't know the pulse of the community. For people who do, and the people who have appreciation for it, and myself included, obviously, I am here as a representation of the people of the community. And I can tell you without a doubt that our community is not in favor of this.
So the neighborhood group's not, the business is not, group's not, and you're not.
No.
And you're both obviously elected officially. You live in this part of the ward too, right?
Yes, for
So
47
you're a
years.
resident and the elected.
Yes, I live a block and a half away.
Okay. Obviously, you know the makeup of your ward. You don't think it fits into the character of this part of the ward.
And I know just from the feedback, it's not even like it's a, this is a tough choice. We overwhelmingly, not only from the people who live in the community, but the schools there and the staff members and the principals are saying, Alderman, please make sure to voice your concerns with regards to this.
And the Department of Planning too, right? You have the letters. Interesting. All right, so I think we should hear from the Department of Planning and Development as well, since they have a letter in opposition or denying, but he's recommending Nancy Radsfitch, you could go deep.
Again, my name is Nancy Radsfitch. I'm an assistant commissioner with the zoning bureau in the Department of Planning and Development. That's all A, B is David, C is Hugo, D is Victor, I C. And what we focus on is exactly the types of things that the alderman has highlighted. When we look at whether or not something, especially use is going to fit into the character of the neighborhood, we really hone in on the character of the neighborhood. And we did, a study of the businesses, particularly in this little block. Because when you look at Google Street View, there's like this little block there, and then it's surrounded by the residential right behind it in Austin. And the types of businesses that are in there are non-old recipes, a fitness and Pilates center, a hair salon, a little Papa Joe's pizza joint, bakery, 2 different bakeries. It's neighborhood business, very neighborhood oriented. There is, as the applicant had mentioned, there is one lounge within this bar club within this little block area. And it's a really neighborhood pub, and it looks like a neighborhood that probably meets the neighborhood, it doesn't have on-site parking.
And how long has that been there, that phone?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can tell you that it does have, that's the one business in this little enclave that has the extended hours. Everything else, like the bakeries and all these other little nail salons and neighborhood businesses, that really kind of highlight the residential area back of Austin and support that. They're open till maybe 9, 10 o'clock at night. There's a little pizza joint that's open till 10:30. I think it's the latest. So that's what we were really looking at. The other thing that we focused on is also there was understanding that the neighborhood concerns were related to schools and things like that. We looked at that as well, and I just wanted to kind of raise a few points and ask, if I may, a few questions, because we have some conflicting information from what the applicants have provided. So what we found is there are 2 schools in the area. The most immediate one is that St. Elizabeth, that's part of the church. Our staff measured that property line as 227 feet, not 400 feet. So it is closer than what was.
I'm sorry, Nancy, can you repeat?
227 feet, property line, property line. Is what we measured it to be. We also looked at the other thing that we noticed is that there was a lot of emphasis on saying that this is being offered to those people that do not drink alcohol and they're not going to get a liquor license. However, their application and their findings of fact specifically say they want to be a BYOB. So that seems contrary to the testimony that they were just trying to.
So in their application, they have
It's in
BYOB
page
in.
9 of the findings of fact, if you want to find it. there.
Right, because what they showed us was that they keep comparing this one to Harlem Avenue. I think in that one, when we did approve it, we put in no BYOB.
Exactly.
Like I remember I was here.
Yeah.
It's a long time ago, been around for a while, but we put that in there, right? So it's not, again, back to saying this, what you gave us is not apples for apples, what you're asking for, because they have no BYOB. You know what I mean? But they asked for a BYOB.
They asked for BYOB.
Just want to make sure I'm
Exactly what.
digesting it.
So, if I can clarify though, the applicant said they may offer BYOB. Now, if that is a sticking point, that would have been something that we could have discussed with the community. I did, after our initial community meeting with Gladstone Park Neighborhood Association, reach out as recently as October 3rd. I wrote Alderman Gardner and said, is there something that we can discuss or do or work out so that we can come to some agreement about how this facility can operate and be compatible with the neighborhood? And we did not receive any response at all other than his staffer's acknowledgement that it had been received. Now, on the question of BYOB.
Yeah, well, let me ask it, if we were to grant the special use condition on there being no BYOB, would the applicant agree to that?
And they could always come back to add BYOB.
I know, hold on.
Counselor, I want an answer from the applicant.
If there is no BYOB?
Correct.
Yeah, we're still good. Because not a lot of people come to drink there. Some of them come, yeah, bring it, it's just optional, like if they want to celebrate their birthday, just come. Yeah, wines or something. We don't really planning on making money with BYOB. We mostly working on the hookup and then. That's it.
I mean, when it took you a second to answer that question, you hesitated. And that makes me wonder if you just, want to say that, but then once you go into operation, just allow people to bring it in the hopes that you don't get caught. Is that what you intend to do?
No, I mean, if there's no BYOB, we're okay.
Yeah,
Not gonna do it.
I think that this applicant, like any other applicant, is entitled to a presumption that he's going to operate the business lawfully. I mean, that's why he's here in the first place.
I agree.
And certainly, if there is an issue, if this board conditions the granting of the special use on the prohibition of BYOB, and he violates that prohibition, there are a number of things that can be done to remediate that. But there's no reason to presume that that's what's going to happen.
You took a little while to answer the question, actually.
Understood, and I'll say that it's something that we've discussed extensively, because it's something he wanted to do, but that he's willing to forego, as you just heard, if that is something that would be a condition of the board. I would say, you know, that the community could try it for a little while, but if the preference is to start without it, then if things are settling in and the business is operating well, if they want to come back to this board to seek an amendment of the special use in order to allow it, then that would be the prerogative. And, you know, we would see how it is at that time.
Nancy, are you still, do you have more?
I do, yeah.
Please proceed.
I guess I'm gonna piggyback on, what, Commissioner Toya was just referencing, where, the attorney's applicant provided that kind of reference document to that other PICA. In addition to having no liquor license, no BYOB, he made a reference, and I'm gonna qualify this. We stand firm that special uses stand alone. That's why they're evaluated side by side. But because the applicant's attorney brought in this other site, I'm gonna refer to that. But they limited their hours to 10 p.m.
Right.
And
We didn't go down this rabbit hole. They went down this rabbit hole.
Imagine-
So keep going down.
That's what I'm saying. So, you know, I think there's that other issue, and again, I pointed out that we did research on all the businesses in this little block, in this little area. And the only one that is longer than that is longer than like 10:30. Anything like that, it's just that little problem. So, you know, I think there might be some consideration for loosening, restricting the hours further if that's, if they're going to use that comparable example.
Yeah, and with all due respect, we did submit evidence that there is at least one other business within a very short walk that you missed. That is open.
Which one was that?
Two. So there are two pubs, and I'm not sure, I think that Nancy is referring to the Gladstone Lounge, which is in the same block. Three Counties Irish Pub is just in the next block up, in the 5800 block of North Milwaukee. And both of those places are open late hours, at least until midnight, and often later than midnight. So the hours are longer, as long or longer at the closing end than they're proposing at this time.
Yeah, but Nancy was also referring to this one on 5001 North Harlem Avenue that you brought up, that their hours were restricted to hours of 10 p.m. on Sunday, and then on the weekends, 12 o'clock, 10 to 12.
And there's nothing else in the vicinity of that hookah lounge that's open late. On the other hand, there are two other places.
Are you sure that on North Harlem Avenue? I don't know about that.
In the same block. I know there's a McDonald's and a Taco Bell across the street. There are residential apartments in the next block to the south. There's some other commercial properties with larger parking lots to the north. It's not the same kind of area, you know, where this is a retail strip that's got a number of businesses, some of which close earlier because they're for other kinds of uses, like a bakery, which is open earlier in the morning, and some which are open later at night, like Mom's Old Recipe Mexican Restaurant right next door. It's open till about 10 or 10:30. And then the two taverns that I mentioned that are open until midnight in one case, 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the other case.
Again, I remember this case, and the more you keep talking, the more I keep remembering this. Sure, at the time, Alderman Connors was Mary O'Connor was against this. I remember that, but I don't remember the neighborhood, the business group, the schools, you know what I mean? I don't remember this much opposition to this, you know what I mean? There was definitely some opposition for her, and I'm not even sure if she was here, I'm sure she sent someone from her office. But this is a little bit more heightened, you know what I mean? I've been sitting on this board a lot, and the question I always ask is, what does the business association think? What does the neighborhood association think? What does the alderman think? I've got those answers, and I've even gotten even more deeper. I even gotten the schools. That might be a new question I gotta put in my, so keep in mind. I may have to add schools now to my question.
I understand, although I think that we've addressed all those concerns. And consider that this is a land use decision, not what do you like.
It's the character of the neighborhood, so that's why I want to know what the neighborhood thinks.
And-
I always start with the neighborhood group, business group, then the alderman. I don't start the alderman first. I start with the neighborhood.
And the character of the neighborhood is a retail strip with a mix of small businesses,
I'm gonna ask you a
some of
question.
which
Do
are
you live
late
in this
night
neighborhood?
businesses. I'm sorry,
Do you live in the neighborhood?
not far. I'm not in Gladstone Park. I'm not in the.
I'm in the 45th ward.
I'm in the 39th ward, next ward.
Well,
over.
I am, so I know this area very well.
Right.
Very, very, very
Right.
well.
We've proposed hours that are consistent with the hours of the other late night businesses that would provide an alternative to those bars. And to address one of Mr. Phillips' objections, we've stated that we would forego BYOB. And I mean, this is not a cannabis facility, and it's not an alcohol facility, and they've agreed not to have it be a BYOB facility. So his concern about chemically impaired people, as he stated, is now off the table. So that.
What about the
objection is gone.
hours? You agree to 10 o'clock on weekdays and 12 on weekends?
But that's not a question of being chemically impaired.
You're the one that went down the rabbit hole with this one on 5001 Harlem, and that's what their hours are. So I'm asking you, you brought this up.
Okay, and
You're the lawyer.
what I'm suggesting is that the
Neighborhood guy.
compatibility of the hours of operation with the surrounding neighborhood is no different than the compatibility of two existing businesses within a short block.
Okay, can I jump in here? Because you guys are gonna make me like lose my head and get my question, and we're going in circles. So with that said.
No, I didn't get my question if they would go to 10 and 12 o'clock. I did ask the question. I didn't get an
Yeah.
answer. But go on.
Keep
Go,
them
go.
marinated. We're gonna go in circles and I'm gonna forget mine. And so I'm not sure if you were done answering. All my questions are about planning, so if you're not done,
I
I
have
can wait.
two other quick points.
Because you might answer mine.
Yeah, so the other thing, most of my other points are clarification. Again, I wanted to go back to what we looked at with this immediate block. We didn't look 800 feet north of the other property. So there is, in our study area, there's one bar, but I understand there's a lot to it. But again, I will emphasize, all the other businesses in this area close at 10. The other thing I wanted to point out, few other things, just for clarification purposes. Going down what you said before, triangle shaped building, there was some reference to maybe that it's being challenging site. However, it has been leased for the past 50 years. So until COVID, probably when a lot of problems have. So I just wanted to make that clarification and similar, I had the same notes that you said, there's a lot of triangular shaped buildings.
I left Lincoln Avenue out.
Other point I wanted to make is that there was reference to that there might be that there were other tenants that were talked to. Cell phone store, follow meat store, a tire store. And there was reference to those potentially having higher traffic impact. And that is absolutely not the case. Those are general retail stores that are actually targeted retail stores. And someone who's going to a phone store is going to a phone store. They're not going to go drive by traffic. Someone who's going to a tire store is going to a tire store. So I just wanted to clarify when they said that would potentially have higher traffic than something like this, that it wouldn't really, in those hours of operation and those traffic impacts would be during the day as the night. And then the final thing we also wanted to mention is that with the increased traffic there, we are concerned that because there are wider curb cuts that exist and they are existing curb cuts, that there might be some pedestrian issues because of speed and travel.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear at the end of that. There might be issues.
With the speed of traffic, given the wider curb cuts and the increased volume of traffic later at night.
Thank you.
And I think that's, oh, the only other question I had was for the architects. I understood that you had provided an estimate for us, the estimated cost for improvements and that it didn't trigger the landscape ordinance. But I thought what you said today is that you will be using a mechanical engineer. So I'm not sure if you actually had the mechanical upgrades design and put that into account. Because if that's taken into consideration, the site will, that's close to triggering the landscape ordinance. So I just want to make sure that if it does ultimately trigger the landscape ordinance, and if the ZBA ends up approving this, that we might want to add a condition that it does need to be brought into compliance of kind of permitting if it does trigger the ordinance at that point with quality improvements. Thank you.
Okay, and so I'm gonna ask you, Autumn, because I am not as familiar with this community.
Sure.
It looks very commercial to me, so I just kind of need context. And what is the distinction between, 'cause I've been to a hookah lounge, so I kind of understand that concept.
Sure.
How is that different from the existing bar on that block or the next block? I'm trying to figure out why there's a distinction in.
So they're referring to two separate bars. One is at the southern end of the 5700 block. And then there's another one on the 5800, but it's quite a distance from this area. Like, and that needs to be highlighted here. It's not as trafficked as much as when the children are coming to school. But the bar that they are talking about, that block is a commercial area on Milwaukee. It is correct. It's a tough area to kind of explain because right behind it is Austin, and Austin is a residential property. So it's on Milwaukee. It's a Milwaukee address, but it's also on Austin, if you can kind of picture that. And obviously a lot of the people on Austin who have lived there for many years have serious concerns, and you can kind of see there what I'm talking about on Milwaukee. Does that answer your question?
I guess it's just, I mean, having been to a hookah lounge and having been to a bar, it just seems very similar. Maybe even hookah might be even less. It just seems like there's no opposition to existing businesses. So I'm just kind of figuring out that one. So but I do understand the context a little better looking at that picture. And then for DPD, I do have a question about being a planner. I'm a nerd, so I read all this. So the traffic study in the section seemed to kind of provide a context that counter, I don't know. I'm having a hard time reconciling what you guys are saying, what this detailed report is saying.
Yeah.
So if you could, I don't know, help me out, just be a planner nerd with me. Because
Yeah, 'cause
reading this is very thorough to me.
I'm a planner nerd as well.
Yes.
So, what we honed in on and the concerns that we have again is that, and it's very technically by the code, there's not a parking requirement. And as a planner nerd, you understand that there's a distinction between a parking requirement and parking demand, right? So the concerns are that there will be an increased parking demand and that there will be a lot of increased volume of traffic coming in and out, particularly later in the evening and in the evening hours, that you wouldn't normally see with the other types of uses that have been on the site. In the most recent use, other than that Halloween store, was that title loan. The other uses, like he said, the other uses that have been looking at this is the type of thing we would expect to see, a cell phone store, something like that. Then for a general retail store, all of those definitely have lower volumes of traffic because it's just simply destination traffic coming. So those are our concerns, but it's magnifying because what they've got on site right now are these extra large footprints. And I understand that those are existing. That's why we were really covering on whether or not the ordinance was going to be triggered, because that would have given us an additional kind of leverage to clean that up. I think if I remember correctly, and I don't have the plans, I'm going to say they're in excess of 30. When you get extra wide curb cuts, that is going to have extra wide, it encourages wider, encourages faster speed of travel because you don't have. When you have a narrow roadway, you're going to drive slower. You have these extra like curb cuts on both sides, both out of Austin, and it's going to have a tendency to encourage the drivers to drive faster. And there are pedestrians in this area. There's a bus stop, there's a big bus stop right at the corner. So those are the conflicts that we're concerned.
Ultimately, no matter what business goes there, that would be a concern.
It depends, because again, something like a general, and I'm gonna go back to the example that.
Like a restaurant.
The cell phone store, right? Like a general retail store, probably wouldn't, because it's just a low volume. It's a small destination. You're gonna get just people coming in that are not, they're coming there specifically for one thing, right? They don't have a high volume of traffic coming in. A restaurant, yes, but a restaurant coming in there would likely trigger the landscape ordinance because they would have to do that amount of upgrades to the building. So there would be some ability to get that cleaned up.
Nancy, I would ask you. You know, I've been here. What's your percentage of times you decline on a special use? If you just estimate.
Can I just anecdotally say?
Yeah, and go.
Can I anecdotally say, I just said to one of my fellow staffers, wait, it's been a while since I've come down
See,
and provided a denial testimony.
very rarely do you,
Because what we typically do is we work with the applicants to try to work through the issues. The challenge is we couldn't find that way to do that for this particular use. And a lot of it really stems from, there was so much opposition and so much concern from the people that know the neighborhood better. Who live there.
so again, anecdotally. 5%, 10%, 20%.
I would say less than 5%.
Me
I
too.
would say probably 1%.
Me too. I just want that on record.
May I ask Nancy a couple things? So first of all, you mentioned that you said that the school was 220 feet away. And I wanted to follow up on that because I did the measurement myself. Looking at the 80-acre maps available on the city's website and counting the distances. The 80-acre maps.
Thank you.
Which are subdivision maps that show the lots and dimensions of the lots. And I do note that the Archdiocese owns a lot of property in that area, not all of which is being used for the school. For example, the St. Tarcis's Church is further east of the school, and it takes up a lot of that the distance between the subject facility and the school building. Did you measure just to the school? Or did you measure to the Archdiocese property, which would have been much closer, but would not have lived the school?
By code definition, when we define distances, we measure from property line to property line. And what we look at is zoning lots. And what the staff found was that was like zoning lot. So maybe to the school building, it's a little bit further away, but it's a holistic lot line to lot line was 227 feet.
Okay, although would it be a zoning lot if it's got multiple buildings, multiple uses, and it's not a planned development? Or would it be separate lots
You know,
with common ownership?
I
Used as
can't-
different zoning lots
I
for different
I
purposes?
can't attest to that because I will honestly say I didn't measure it myself.
Okay,
But what she did is she pulled up, what looked like the map of the lot as a single lot.
okay. But that at a certain level, we can have angels dancing at the head of a pin. But the city's ordinances restrict tobacco licenses within 100 feet of the sensitive uses, including elementary schools. Is that correct?
I don't look at
Yeah.
that. I do not
Okay.
know.
The board can take notice of the city's ordinances. And so we can argue about whether it's 200 or 400 feet. It's still a lawful business outside that 100-foot radius from the sensitive uses.
I hear you, again, what's this called? Special use.
Yes.
It doesn't fit into the character of the neighborhood. That's what our decisions have to be up here. You know what I mean? We have to listen to the neighborhood. And we have to decide if we're doing a special use.
Right. And
I just want to clarify.
right, and the decision would be made based on what's there in the neighborhood, based on the land use conversations taking place in the neighborhood, based on the evidence that the parties have presented concerning what is going on in the neighborhood, and not necessarily based on what people want or don't want in the neighborhood outside of land use considerations. For example, the health effects of an otherwise lawful business wouldn't necessarily be included in those special use criteria.
Sure, but one of our reasons we could or could not give a special use is does it fit into the character of the neighborhood? If you're a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, you're a lawyer. That's exactly what, I can't speak for my colleagues, I'm only speaking for myself. I'm just trying to figure out, does it fit into the character of the neighborhood?
The land use character of the neighborhood, right?
No, the character of the neighborhood. I know the rules, doesn't say that. It says character.
Okay, and then it gives examples, which are all land use examples.
Okay, all right, are there any other questions from the board? Nancy, did you have anything further? Okay, do any of the witnesses have anything further?
I think that there were people who signed up to testify in favor independently. I know that at least several.
Hold up, is anybody here to testify on behalf of the applicant?
Yeah.
Okay, sir, could you state your name and address, please?
Patrick Lindley, 4158 North Costner Avenue.
Okay, and go ahead and tell us why you're here in support.
Absolutely. My name is Patrick. I have lived in the city of Chicago for the last 10 years. 2 years ago, I started a mortgage on a house in Old Irving Park within the 45th Ward, just south of Gladstone Park, but within the ward. I came here as my grandparents moved here as refugees from Europe, in Poland and Ireland. Their families came, they were both first-generation immigrants. I wanted to be kind of closer to their experience, growing up and living here and working here for most of their working lives. And as I was finding different neighborhoods, one that I could fit in and feel comfortable in, I was able to find a house and find neighbors that welcomed me in. Now, I've made some choices in my life. I've chosen to go vegan in the last 2 years. I've chosen to abstain from alcohol. And while I feel comfortable at pubs and bars, visiting and hanging out with my friends and socializing outside of private residences, and there are more non-alcoholic beverages available, not all of my friends are comfortable hanging out at bars. And for a large part, I end up having to go to North Side or further into Albany Park or Logan Square in order to find a place where everyone feels comfortable. I've really wanted to bring more of my friends and community into the 45th Ward to support businesses here. And I'm looking to potentially start a restaurant or business of my own. And so I'm wanting to kind of see how you can outreach, how you can reach out to the community and get that support. From what I've understand, Baja and the team have reached out to businesses along that Milwaukee corridor. And what they're finding are a lot of synergistic effects with if they were allowed to pursue a BYOB policy, that would help the liquor stores that are nearby, attracting other customers, the restaurants that can bring food in, especially for me as a vegan, to find food in other places where it's difficult right now in the 45th Ward. That does appeal to me and would make it easier to congregate there. I would personally still be comfortable there without BYOB, but I think that would limit or dissuade some folks. I think for me, like, I really think that this is great as somebody that doesn't drive, as a common pedestrian that takes buses and public transit to places. Having this off of Milwaukee Avenue makes it accessible by rideshare. It's a little bit of a walk from like the Jefferson Park Blue Line stop. A little bus would make it easier. But again, this is not something that I'm going to be coming into and coming out of. This is a place where we would be going to as a destination to hang out, to spend some time where I can feel comfortable socializing without having to imbibe alcohol to feel like I'm helping the bar people cover the cost of that seat. And to be able to kind of get home, you know, somewhere that's close to me locally, and I don't have to travel to far off parts of the city. So this was a very exciting idea. I think as I'm walking around trying to find businesses and places that appeal to me, loan companies and tire repair stores and restaurants without vegan options or non-alcoholic beverages, there's not a lot for me, and I have to keep venturing eastward. And I would love more businesses to support and help my neighbors, that I could also help support them and help make sure that my money and my taxes are staying in the community and helping us around. I can talk to a lot of the other pieces, but I think we've spent a lot of time and I don't repeat anything.
I just have one rebuttal to that. So you live in Old Irving.
Yes,
There's a hookah bar in Jefferson Park at 5005 West Lawrence. That's even closer to you than this one in Gladstone. You know that. I don't know if you know that.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yeah, there's a hookah bar right at 5005 West Lawrence Avenue. You probably could even walk here from Old Irving. Well, you'd have to walk through Portage Park to get to Jefferson Park, but it's closer to you than the one in Gladstone would be, just so you know.
Thank you. I appreciate the
No
recommendation.
problem.
And there's also one at 3500 West Irving, which would be literally even closer.
But outside of my ward,
But 5005 West Lawrence is in your ward.
that helps. I appreciate that.
There are a number of people here from the Kyrgyz community. Anybody want to speak? I think you signed up.
Can I see you?
Yes.
So if you could first state your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Bahadur, Bahadyr. So,
And your last name?
Khalikov, Khalikov.
And your address, please.
Graceland Avenue, Des Plaines, 437.
Go ahead.
Yeah, as you know, we have the big community here from Kyrgyzstan. And as you know, we are the big community. And every time we work hard, like as we're here, we work as a truck drivers. And you know, our job is very difficult, it's very hard, you know, every time, every night, every day we're spent on the road. And sometimes when we have the free days, like the holidays, we want to be like, we want to relax, we want to get out the stress, we want to meet with the friends to spend the time together. And I'm pretty sure that we will not have any troubles because before I heard that the people said about the school, I'm pretty sure we will not have something bad things for that. Because you know, it will be just for community where we'll spend the time together. And I know we will not have a big music like in the night pubs. It will be like quiet. And exactly, I'm pretty sure it will be help for the business to United States because they're gonna pay the tax. It will be good. It will be supporting for the business. Okay, because we are the community. We came to United States for the life because of why we left the country, our country, because we cannot to use this chance. We cannot to use these opportunities. But United States, they giving this chance. They given to become somebody. For example, I have a high education. I want to be like lawyer. I want to be like businessman. The United States given this chance. Okay, I'm pretty sure that you will support us and exactly will be fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, is there anything else from any of the
Yeah,
witnesses?
I just also want to note that I'm aware of several emails that were sent by residents of the Gladstone Park and surrounding communities in support of the hookah lounge to this board through Mr. Reese's email. I was copied on some, perhaps not all. I would like those to be made part of the record as well.
If they sent them this morning, I haven't checked my email because we've been here all day.
No,
But yeah,
I sent over the last couple of days.
I'll check. Whatever emails we've received, we typically put them into the file. But anything that got sent today, I haven't checked my emails yet.
Okay, but I do want them noted in the record, the community is not unanimously opposed to this. That there are certain segments of the community that are opposed for, presumably for the reasons stated today. But there are also many others, people who couldn't be here because of their work obligations, but wanted to weigh in support of this. It's not a case where the community is dead set against it or believes that it violates the character. We believe we presented enough evidence, substantial evidence, that from a land use perspective, it matches the character of the land uses around it and the physical structures and environment around it, and that it would fit in very nicely. I think if this board were to give these guys an opportunity, the community would grow very quickly to be comfortable with it being present at this location.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank everybody for your input today. Sir.
Could I just add one thing is Google Maps tells me that Austin Avenue at the location we're discussing is just under a mile long. It's blocked on the north end by a golf course and it's blocked at the south end by the Kennedy Expressway. I've lived there almost 47 years. Austin Avenue in that location is a residential street.
1,000 cars a day.
Very quiet.
Yes, I remember the testimony. Okay, we are going to take this matter under advisement. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Going back to regular order, case 397, 23Z, 2918 was.
Thank you. Thank you. Talked about it.
Yes. Hope it works out well, whatever it is. But I have to make it put my 2 cents.
Okay, all right, let's start. Would everyone planning to testify in this matter, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Councilor Barnes, please, short form, brief, and then swear the affidavits.
Thank you.
We'll answer more questions.
Good afternoon once more, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the commission, or speaker of the board, excuse me. For the record, once more, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Bank. And Mr. Chairman, if I've ever appreciated your comments on my lack of brevity, it's certainly now. This is going to be work speed for you. Towards that, I am so very, very happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Joseph Knapp and his wife, Eyelet. Mr. Knapp is here with me today, as well as our project architect, Skylar Steele. He is a colleague of Mr. Whitmar's who signed the affidavit, unfortunately. Mr. Whitmar had to be in Oklahoma today for another project, but Skylar has worked very closely on his plans and is very familiar with the project. With that, the reason we are here today is to seek a variation which will allow for a second floor infill addition that will essentially follow the footprint and envelope of the existing building that was built in the early 1900s, just straight up. There's already existing one-story wing that we're just going to be adding on to, and the reason for the modest 2-foot setback reduction is because, as we see here, the way that the building was originally designed, again, back in the early 1900s, was with a 2-foot cantilever around the entirety of the second floor. So it's just the second floor, to be honest, just a little further out than the first floor at the rear. So we're just trying to maintain the integrity of that design and force the variation. So with that, I will get my witnesses on the record for you. Mr. Knapp, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph Knapp, JOSPH, KNOPF, 2918 West Parlour.
Thank you. And you and your wife, family have lived in that building or that residence for just about 12 years, is that right?
Correct.
But your family has lived in the neighborhood for generations.
Prior to that, I lived around the corner at 34 West Pratt. I grew up on Route 2728 West Sherman, which is a mile the other way. My wife grew up on 6600 North Francisco, which is about 2 blocks south here.
You've been in the 50th ward your whole life.
Yes. And
Um,
brief stop on Foster Ave, right by the college across the street from Northeastern, for a couple of years.
And essentially, the reason that you want to do this addition is so that you can remain in the neighborhood with your family where
Very
you've
much so.
been for generations. Great, for that end, then looking up on certain findings of fact were prepared as well as an affidavit prior to these proceedings. If you were to continue to testify here today, with the testimony that you provide the statements that were made in those documents.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Knopf. Any questions?
No, I would just go right next to.
Okay, perfect, love it. Mr. Steele, will you please once more state your name and address for the record?
Cyber Field, CHEY,
Thank
THIEL, 351 West Dundee, Buffalo Road, Illinois.
And you're a licensed architect. is
Yes,
that
I am.
correct? Mr. Steele, thank you, and you have worked on the plans for the design of the new addition, is that
Yes.
right? And again, the hardship here was that you're trying to work within the confines of an existing framework that was established about 75 years ago, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that had the 2-foot cantilever, is that right?
The existing home has the 2-foot projecting towards the rear, and we want to keep the same architectural feature with the addition, which also 2 feet rear.
Thank you. So that was essentially your real practical hardship here in designing the addition, is that correct?
That's correct. Also with the layout of the space, it really wasn't efficient. And so adding the area really helped with the layout.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, prior to these proceedings, you were also given a copy of the findings of fact and you read over David or Mr. Whitmar's affidavit. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with all of the statements made in those documents?
Yes.
Thank you. Then just one last question, though, Mr. Steele. In your professional opinion, does the design for the proposed new addition satisfy all of the standards and requirements for a variation under the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Okay, it is in the record findings of fact, but we did engage with Alderwoman Silverstein as well as the immediately adjacent neighbors, and all of them have no objection.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
wasn't gonna ask that, but I was gonna, it's just good.
Oh, yeah, I did that especially for you. Okay.
How about the schools? Are they okay with this?
You got me there. I've got it next month. I'll have it. Thank you so much.
Cases 399-33Z and 423Z, 2018 North Maplewood.
Yes. We're going to ask this today, so I'm not applicant, my apologies, I don't have legal representation.
Oh, okay, great. Do you have anyone with you?
I'm the architect.
Okay, great. All right, both raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Okay, great. For the applicant, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Benjamin Townsend. My address is 2818 North Maplewood, Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, thank you. And for the architect, can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Andrew Mack, MACK, and I live at 3127 West Palmer Boulevard.
Okay.
Logan.
And so for this one, you are building a 3rd-story addition? Is that correct?
No.
No, am I looking at the wrong one? What is this?
If I can describe the quality of the house as it stands, we're doing a alteration to the house.
Okay.
It's currently, I don't know the correct parlance, but it's overbuilt in terms of it's 6 inches from the north lot line. And like I suppose you could say that the volume of the house is sort of grandfathered in. But due to elevations we're making, even though we are preserving the basic form of the house, because we're adding a little bit of height to it, keeping the gable, but raising the height, we're breaking that kind of sacrosanct volume, so we're here to get a variation on the recommendation of District Anthony Kena from the zoning. Well, I don't know his exact position, but I was in contact with him, and upon his recommendation, we made these proposals.
So, I'm looking at the agenda. And it says, application for variation to reduce the front setback from the required 44.5 feet to 10.56 feet. North side setback from 2 feet to 0.42 feet. South to be 2.81 feet, combined side yard setback 5 feet to 3.23 feet for proposed third story addition and new front porch for the existing single family residence. That's not what you're doing?
I don't mean to confuse it, I guess, when I say a third story, currently the house, it is a basement, first floor, second floor. We are maintaining our first floor basement and second floor. I believe the difference is that because we're increasing the height of the basement portion, it's counted towards the FAR of the house, right? We're breaking that 50%. And so we're increasing the FAR below our 15% proposed maximum. But still, we are increasing within that boundary according to the ability of.
Okay. And the height increase, you're building up from the existing walls?
Yes. Okay. You can see from the plans here, we're completely preserving the footprint of the house.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions from the board? Sir, did you sign an affidavit with regard to your case? I did. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify in conformity with that affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next case, 401-23S, 4319 North Knox.
He's not, so. Training. Yeah, but.
Oh, yeah. Right, I'm gonna go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 401-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a sports and recreation participant physical fitness center facility for skateboarding within an existing two-story commercial building with 148 parking spaces, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant. Little Ripper Skateboarding LLC. The development is consistent with the design and layout of the area first floor offices and factory floor plan prepared by Division of the AWT World Trade Group dated January 8, 2021. Site plan dated September 19, 2023, and rooftop parking plan and site plan narrative dated September 22, 2023, prepared by Enrico Fana. Okay, will both of you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. For the applicant, could you state your name and address, please? In so over 2 years, is you finally open up a skateboarding park.
Right. At a existing small business, and we recently just let in Jefferson Park and for the board. We're continuing to stay in the 45th floor, this being the location that we're relocating. And I've been teaching children how to skateboard for the past 2 years. The beginning of 2020 summer, and we opened up our facility in Jeff's Park in January 2021.
Okay, and are you basically just moving that business to the new location?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have employees?
I have 2 instructors that help out, but I'm the primary instructor.
It's instruction for how to skateboard.
Yes,
And so you've got Peter Poulos with you.
I do.
The board recognizes your expertise. You prepared a report with regard to this matter, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And if you continue to testify, you testify consistent with that report, true?
Yes.
Same for Mr. Rufala, you prepared an affidavit with regard to your application, correct?
Correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistent with that affidavit, true?
Correct. Yes.
Any questions from the board?
No, good luck.
We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna go out of order slightly, case 31123Z and 312 10619 South St. Louis.
That's fine.
Okay, would everyone ready to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Counselor Moore, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much. Will you tell the board who you are?
My name is Adam Ibrahim.
And Mr. Abraham, you live in this house at this address with your wife, your 4 children, and your mother-in-law, right? And so you're bursting at the seams in terms of space, and you wanted, and your garage was falling down, so you wanted to build a new garage, and you want some storage room above it to take some of the stuff from all these people. Is that right?
Correct. And Counselor Moore, if you could just give the address on the record.
I'm sorry, and the address of your home is?
10619 South St. Louis, Chicago, Illinois.
How long have you lived there?
Since 2013.
Okay, and so there was another fireman who had contracting service at your firehouse, and he agreed to handle the permitting and to get the place built. Is that right?
Yes.
And during this got complicated by you got called up to your National Guard.
No, National Guard. Yeah. I was in the military and I got called up within a week. We had planned it out prior to, I got financed and everything and I was gone.
Anyway, you left your wife to run things at the time.
Yeah, but that was very fast moving. I was gone from 70.
Anyway, it turns out after it was all built and everything, you found out that it wasn't properly permitted and that it needed variances. And we're here today to get those instead. Yes, sir. And if you could do it over, you would have done it differently, but you are where you are.
Yes.
And now you just want to bring it into compliance. Yes. And you
and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant the variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with your affidavit, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. You tell the board who you are, please.
I'm Loren Marari from Loren Architecture Group.
And sir, you weren't involved when this was built. You didn't plan it or anything like that.
No,
But when he had a problem with it, he came to you to do as-built plans. Is that right?
that is correct.
And you did those plans
Yes,
and you submitted them to get this denial.
correct.
And if the board were to grant this variance, it would, from a zoning point of view, this would be totally compliant. Is that right?
Yeah,
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance. If you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
yes.
That's our case in chief.
Any questions from the board?
I think, so the amendment says you have a required 53-foot setback, right?
53-foot setback. Still a large lot.
Right.
That's
So, okay. And then the garage is built 6.41 feet from the rear.
Yes.
And how has communication with your neighbors about this project been conducted?
We have.
Go ahead. You've talked to your neighbors?
We have, and they've all been okay with that.
So the neighbor that called on us, he moved. He just called on us to be mean and moved. After that, new guy that moved in, he loves us. He loves the garage and he's got kids.
I understand why you might feel you call on you for me, but at the same time, there's a process. that needs to be
Right.
followed. This is a significant ask. The required setback is 53 feet. We were effectively asking for 60. So in all fairness.
Oh. Okay.
You know, there should have been properly followed.
Others have similar garages. But there's similar garages in the neighborhood as well, as setback as low as this one.
Yeah. A lot of them are very, I just built mine very similar to everybody else's, even closer to the house than theirs. To get,
Yeah, we don't have the aerial photo actually. Oh, there, okay, so which one is yours? With the red dot?
see the
Yeah,
red
with
dot?
a red dot, but if you
The
look
red dot.
2 down below and the third below,
Uh-huh.
they have similar garages
Yeah,
in the setback.
Yeah, that's useful, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much.
All right, I move that we recess until 4:35. Commissioner Toya second, Commissioner Brooks.
Yeah.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yeah.
Commissioner Toya.
Yeah.
I vote yes, we're in recess until 4:35.
Yeah.
We can stretch. Is there a restaurant? There is. It says it is. Oh, somebody's like, yeah, somebody's like, yeah. I'm not gonna go to it. I'm kind of.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Try, you have a small. I'm sorry. So that's why. Okay. We're next. We're next. We can actually like start with it. Yeah, so actually I'm gonna sit here and if Rita can be to my right and Mitch to my left. And then. I thought about it. Oh, it's. Okay. So, Mitch, do you want to sit on my left, Makita on my right?
Who is,
You'll be on my left, you'll be on my right, yeah. Wait on my right. And then can we have 10? Oh, no. Yeah, can we have 10 next to Makita, George, and then on the other side, guys. So if you guys want to go on to the left. Sorry.
I don't know who that is. This,
That was just from that first.
oh,
Either. Over there.
good.
We'll get Karen eventually.
Yeah, we bring in enough witnesses.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's right behind me. It's not like it's Harvard. It's where he gets. No.
It's not, yeah, you know.
Oh, that's not a bad thing.
It's in your name.
Yeah. Right? Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Were you saying? It is.
Oh, yeah.
Just let me. Where did you put it?
Yeah, so I got it.
Yeah, it's been so. I'm gonna try to tonight. If not, we'll find out today. So where are you from? They did in the morning. I think they did in the morning, but I was like, no, I don't. So what if you're? So.
Oh, yeah.
For one, no. Yeah, they're gonna do all. That's funny. Yeah, yeah, very small. Right? Make sure that I. Well, and as I was Ubering around, I'm like, now I know why. Because I did not want to Uber right from downtown. Yeah, I just hired my Uber driver and. No. And. Oh, I went to drink, but I already drank all.
Yeah.
Yeah, another pickup over there. Yeah. So we do quiet, it's more safe to see. Oh, and traffic. It's fun.
It's more expensive for me to drive. Pay my mileage.
Okay. I just put that, well, because I for 2 months, you guys,
Yeah.
when it was, oh, by the way, this is a vote, and this is sugar. It was all credit. He does, not me. For the next. Yeah. See what it looks I don't even know
Yeah.
what people, but.
Yeah, we'll take this one.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that you better, you can work on your. I used to.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
But. Yeah, take Kirkwood to
You know,
Kansas City.
I know they're watching.
So I did one to like by every train, like for 4 hours. Like, we're done with that.
Dan promised.
You can only occupy for so long in a train.
Dan promised not to
Like
drink.
6 months to 2 years old. Like that. They didn't have to track Farsi. Okay. It was just. That's right. Never.
Are we like in that black?
Train is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the green.
It was when you don't plan on getting stuck, you know, and I was good enough that I really.
Those are-
Because I thought it's 4 hours.
Just a comment.
I planned for 5, not 8. Yeah, they'll be able to see the speak. So maybe that's why he is a little biased, because they're looking at that such a.
Right,
problem
right.
child. Started.
Yeah, well, Andrew.
This one he was just asking me 24, 22, and 17. That makes too much. Yeah.
Nine and 2.
Oh, wow. So where did you 17 number for? So my son, yeah, so maybe we'll get each other in. The junior. Oh, okay. Who's your next? Yeah, I'm missing their game tonight. The last season game, and we're 8-0, so pressure. Playing Westminster.
He's pushing.
It'll, I think, be by next week for playoffs, and then we'll have our first home game will be for the first season. Well.
They won't.
Yeah. We'll have to see how he goes. It's, yeah. Mine's been riding a lot of bench. I get a lot of He's my first one to actually be built in the football player. The other two, I think he was, one was a kicker. And then one was a bench rider. This one's felt like a linebacker. Yeah. He plays some, but not. I am.
Smiles.
And then sit there and watch him. Oh, it was when we had to go out to Alpha and Hollandville or something like that. Maybe got to Belgium 2 weekends in a row. Didn't touch the. Yeah. Between him and his coach. I hope so. Of course.
Yeah.
Carl and I will. So you staying tonight then? Remember?
Yeah, yeah.
Carl and I were like, hey. The last one just saw.
No, your dad always says you
Like,
can't
I'm
do
not.
business.
It's really going on. No. When it was till 10:30. There's no telling what was in my bag. Right?
The two from here.
You had lunch at the bar.
Well. The restaurant.
Wait till after.
Yeah. Girl, like, drives over.
Yeah. So where's your
Her
office?
mom.
I work out.
Oh, well, there you go. I have.
Lucky, 1%, 2 out of 200.
My son's getting married. and was looking hot.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, it was an agreement that they said brokered by Cotter. So, by Cotter, by
Oh, yeah.
Nation Car. Cotter, how you pronounce that?
I'm sorry? 11 years, but his great mom and dad owned the property before we did, so like Henry Hawk was the meeting. All Pub Road, it's all his cousins, so we bought it from family. I don't know that name. My husband probably does.
Well, there's one of the.
Yeah. Hopefully it's.
That's my kid's second cousin. So he's not playing football. I went to his JV game. Sat there with Matt Perry.
All right, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the zoning board of appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yeah.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back.
Case 279-23 S 3215 to 25 Northwestern, 2345 to 57 West Melrose.
With everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 279-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided one, special use is issued solely to the applicant, Renew DBA Renew LLC. 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, landscaping plan, and floor plan dated October 18, 2023, and schematic design dated October 20, 2023, all prepared by Idea Insight Design Architects LLC. Counselor Mikas, you may proceed.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Sanchez and members of the board. For the record, my name is Sylvia Mikas. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Taft, Stettinius and Hollister, located at 111 East Wacker Drive in Chicago, Illinois. I'm here today on behalf of Renew LLC, doing business as Renew LLC. Also with me today are 9 witnesses that will be testifying today. On behalf of the applicant, Nikita Houston, manager and principal officer of Renew LLC, Mitch Savadak, vice president of real estate Justice Cannabis, applicant's cannabis industry consultant, James Meyer, the regional security director of Justice Cannabis, our project architect, Eric Albers of Insight Design Architects, our project engineer, April Geisman of Horner Schifrin, our security consultant, Ken Boucher of Jansen Hughes, our land planner, George Kissel of Okrent Kissel and Associates, our real estate consultant, Michael Wolin of Price Appraisal Incorporated, and our traffic engineer, Javier Milan of KLOA. Mr.
Now, before you begin, because I know you have a lot of witnesses, and I do want to say that, you know, we have a very large packet of materials that you submitted that is very extensive. And I also recognize that we have objectors, so I do want you to, you know, highlight with all of your witnesses the important parts of everything, but I don't want to hear everybody just read their report, because we're gonna be here all night, and I've already read it. Okay? And then, of course, I'm not gonna preclude you, you know, if something gets addressed by objectors that, you know, maybe was in one of your reports, but you didn't highlight it, I will let you go back and hash it out. But I just don't wanna. I mean, I think we know what the objection is about. I just want to make sure that we focus in on the right things here.
Okay. Wonderful. We will go as speedily as we can, putting everything into the record as well.
Yes.
So, at this time, I was going to say, do you want to, now that the witnesses have been sworn in, I can just proceed ahead. They do not need to be sworn in again.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first witness is Maquita Houston to my right. Ms. Houston, please state your name and address for the record.
Maquita Houston, MIQUITA HOUSTON, 5006 West Van Buren Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
Ms. Houston, you're the principal officer and manager of the applicant of Renew LLC, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Houston, you are an active member of the United States Army Reserves, correct?
Yes.
In fact, congratulations are in order as you just reached your 20th year.
Yes, thank you.
And in the private sector, you were employed by the United States Department of Defense.
Correct.
Ms. Houston, the applicant is a social equity applicant as defined in the Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act, correct?
Yes.
And the applicant is a majority-owned African-American company, correct?
Correct.
And you hold a 49% ownership interest in the applicant, correct?
Correct.
And the applicant was issued its conditional adult use dispensing organization license from the state of Illinois in October 2022.
Yes.
And again, the applicant plans to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary within the NCAP commercial unit within the existing one-story building within the subject property, correct?
Correct.
And the commercial space consists of 3548 square feet,
Yes.
as well as 13 parking spaces, which will be for the use of customers.
Correct.
Great. And Ms. Houston, isn't it true that as part of the applicant's special use application, you signed an affidavit stating that the applicant secured the services of PLCS Corporation to certify as to the location of schools as defined in section 1717-0103J of the Chicago zoning code within 500 feet of the subject property,
Yes.
which determined that the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary is not located within 500 feet of a school, thus complying with such code provision.
Correct.
Great. Now, the subject property is owned by Western Belmont LLC, correct?
Yes.
And again, you plan to sublease the NCAP commercial unit.
Yes.
And you, as manager of the applicant, signed the sublease, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Justice Cannabis, a nationally recognized cannabis company, will serve as applicant's consultant,
Yes.
given its extensive experience in the cannabis industry?
Yes.
And also, isn't it true that SRG in Illinois Retail LLC, an affiliate of Justice Cannabis, is your sub landlord?
Correct.
And this is an affiliate of Justice Cannabis.
Yes.
Okay. Again, just very briefly, just to go over a bit of the security, which obviously Mr. Meyer will provide additional detail. Again, the entry to the proposed dispensary, any purchaser must be a minimum of 21 years of age when they come into the dispensary and check in with the security officer or staff.
Yes.
Okay, and once cleared, they're escorted to the sales floor, at which time they will consult with applicants, consultants in terms of their choice of product, et cetera.
Yes.
Great. And then once the purchase is done, they will then go and pay at the sales cashier and either pay by cash or by credit.
Correct.
Debit, I'm sorry, cash or debit, I apologize. And the proposed dispensary will operate from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Wednesdays, 9 a.m. through 8 p.m. Thursdays and Fridays, and 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Saturdays, and from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Sundays, correct?
Yes.
And again, you plan on hiring up to 22 employees, which include positions in inventory control, security, product consultants, et cetera.
Yes.
And all the employees will be trained in accordance with state regulations, correct?
Correct.
Great. And as Mr. Meyer will later testify, the applicant in consultation with Justice Cannabis has prepared a sophisticated security plan, which will include a 24/7 surveillance plan, 2 on-site security personnel, and 30 to 50 cameras placed along the perimeter of the entire existing building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the applicant held a community meeting on May 10th at the Reveler located at 3403 North Damon within the 32nd Ward, in which it presented its plans, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, in addition to the mailed notice to the property owners located within 250 feet and published notice in the Chicago Sun-Times, a sign providing details of the community meeting was posted on the existing building in order to provide additional notice to residents and visitors in the area.
Correct.
And the applicant also met with and presented plans to the Rotsco Village Neighbors Association on April 11th. And they have provided a statement of no opposition, which actually we would like to enter into the record. I may do so, Chairman. Also, thanks. Thank you. But wait. And the applicant also presented its plans to the Hamlin Park Neighbors Association, and they have provided a letter of support, which we'd also like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 2. And Ms. Houston, is your intention to continue and own and operate the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Houston, as you're aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit to the board, which were submitted as evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings of fact and your affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Houston. Mr. Zavodek, please state your name and address for the record.
Mitchell Zabaduk, MITCHELL ZAVEDUK, 2844 Floral Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
Mr. Zavodek, you are the Vice President of Real Estate for Justice Cannabis, correct?
Yes,
Which is a national cannabis company founded in Chicago in 2014,
yes,
which also has an existing cannabis cultivation site near Effingham, Illinois,
yes,
and also operates medical and adult use dispensaries in Pennsylvania, Utah, Michigan, Missouri, and New Jersey.
correct.
And isn't it true that Justice Cannabis's role is providing consulting services to the applicant in establishing applicant's proposed dispensary at the subject property? Do
That is correct.
you want some water?
I might,
Okay.
pardon me. Thank you. A frog in my throat.
And with your, as a consultant, you're also involved with developing, obviously, the applicant's operation and security plans.
Yes,
And as testified previously by Ms. Houston, an affiliate of Justice Cannabis, SRG Illinois Retail serves as the sub-landlord.
yes,
Now, the remainder of the existing building remains vacant and available for lease by future tenants, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. So as reflected on the floor plans, and as Mr. Albers will testify a little bit later, there are 2 entrances in which the customer may enter the proposed dispensary. One entrance off of Western Avenue, and the second through the parking lot.
That's correct.
And again, the proposed dispensary will include a waiting check-in area access from either entrance where the customer's identification is run through the state database and their age is verified, as only customers 21 and above can enter the dispensary, correct?
That is true.
And security agents and dispensary agents will be trained to accurately depict and reconcile discrepancies and characteristics such as age, weight, eye color, et cetera, through appropriate questions and secondary information.
That's correct.
And once a customer is cleared, the customer will be escorted into the showroom.
Yes,
And as Ms. Houston testified before, consultants will be there to assist. However, one can also come and pick up a pre-order.
Yes.
And in fact, 85% are
Yes.
pre-orders.
that is correct.
Thank you. And now pursuant to Illinois law, the cannabis product's not out on display.
That is correct.
And so rather, again, they consult or pick up a pre-order and move on to the point of sale station, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the customer's order is placed into an inventory sales and tracking platform, LeafLogic, in which the order then shows up on a terminal in the product vault, and then it is fulfilled.
yes,
Okay. And now the cannabis product, which will be packaged in bags, which will include a sticker stating providing, giving, or selling of any amount of cannabis product to a person under 21 years of age is illegal. Anyone engaged in these activities faces criminal penalties, including prison for a term of up to twice the maximum term otherwise authorized by law.
That's correct.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit very quickly about the average transaction time. Going back to my previous statement,
Yes,
is that it's about 85% are pre-ordered
yes,
sales. Therefore, the average transaction time is very short, about 5 to 7 minutes, correct?
actually about 4.5 minutes.
Okay, great. And again, as Mr. Meyer will further testify, about 30 to 50 high definition cameras
Yes,
will be located within the interior and exterior of the entire building.
yes,
Okay, and this will have obviously the parking lot, obviously the sidewalk along Western Avenue, et cetera, that
yes,
whole perimeter.
the entire perimeter of the building.
And deliveries will occur through the secured entry access directly adjacent to the parking lot,
Yes,
which I believe it's indicated in yellow up on the floor plan.
yes.
And Mr. Zavidak, given Justice Cannabis' extensive experience in the cannabis industry, I wanted to inquire as to concerns, if any, regarding unintended minors gaining access to this dispensary. Again, would it be possible for a minor to gain access to the sales floor?
It would not, a minor, any person trying to gain entry into a cannabis dispensary goes through a thorough screening. They're not allowed into the actual floor, sales floor, until after they go through a screening process. There's a waiting area, and in their waiting area, they will be checked with their ID. Their ID is actually ran through a machine that is linked to Springfield, such that it isn't just a security guard that is trusting that this is a valid state ID. The state ID with the barcode is scanned by this machine, and it is verified with the state of Illinois to verify that the person is actually eligible and able to buy cannabis.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Zavidak, as you're aware, TAF submitted findings of fact, and your affidavit for the board was submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you, Mr. Zavidak. Mr. Meyer. There you are. Please state your name and address for the record.
It's James Meyer, James, Meyer, Meyer. My address is 36 Starport, and that's in Wentzville, WENTZVILLE, Missouri, 63385.
Great. And Mr. Meyer, again, you're the regional security director for Justice Cannabis, correct?
Yes.
And again, mentioning that you have consulted with the applicant in regards to the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary.
Yes.
And again, you and your team of security professionals prepared a robust security plan, which will include 24/7 video surveillance and security, correct?
Yes.
And such security plan includes motion detectors within the interior of the proposed dispensary, glass break detectors and shatterproof film, door lock sensors, and automatic voice alerts, as well as a fire alarm.
Yes.
Okay, and as depicted on the floor plan submitted, the layout of the proposed dispensary distinguishes between the the public area, which is in blue, the limited access area, which is in yellow. In blue is our waiting area, which is quite large. And also the yellow area is the limited access. So it's, the sales floor. And then obviously the red is the restricted access, where the vaults and fulfillment, et cetera, is located, correct?
Yes.
Great. And again, we talked before about the high definition cameras, which again will be placed within the interior exterior of the building. And those will be active 24/7.
Yes.
Great. And also, isn't it true that 2 on-site security guards will be present during the proposed dispensary's operating hours? 1 security guard will oversee kind of the on-site operations, including checking customers' IDs, kind of just maintaining the watching outside as well. And then another second guard will monitor the interior and exterior feed.
Yes.
And again, the exterior of the building, including both entrances and the open space located at the east of the existing building, will be monitored for loitering to ensure individuals are not lingering around the proposed dispensaries premises, correct?
Yes,
And the security system is tied to the Chicago Police Department and OEMC, correct?
yes,
And the applicant will utilize a smart safe, which logs each,
Start that one over again, please.
and the security system is tied.
I got that.
And the applicant will utilize a smart safe, which logs each cash purchase and automatically stores the cash in a safe on premises.
yes,
And each transaction is then uploaded to the applicant's bank in real time. And the bank will deploy an armored vehicle to collect the cash and reconcile the amount, correct?
yes,
Now, deliveries will be made again through the secured entrance located on the south side of the existing building, accessible from the dedicated parking area. The courier will be met at the secured entrance by a member of applicant security detail, and upon clearance will be escorted to the vault to deliver the cannabis and cannabis infused products.
yes,
And isn't it true that deliveries are made at staggered times? And the schedule of deliveries is known only to certain dispensary employees, as well as the Department of Agriculture. And this is for security purposes.
correct, yes,
And signage prohibiting loitering will be placed at the subject property.
yes,
Mr. Meyer, as you're aware, to have submitted findings of fact or an affidavit to the board, which are submitted into evidence. If you're asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with these findings of fact in your affidavits?
yes.
Thank you. Next witness is Mr. Eric Albers. There's Eric, okay. Mr. Albers, please state your name and address for the record.
Eric Albers. I live at 1304 Woodcrest Court, Nixon, Missouri, 658065714.
I'm sorry.
65714.
Okay, the town in Missouri again?
Nixa,
Yeah. And then the zip code?
65714.
Thank you.
And Eric, you prepared the floor plans for applicant's proposed adult use cannabis dispensary at this site, correct?
Yes,
And again, we've kind of talked about it a little bit, but again, in terms of the subject property itself, the existing building is located within a commercial shopping center, which includes other tenants.
that's correct.
And you're familiar with the existing building and subject property.
Yes,
And if you could, we kind of touched upon the layout, but if you'd like to
Yes.
just,
yeah, I'll start from the entry to the building. As we discussed, we got two entries, one from the Western Street, one from the parking lot. As you enter into the public zone, you will notice that's the waiting area. We also have located a restroom for any of the public that may need to use that, so they never have to try to access our restricted area. We also have a drinking fountain in there as well, so that anything that the public may need can stay in the public area while before they become secured to go into limit access. As soon as they get into the limit access area, based on approval from security, then the people have already pre-checked would go directly into the queuing lanes to go up to the POS stations. People that have not selected theirs would actually go to the other kiosk to be able to pick what they want, and then they go to the queuing stations. Too fast? Sorry,
We'll go directly into the queuing lanes. They go to the QS stations,
POS stations.
POS
Point-
stations.
Point of
or
scale.
Point of
stations.
sale, okay. And then go on, please.
People that have not already pre-ordered, they would go to the kiosk, pick out their product, then they go to the queuing stations and go to the POS stations. None of the public can ever get into the restricted area from there. There they purchase their product from the POS. The person behind the counter would get their product through the secure windows from the vault, so that is also a secure station. When they get their product, then they're escorted back out through the waiting room into the public and back out of the building. Everything else is going to be the restricted area. As we mentioned, there is a dedicated delivery door where the delivery driver will go in, be checked out by the security guy. After that is done, the delivery guy leaves, the security guy takes your products to the transaction room and back into the vault. All of that area is completely restricted area, so none of the public can ever get into that area, including the delivery drivers.
and Mr. Albers, is it your professional opinion that the floor plans will work properly?
Yes,
And Mr. Albers, as you're aware, Taft submitted findings of fact in the floor plans to the board, which was submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and floor plans?
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Albers. Ms. Geisman?
Yes.
Oh, They're here. Sorry, you were on my right. Ms. Geisman, please state your name and address for the record.
I am April, as in the month, Giesman, Giesmann. My address is 101 Laura, as in the name, K, just the letter K, Drive, Suite 101, O'Fallon, Missouri, 63366.
And Ms. Geisman, you are a professional engineer with the firm of Horner and Schifrin, correct?
Yes.
Great. And again, the site and landscape plans were prepared under your direct supervision for the applicant's proposed adult use cannabis dispensary at this site, correct?
Yes.
And again, the subject property is improved with a one-story building containing 3 vacant spaces and also located within a commercial shopping center.
Yes.
As we discussed before. And you are familiar with the existing building and subject property, correct?
Yes.
And as the site plan reflects, the applicant is going to provide 13 parking spaces located directly adjacent to the building. Now,
Yes.
Now, the existing building and commercial shopping center was developed in 2020 in accordance with the approved building permit plans, correct?
Yes.
And we're not proposing any significant landscape improvements, correct? Because none were really necessary.
Correct.
However, during discussions with the Department of Planning and Development and with the cooperation of the property owner, applicant site and landscape plans were updated to reflect a few tweaks in terms of the landscape improvements. For example, the addition of 4 bike spaces, as well as also the replacement of a dead tree.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Giesman, is it your professional opinion? It is your professional opinion that the site and landscape plans will work properly, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Geisman, as you are aware, TAF submitted findings of fact and the site plan and landscape plans to the board, which was submitted into evidence. If you're asked to continue to testify, would your statements and testimony be consistent with those findings of fact in your affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Boucher. Please state your name and address and profession for the record.
Kenneth Boucher, BOUCHE, address is 10 South Wacker Drive in Chicago. My profession is that security risk consultant.
And
Security risk.
Mr. Boucher, you were retained by the applicant to conduct an analysis of security and public safety considerations related to the establishment of an adult use cannabis dispensary at the subject property, correct?
Yes.
And you prepared findings which detailed research, analysis, findings, and conclusions in that report, correct?
That's correct.
Which was submitted as part of the applicant's findings of fact to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Yes.
And based on such research and analysis, you concluded that adult use cannabis dispensaries have little to no negative impact on public safety and welfare, correct?
Yes.
And this, again, your scope of your assignment was to identify studies examining the impact of recreational cannabis on public safety, correct?
Yes.
Could you please provide a short synopsis of your findings?
Sure. And briefly going over the report that was submitted. What we find across the country is that cannabis dispensaries have no significant impact on crime. And in fact, several empirical studies show that even in places with laws that are significantly looser than Illinois, that they have a positive impact on crime. There's a significant piece involved in here looking at the laws in Illinois, the capacity to get access to the facility, the capacity to get access to actual cannabis and daily limits. And that there is very little information that shows any unauthorized or illegal access or really straw purchases of cannabis. Because there's a couple of reasons. One, daily limits are significantly lower than normal consumption limits on a large scale. So there's not a lot to be given away. Secondly, the price of cannabis at dispensary is significantly capped. The prices are higher. And thirdly, that the access to the facilities is so limited that there's very little ways that people can get access to it without the exception of, really having the ability of knowing someone who's going to do something illegal for them no matter what. But the perception that we listened to in our community meetings, but there was a concern that this would draw children and teenagers to the area, asking people to buy cannabis for them, and that had not been the case in anywhere that we've seen.
when we look at the crime data in the city of Chicago, across the board in every location, every single location that there was a cannabis dispensary open, there was shown to be no impact on crime, not even a significant impact, no impact on crime, and the calls for services in those locations were all lower than they were prior to there being a cannabis dispensary there. And my discussions, I started the research on this prior to Justice Cannabis, my work with Justice Cannabis, really in the suburbs. And in the suburbs, I spoke with 8 police chiefs who had some of the original dispensaries and had a long history. And every single one of them said it had no impact on crime or access. As we started working more deeply in Chicago, I've had conversations with CPD officers ranging from the community policing patrols up to area commanders, all say the same thing, that they have not seen any evidence of an increased risk of cannabis or crime due to dispensaries.
And Mr. Boucher, again, consumption of recreational cannabis in public areas is illegal in the state of Illinois, correct?
That's correct.
And based on your research and interviews, you again found that recreational cannabis dispensaries have little to no negative impact to public safety.
That is correct.
Mr. Boucher, as you are aware, TAF submitted findings of fact and your letter summarizing your facts to the board, which was submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Boucher.
Okay, Mr. Kissel is next.
Yes.
I'm moving.
Be careful with the wires.
Yeah, they're just fine. He knows.
I know.
Thank you. Not my first rodeo. Okay.
Mr. Kissel, please state your name and address and profession for the record.
Sure, my name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Pocrent Kissel Associates with offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago.
And Mr. Kissel, you were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary in a C11 zoning district at the subject property, correct?
That's correct.
And have you prepared a report detailing your analysis, findings, and conclusion? And has that report been submitted and previously admitted into evidence?
Yes.
Mr. Kissel, could you please briefly describe your findings and conclusions, paying particular attention to the standards contained in the Chicago zoning ordinance for the approval of a special use, and in particular for adult use cannabis dispensaries?
Sure. As the report submitted contains sufficient detail and evidence in support of the conclusions, I'll try and be brief and just touch on some of the major points. First and foremost, there are no schools present within 500 feet of the location. The nearest ones are DePaul College Prep at about 800 feet and Lane Tech about 1,350 feet, so well beyond the barrier. The proposed use is going to be located in an existing building that was recently constructed. It's part of a larger shopping center that occupies the northeast corner of Belmont and Western. Commercial uses have existed in this location for a very long period of time, several decades. The one-story structures in character and scale with the surrounding commercial node in which it's located, and as such, the proposal is consistent with the character of the surrounding area with respect to its physical attributes. The proposed use is in the interest of the public convenience. We know that there's a significant demand and that the lack of outlets has been blamed for a leveling off of sales and revenues for the state and local taxing bodies. The city has only 26 open facilities with a population of 2.75 million. That's less than a half a dispensary for 50,000 people. Reference Denver with a population of about 700,000 has 15 for every 50,000 people. Subject property is located in the southwest section of the North Center community area. Has a population of over 35,000 and no dispensaries to service demand within that community area. The closest open facility is in the Logan Square community area, a little more than a mile away to the south and west. Providing adequate facilities to satisfy demand in the central area as well as in outlying neighborhoods is in the public interest, given the amount of tax revenue generated. And this location is particularly advantageous Given that it's a highly trafficked commercial intersection that attracts shoppers from surrounding areas. This subject property is part of an established commercial node located at the intersection of Western Clybourne and Belmont, and it extends north along Western Avenue. The node's anchored by two shopping centers, Roscoe Village and Roscoe Square, located immediately north and west across Western from the subject property. Property's access to public transit and its proximity to the intersection of major thoroughfares, Kennedy Expressway, and other oriented commercial uses gives a proposed use high commercial visibility, as well as providing adequate accessibility by multiple modes of transportation. There's also a significant daytime population with nearby industrial and institutional uses along the north branch of the Chicago River immediately to the west. The addition of a complementary use such as an adult use cannabis dispensary will help draw more consumers from around the city, as well as serve the local daytime population and local residents. All of this in the interest of public convenience. Adult use cannabis dispensaries, unlike other retail uses, are highly regulated with requirements for enhanced security, compliant procedures for deliveries and loading. These additional requirements, which include trained on-site security personnel and robust surveillance systems, provide a benefit to the area in enhancing safety, as we heard in prior testimony, during hours of operation as well as after hours. Given all of this, proposal is indeed in the interest of the public convenience. There'll be no adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community, significant or otherwise. We know that this use would be compatible with adjacent commercial and institutional uses. The hours of operation are similar to the nearby uses. They'll operate in a similar fashion as other retail uses with much more structured, regulated procedures for security, deliveries, and loading. Proposed use is similar in size to many nearby uses. Such, it's anticipated that the traffic generation will be consistent with other uses in the area. Minimum maximum of 12 employees and an average of about 300 transactions per day. The location of the subject property near transit and ample vehicular and bicycle parking available on site means there'll be limited impact from vehicular traffic. Given all of this, it's compatible with the character of the surrounding areas in terms of operating characteristics, hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. The proposal makes no physical changes that would negatively impact pedestrian safety and comfort. The enhanced security requirements referenced earlier will provide an added measure of safety and security to the pedestrian environment. Given all of this, it will enhance and promote pedestrian safety and comfort. Based on all of this, I find the proposal is consistent with all applicable standards for special uses and the additional standards for adult use cannabis dispensaries. The proposed land use will have no adverse impact and no public purpose of any kind would be served by its denial.
And Mr. Kissel, as you're aware, have submitted findings of fact in your report summarizing your findings to the board, which was submitted into evidence. And though you've testified today, if you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact in the report?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolin, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mike Wolin, W-O-L-I-N. My office address is 1910 First Street in Highland Park. My background is I was awarded my MAI in 1984. I'm also an Illinois Certified General Appraiser awarded in 1991. I've been consulting in commercial real estate for over 42 years and acknowledged as an expert by this board on many occasions, Cook County ZBA, many circuit and federal courts.
And Mr. Wolin, the scope of your assignment was to prepare an analysis as to whether the applicant's proposed special use to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary at the subject property would have any detrimental effects on surrounding properties, correct?
That is true.
And the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary will be established again within the commercial use unit located adjacent to Western Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And you inspected the existing building in the surrounding area, correct?
I did recently, as well as my initial done on September 20th, 2022.
And could you please provide a short synopsis of your findings?
It's the intention of this applicant, after discussing it with the applicant, to make this dispensary look and feel just like the highly regulated retail building. And they intend to follow all age restrictions, regulations by the city and the state dealing with dispensaries. For me to determine whether it would comply or not, I looked at such things as walkscore.com, Google Maps, Chicago zoning maps. And as already discussed, the nearest schools were to Paul College Prep at 3353 Rockwell, Grand Bella 3730 overlay. And nothing is within the 500, the code's 500 feet as reported. The cannabis sector is supplying strong tenants and in turn supply strong demand. I found that after looking at the market, there is nothing that says cannabis has a negative impact. In fact, real estate prices will continue to rise, plateau because of the marijuana legalization. As discussed by my predecessor on security, we both feel that the national trend and local study of dispensaries have not indicated any crime has increased because of being near a dispensary. That goes for commercial or residential. I also went and looked at other dispensaries in other communities, such as Uptown, Rogers Park, Lakeview, Norwood Park, and many others. And again, I didn't find any adverse impact. In fact, it showed property values and uses increased being closest to a dispensary.
And Mr. Wallen, isn't it true that you found that the special use standards set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance have been met?
Yes, I believe the park of the zone C1 is not within 500 feet of any school. Both dispensaries in a mixed-use commercial area, and the applicant intends to build out the unit in accordance with the standards.
Mr. Wallen, as you're aware, TAF submitted findings of fact and your report summarizing your findings to the board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact in the report?
Yes, they would.
Thank you, Mr. Wallen. Now, last but certainly not least, Mr. Milan. Where's he at? Yeah, see, again, sorry. Mr. Milan, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Javier, Javier, Milan, Millan. My address is 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont.
And Mr. Milan, please state your profession for the record.
Yes, I am a traffic engineer with 28 years of experience.
And you are, you work as a partner at KLOA, correct?
That's correct. I'm a principal in the company.
Thank you. The scope of KLOA's assignment was to prepare a TOD transportation study to identify the existing transportation conditions within the vicinity of the proposed dispensary, evaluate the impact the proposed dispensary will have on the transportation system and the adequacy of the parking supply, correct?
Yes.
Please provide a brief synopsis of your report.
So yes, for the City of Chicago TOD ordinance, the report, as you mentioned, documented the existing transportation conditions in the area, including public transportation systems and alternative modes of transportation. Based on the results of the transportation study, the following was concluded. The site is located within walking distance of several high-frequency CTA bus routes. Car and bicycle sharing facilities are provided at multiple locations in the area. Bike facilities and bike routes are also provided in the area, which allow for access to other major bikeways. Sidewalks and traffic signals and pedestrian control timers are provided in the area, and crosswalks striped with high visibility striping are generally provided near the site. When compared to the daily traffic that traverses the intersection of Western Avenue with Belmont Avenue and Clybourne Avenue, the proposed use will result in an increase of less than 1% and will not have a significant impact. Lastly, the availability of alternative modes of transportation serving the area will adequately serve future customers of the proposed dispensary.
And therefore, based on your analysis, it's your professional opinion that the applicant's proposed dispensary is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Yes.
And Mr. Milan, as you are aware, TAF submitting findings of fact, report summarizing your findings to the board, which was submitted into evidence. If you're asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and report?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our case in chief. We are available to answer any questions from the board. I also did want to mention that we do have community resident here that would like to speak in support of the application. And she's sitting behind me.
Okay, great. Before we get to the supporter, let me just see if the board have any questions for the applicant before we go to the supporter and.
I have.
Okay.
All right, so. I forgot which one, who mentioned this, but you said 85% of the orders are pre-ordered. Where does that data come?
We run about, 17 dispensaries across.
Oh, that's in the data comes.
Yeah, it's our own data from empirical
Someone
data.
also mentioned that the nearest cannabis is in Logan Square, which is true, because that's open. But in July, we did approve another cannabis at 3419 West Belmont, which is less, it's about 10 blocks, right? Because Western's 2400 West, so it's 10 blocks away. So I just want to go on record with that. You know what I mean? That there is one we did approve just right up the street. I like to walk, so that's walking distance for me. And what else? Then also, you mentioned about Uptown and Lakeview. My question, cannabis is there and stuff like that. Are there schools around?
Not within the distance.
Okay, not within the distance. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out this is apples or apples and oranges here. All right, so the ones you mentioned Uptown Lakeview, there's not as because.
Not within that radio.
Yeah, because I don't think Lakeview is high school. I'm involved in 20 hours bitching about that. And then in Uptown, I know they know.
Please.
Okay, sorry, I'm talking loud, so I figured you picked it up.
You were saying,
I said, I knew there was not a high school in Lakeview. Alderman Tunney used to always talk about that.
thank you.
And then I said in Uptown, I know there's a small high school uplift. So I just know there's not, like a Lane Tech or the Paul Prep, around
Nothing
those
large
areas.
no.
Is that right? I just
You are
want to make
absolutely
sure I'm right. or not. I like to make sure I, right. All right, those are the few things I wanted to comment.
Any other questions for the applicant before we go to the supporter and then the objector? Okay, let's go to the supporter next.
Great. One thing I did want to mention is, I talked to Janine, Stephanie did not have a chance to write in, so I don't know if you want me to introduce her or how you want me to handle it.
Well, if you could state your name and address, please.
Sure, Stephanie Blatt, BLATT. 2307 West Wolfram Street, Chicago, Illinois.
And why don't you tell us why you're in support of this project?
I'm in the neighborhood. I am a medical cannabis card holder. It is walking distance from my house. And I want to bring more.
What was your address again? I'm sorry.
2307 West Wolfram. Wolfram is 1 block north of University.
Yeah, I know.
So it's basically, I don't know, it's less than a half a mile from town. And I feel we need to bring more businesses and the like to our neighborhoods. And especially with minority owned and operated and everything.
Any questions from the supporter? All right, let's turn to the objectors. If you could state your name and role, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mary Dempsey. I am the president of DePaul College Prep, which is located at 3300 North Campbell. I also live in Chicago in the 42nd Ward. With me today is Colleen Danaher Contreras, who's the president of the Parents Association of DePaul College Prep. I believe you have on file, in our file, our letters of objection, which I presume you have read. I also have another item that I just present to you. It's just a Google map of the area, just so you can get an idea of where we are talking about. DePaul College Prep is a 17-acre campus. We have approximately 1,240 high school students, grades 9 through 12. We are located, our boundaries are Melrose, Campbell, Rockwell, and Lane Tech High School in the north. Lane Tech has just under 5,000 students. So between the two high schools, there are close to 6,000 high school students who walk ride their bicycles, take public transit past this particular corner every day. You're correct, we are not located within the affected area because we are located 800 feet away, not 500 feet away. It is, to me, a difference without a distinction because our students, as you can see from the map, wait for the bus and ride their bicycles and are generally in this area. With the exception of the resident who testified in support of it, which is certainly her right to do, I note that none of the other witnesses live or work in the neighborhood, so they don't know the character of the neighborhood. It is an educational neighborhood. It is a neighborhood for athletics and both not only at Lane Tech Stadium, but also DePaul College Prep Stadium. It is an area where students from all over, people from all over the city use the Clark Park Wood, they use the Chicago Row House, they use Careywood Field, as do we. It is not an area that shuts down when the school day ends because our stadium and the Lane Stadium and the Clark Park facilities are all used by youth leagues after school hours are over. And often on the weekends. We have a consistent group of students who are using our stadium on Saturdays and Sundays as well. When we have a game, when Lane has a game, there are literally thousands of high school students in the area walking around. During the day, we are a closed campus. Lane is an open campus. Their students can go to lunch anywhere. And in those two shopping centers that are on Western Avenue, they are filled with high school students during the day and after school. I can tell you that Chipotle is a popular spot for DePaul prep students after school. That is almost directly across the street from where this cannabis dispensary is going to be. I'm very, very aware of the care of the security plan and the cameras that the applicant has set out, but that only covers the area right inside and outside their store. We have a significant issue with regard to illegal activity going on in Clark Park. The administration of Lane Tech and the administration of DePaul Prep, Alderman Martin, the Park District, we are constantly clearing that park out. We have issues with illegal drinking, illegal drug use, and there was a sexual assault in this group last year. So my fear, and their data may not support it, but I want to put on the record my concern. It is very easy, we all know it's very easy for an underage student to have someone else buy for them. And then to go to the woods, to go to the park areas, to just be in the area, consuming it, it can create a lot of public safety issues. We really do believe it is imperative that we bring this to your attention. It is not compatible with the education and athletic use of the neighborhood. There is a reason why we put our high school there. There's a reason our high school is growing. It's because it is a safe educational campus area. And to the gentleman who did the urban planning, I will tell you, I know the neighborhood. I've been going to the neighborhood a long time. That was not, that mall where you want to put this dispensary has not been there for a long time. It was a vacant lot until 3 years ago. So it is a new facility. Across the street from it's a gas station. Across the street from that is another vacant lot. And then you've got a Chicago Police Detective Station. Right down the street, there's a residence for handicapped adults. And then our two schools. So it is something that is a bit of a protected area, and we'd like to keep it that way. The other concern I have, and again, this may be my ignorance, maybe I'm not understanding how to read this, but I see that Renew is the applicant, Renew Illinois. And I went on the Illinois Secretary of State's corporation database yesterday, and that corporation was dissolved in June. So my question, if this is approved, is who are we really dealing with? Who do I bring my concerns to? You're not going to be in the facility all the time. But when I have an issue, who am I going to bring it to? I don't see anybody here who says that they represent Renew. And so I don't mean to, maybe I'm completely ignorant of how to look at these things, but I don't think I'd just like to know who Renew is and what their role will be in this, because your security plan is going to only protect your site and your 13 parking spots. I have more than 150 cameras inside and outside of my campus because school safety is so important. And they will move through all of our boundaries. So I hope, I sincerely hope that this is approved, that I'm not having to call you to say, we need your footage to see when that customer left your stop, came and sold to somebody else, who then came and did something illegal in our neighborhood. Our concern is simply, it's not the character of the neighborhood. The character of the neighborhood is educational, it is athletic. And I really think that, I know this is a legal business. There are many other retail establishments that are empty, that are just down Clybourne, a very large CVS building that's empty. I don't know why that can't be moved down there. I think putting it in such close proximity to 6,000 high school students is a recipe for success. Ms. Contreras is the president of the Parents Association.
Yes, good afternoon. It's been fascinating to be here this afternoon today. My name is Colleen Danaher Contreras. Contreras spelled Contreras. I'm 52 years old. I'm a mother of 3. Their ages are 20, 18, and 16. I've lived in Chicago, Illinois my entire life. I grew up on the south side in the 11th ward. And I've been living in the 47th ward since 2002. And just while I was sitting over here earlier today, I looked at the border of the 47th ward and the 32nd ward, and the way the boundaries work, it's like the 32nd ward kind of cuts up, and I think Roscoe Street is the south border of the 47th ward. I live at 3718 North Levitt Street, LEAVIT. I've lived there for 21 years, since September 27th of 2002. And my 3 children were born and brought home to my house that we still live in. And I thank you for bringing up Bell School, because in my letter, which if I was to testify fully today, I would testify consistent with my letter. But I neglected to put in my letter that my kids attended Bell School. So Bell is another school that's very close. And my 3 children attended Bell, and then Lane Tech. There was a 7th and 8th grade program at Lane Tech for an accelerated program for middle schoolers. My 2 boys, who are 20 and 18, started at Lane Tech at 7th grade. So they spent 6 years at Bell School and 6 years at Lane Tech, and graduated from Lane Tech in 2021 and 2023, May of 2023. So I was a Lane Tech parent from 2015, when my oldest was in 7th grade, until 2023. And my daughter, who's 16, chose to go to DePaul College Prep, the smaller high school neighboring Lane Tech. And when I started at DePaul, as I always have done my whole life, I did a lot of volunteering, and currently I am the president of the Parent Association at DePaul Prep, and we volunteer a lot. I also volunteered at Lane Tech. Long story short, I know this neighborhood. I've lived in this neighborhood. I've raised my kids in this neighborhood. They've gone to the schools in this neighborhood. Our parish is St. Benedict. And as Ms. Dempsey said, there are 6,000 high school students between the ages of 12 and 18. I say 12 because Lane starts at 7th grade, that are in this area every day, all day, from probably 6 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock at night. And one of the witnesses talked about visibility. You were trying to accomplish visibility. Well, who you will be visible is to 6,000 people under the age of 21 every day, the age of 12 to 18. You talked about the accessibility of public transit. I am telling you, the people that are on that public transportation at those bus stations are 6,000 high school students under the age of 21. This is not an area that has a demographic of a lot of people. It's not the Fulton Market District, which is up and coming for people that are 20 to 30 years old that are moving to Chicago. They're moving to Fulton Market District because Lincoln Park's gotten really expensive. They're moving to West Loop, South Loop. They're not moving to our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is families, kids, school-age kids, educational and athletic. And I also know all the businesses right around here. The businesses in this little subdivision are a dental office. And which is called Aspen. A vet called Good Vets for people to bring our dogs. And Wild Fork, which is a new grocery store, seafood grocery store. And there's a car wash across the street, Riverview Car Wash, Riverview, based on the Riverview. Their name is a spinoff of where the Jewel and Mariano's are. That used to be Riverview Amusement Center. And there used to be, it was an amusement park with Ferris wheels. And my mom and dad used to commute to the south side to go to Riverview, and they were brokenhearted when it got torn down. And Lane Tech has been there since 1908. It was an all men's school at one point, and then it became co-ed, and then DePaul College Prep started 10 years ago. And Jewel and Mariano's are now what's in that subdivision, as well as some lunch places where the kids go to lunch. So this is, again, my letter talks about why I believe that a cannabis dispensary is just basically the standard that you gentlemen have, you ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, have to apply, which is it will have an adverse effect on the general welfare of the community. I will get to that. And is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. I think I've covered that. Now, as for the adverse effect on the general, well, I just wanted to say one thing. I heard 3 people from Missouri, 3 people from Missouri, 3 people from the north suburbs, Highland Park and Glenview, 2 people from the Loop. I think somebody lived, in the Loop. And again, I've lived up here for 21 years. I think I know the neighborhood and who is walking around and riding their bikes and taking the public transportation. I also, the part about the welfare, this is what I wanted to stress. In the last 6 months, I've been to 2 presentations, one at DePaul and one, well, I've been at schools a lot, but each of them put on a presentation about vaping and how it's so dangerous for people under the age of 21. So as recently as October 3rd, DePaul Prep put on a presentation, the counseling department, and they brought in experts. I think it was the WYCA maybe. And they presented, and it was very illuminating for me. I hope my kids have not been vaping. I don't think they have, but how dangerous and addictive this smoking substances can be for people under the age of 21. Their brains are not developed. It was really a shocking presentation to me, even though I thought it was dangerous. And then about 6 months ago, Lane Tech did a presentation where a father came in whose son was a freshman at Indiana University, and he has a foundation now. His son was a freshman at Indiana University, and I think well, they're not really sure what happened, but there was an accidental overdose situation. His son was a minor, and now he goes and he was found dead in his bed in his dorm room at Indiana. And so now the father spends his time going to talk to high school students to tell them if somebody hands you a pill or a gummy, no, please don't take it. Just don't. So those are, if kids come into contact or can have access to or see the visibility of a dispensary, they may, on the one hand, think, oh, it's safe. They sell it right over at the store. Well, it's not safe for kids. If they get access to it and take it, it's not safe for them. And I don't think it fits with the surrounding businesses in the area. Couple other just points. Yeah, I talked about the bus route. I heard a lot of interesting things, but and you all have fascinating careers, really. The security stuff is fascinating. I'm not so worried about the crime. There's a police detective station right across the street. I'm not worried about the crime. I'm not worried about you guys causing crime in the area. What I'm worried about is high school students, 6,000 kids, walking by the dispensary every day and thinking, oh, that's just part of life. If somebody hands me a gummy, I should take it. If somebody hands me a joint, I should smoke it. If somebody hands me a weed pipe, I should smoke it. So, or it's okay to do. So I've never actually been personally inside a dispensary. It sounds fascinating business, but I just think the location, honestly, I think your business would do a whole lot better somewhere else where more people are 21 and over. Because here, it's going to be a lot of high school students going by that can't come in. Thank you for listening.
Any questions from the board?
Sure. So you said there's 6,000 students, right, from 12 to 18? Right?
Yes,
Is it
sir.
7? And where do students come from? They come from.
Oh, that's a great
All of this-
question.
all of this.
But Lane Tech pulls from every zip code in the city, and I believe DePaul
pulls from 60 zip codes. 99% of our students live in the city. So we're all Chicago.
But they're coming from everywhere, right? From all
Coming
our
from everywhere.
77
Six-
communities.
60 and so they're coming on public transit. They're coming on
That's the question.
bikes, they're walking, they're scootering, they're divvying, yes.
Yeah, I mean, Lane Tech is selective enrollment school for people who are out of state. High school here is almost harder to get into some of the schools than college. So Lane Tech, you have to test in and the students come from all over.
So the student body's coming from all over, so they're taking mass transit, you know, what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, they're taking Western Avenue, they're taking Belmont. I mean, I think I put that in my letter. If you were ever on Belmont, Rockwell, Campbell, all these streets around here, it's kids riding their bikes, getting off the buses, getting dropped off by their parents and jaywalking, which is not safe either.
And both schools are religiously, racially, socially, and economically.
Those schools, right?
Both schools. Paul Prep is a private Catholic high school, but our kids are every religion, every economic class. 41% of our kids are financial aid, financial.
41%.
Mhm.
And then we know what that, Lane, what is it?
Well, Lane, the way the selective enrollment works, the city of Chicago is broken up into 4 tiers based on socioeconomic status. So tier 1 is my neighborhood, the highest socioeconomic status. So those students have to test at a certain, a certain rate. And then tier 4, I could have the tiers mixed up, but different parts of the city that have lower, they make sure that all 4 tiers are represented at Lane Tech. Basically, it's balanced between the 4 tiers because they want to, there was a Supreme Court case that said you can't consider race with high school enrollment. Maybe it was an Illinois Supreme Court case, not US, but Illinois Supreme Court case. So I believe after that, they developed a tier system to try to draw students from all over the city, and it works. And it is awesome. I mean, the community is amazing. They do international days for a 3-day weekend in March. And there's 50 ethnic and religious clubs, and they all perform. And last year, the Ukraine club and the Russian club came out walking together arm in arm. I mean, these kids just are amazing kids, and they are going to be the future leaders of Chicago. And I want to keep them safe. And I know as a parent who has volunteered at both schools that the administration of both schools, Dempsey, Dr. Stan Anderson, and the principal at Lane, who she went to Lane Tech, Ms. Thompson, and then Sarah Hanley and all the other assistant principals there. They want to keep these kids safe. They want to keep them away from substances that might harm their brains if they're too young. And they want them to reach their full potential. And I've seen how much they love and care about these kids in person, my kids. And I'm forever grateful to Lane Tech for my boys and the education that they got. And they play baseball at Kerry Wood Field right there. Kerry Wood built a stadium in our neighborhood and named it, it's named after him because he donated that much money to build a baseball field.
And a lot of, correct me if I'm right or wrong here, but that soccer field there, that Kerry Wood soccer field, those other students from all over the city use that, not just Lane Tech in the fall, right? So when you say 6,000, there's probably even more.
Oh, yeah.
Lane Stadium is CPS, is an official CPS stadium, so there will be a football game probably tonight, which doesn't even involve Lane Tech, but it involves 2 CPS schools. The soccer fields next to it are Park District. The boathouse is Park District. Our football team practices kind of along the river there. We have our own stadium, which we use for our students, and we have so many kids who are involved in this, that our stadium is used sometimes till 10 o'clock at night. So our kids are leaving, getting on their bikes, getting on the bus at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So it's not more than you said 6,000, but you add them all up.
6,000 every day going to school, but when you add the other shifts.
Yes, because the Chicago Fire soccer program also owns the Dome, which is further up the river, but that soccer field that you mentioned right next to the Lane Tech Stadium, they have a lot of clubs practicing their, the Chicago North clubs, just a lot of private soccer clubs that are practicing their students, travel programs, travel soccer programs, travel lacrosse programs, rowing programs. So you're right. That is a good point that I didn't even realize in writing my letter. It's 6,000 that are there every day for school, But if you consider after school, it's thousands more.
Like I always say, I'm the neighborhood guys. This neighborhood now. Another question, DePaul Academy is growing, right? Because weren't you at California in Addison?
Yeah, we
and
started out
the
10
old
years ago.
Gordon Tech
Yes. we did.
facility and you moved because you're growing, right?
Correct.
So in another few years, you could have 1,500 or
1400.
14.
We'll have
Is that
1400
okay?
next year. Yeah.
Or so next year you're gonna be at 14, because I know that the Paul Academy is growing, right? So there's gonna be more and more young folks coming into this area.
We just completed construction of a third academic wing with an additional 19 classrooms, science labs, another dining hall to accommodate our growing enrollment. So yes, we started out 10 years ago with 93 freshmen. Today we have 1,240 students. We'll have 1,400 next year.
Very nice. Right, thank you. Those are
Thank
the
you.
questions.
Okay, any other questions right now? All right, let's go back to, Counselor Mikas for rebuttal.
Okay, so a few questions that I had based on the testimony provided. So again, you're mentioning the 6,000 kids, of which DePaul is how many again?
1,240.
Okay, and you have a closed campus.
We do.
And so when you're saying about walking past the dispensary, you're talking about after games and things of
Talking
that
about
nature.
in the morning, our kids arrive via walking, biking, or public transit at the end of the school day, at the end of their practices, at the end of their games. Those would be our kids. Lane is an open campus. And so their students at the beginning of the day, the middle of the day, they are all over Western Avenue because they're looking for places to go to lunch. And at the end of the day, at the end of their practices.
So our dispensary, the applicant's dispensary, I should say, opens at 9 o'clock. What time does school start?
7:45.
Okay. And also, and maybe I found incorrect research, but with Lane Tech, I thought their freshmen were closed campus and it was upperclassmen was open campus.
The freshmen, second semester freshmen, freshmen are not allowed to leave the building for lunch first semester. But as long as they have good attendance and good behavior, they earn the right to go out to lunch second semester of freshman year. And the lunch, because the school is so large, 4,500 students with one large lunchroom. That is pretty much why there is the open campus, to let the kids go out to lunch. Some kids just bring their lunch and sit out on the lawn. There's a huge lawn in front of Lane Tech, but often they will go to local restaurants and bring their lunch, and the local restaurants know the kids. Like, it's a symbiotic relationship. Like Jewel and Mariano's would not be in business there without Lane Tech and DePaul, because the kids are always shopping there. But to what I was starting to say, lunch periods are third period through seventh period, I believe. There's third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh period. They have to do that many lunch periods to accommodate all the kids.
Okay.
So they are walking around the neighborhood all day long.
So they're going to lunch at Jewel and Mariano's?
Well, they're going to restaurants on Western
Chipotle,
Avenue.
I mean,
Where's Chipotle located?
that is, oh, you don't know? That, let me tell you. It is, there's the Jewel, and then across Jewel's Mariano's. And then next to Mariano's, there was a business that was like a youth, like a science projects. And then there was a Toys R Us, but that's now closed. And then Chipotle is at the south end of that.
Okay.
So closer to your dispensary.
Yeah.
And so now another question, actually, I'm going to actually turn. So you mentioned Jewel and Mariano's. Jewel and Mariano's also have liquor departments. And I'm actually going to ask Mr. Kissel, who did a little bit of research in terms of the proximity of how many packaged liquor or retailers that sell alcohol that are located within 800 square feet, 800 linear feet of the proposed dispensary.
Yeah, I found, I believe 9, 8 actually establishments. There are 2 taverns under Bar and Blue Light. Chipotle, by the way, has incidental liquor license. Silver Dragon Restaurant, Liberty Lounge Tavern, and as was mentioned, Mariano's, Walgreens, and Jewel all sell packaged goods. I did want to also touch on another point. Characterizing the subject properties that they have lot is basically incorrect.
No, it was a vacant lot.
Well, yes.
So I watched them build.
Yeah, and I'm very familiar with this area also. There used to be a elevated overpass with Western Avenue, demolished in 2016.
Right, right.
A commercial use is on this property, it's a used car lot
Cassidy.
for decades.
Right, Western Avenue has always been known as like a place for cars and now it's, you know,
Let's
Under-
characterize it as a vacant lot. And
Well, it's,
say that
it's all, it's new construction, this
I'm
is,
sorry,
this is
could I?
brand new
could I-
construction.
Wait,
I think we all agree. it's
I was going to say,
Hold up. Let's, not everybody can talk at the same time, okay? Let Mr. Kissel make his point. We're in rebuttal at the
Yeah.
moment, you know, you'll have a chance to speak again, but he's elaborating his
sorry.
point.
Thank you for clarifying the process, I apologize, sorry.
My point is that this has always been a commercial location. It may have been interrupted for a period of time when use was demolished in the interim before one was built. Historically, this is a commercial node in a commercial.
I would also like to mention again, how we stated that this is a C11 district. Under the Chicago zoning ordinance, a tavern or a packaged good liquor store could go in there as of right under the zoning code. Obviously, it would be subject to like liquor licensing and all of that, but I just wanted to mention that without any type of a hearing such as this. So I just wanted to mention that from the zoning perspective. One other, and I'm actually going to turn to Mitch, given the experience that Justice Cannabis has with dispensaries. Again, we're talking about the kids walking by and being attracted to the dispensary. Obviously, there's no signage that says
No.
dispensary. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, they're very nondescript buildings.
Correct.
And can you talk a little bit about the windows?
Yeah, our windows by state law are tinted so that no pedestrians walking by are allowed to see inside the store whatsoever. That's state law, and they're tinted windows from top to ceiling. In addition, our dispensary will be called Block, BLOC. It will not incorporate the word dispensary. It won't incorporate the word cannabis. We don't have any graphics anywhere that depict a leaf or anything of that sort. If you don't know what Block is, you won't know what this building is. It will have 4 letters and dark windows, and that'll be that.
Can I say 2 things?
I just had a couple.
Let them, let the applicant finish their rebuttal and I will come back to you.
So again, you're talking about the nondescript, et cetera, et cetera. Kind of going back, actually, I lost my train of thought. So we talked about obviously the liquor stores in the area, also about the nondescript building, the C11. Also, actually, can I ask a question? As we just admonished her for, and I apologize for saying it was rebuttal. What is the percentage of students at Lane Tech and at DePaul that get bused?
Oh, sorry.
Let me speak to that. Very, very small, about 1% at DePaul.
Okay.
We have 3 minibuses that we send out to various neighborhoods. They get picked up in the morning. They're on their own to get home at night because they're all in clubs and athletic sports. So they are all coming home at various times of night. So even if we pick them up in the morning, they're on their own to get home.
So they're on their own. Do they get picked up by parents?
Sometimes they do, sometimes. they
Otherwise,
take
it's public transportation?
Or bicycles or scooters or what.
Okay.
And
And
as
I
for
don't
Lane
know
Tech,
if
I
we-
can answer. As for Lane Tech, 0% get bused right now there's no busing at all provided by Chicago Public Schools to Lane Tech. High school students do not get busing from Chicago Public Schools. And just the 7th and 8th graders that were getting busing, because they were in 7th and 8th grade, that just got taken away because of an extreme shortage of school buses in the city of Chicago. So there's probably 1% that get busing, and those are the extremely disabled students at Lane Tech. There are some extremely disabled students who are in wheelchairs, and they get the Chicago Public School bus. But other than that, everybody's on their own to get to and from school. And I don't think there are any other, when you said liquor stores,
Or the
just
sale
wanna
of
circle
liquor.
back to that. I don't think there's liquor stores, standalone liquor stores. They sell, like you said, alcohol and Walgreens and maybe Mariano's, yes, but at certain times. But the 2 businesses he mentioned is what I want to circle back to, the Under Bar and Blue Light when it's the appropriate time. Because those are very troublesome bars that they're trying to shut down.
Again, going kind of staying on this liquor store and also on the vaping, I was going to say, again, cannabis, I'm also going to get this. the state of Illinois legalized cannabis. I know that you had mentioned about the effect on children and all of that. That is, that is not what's here today. So essentially, a liquor store, someone can just walk into a liquor store. It could be a minor just walking into the liquor store, fake ID, not fake ID, all of that. And that, again, going back to my C11 distinction, there's absolutely no regulation for that. They don't have security cameras, things of that nature. Well, some may, but it is much more difficult for a minor to get cannabis from a dispensary, given all of the security that the state of Illinois put into place as part of the Cannabis Act in order to regulate the industry. So that's basically all I have, unless anyone from here. One last thing also is in terms of the LLC and the registration,
Yes.
we would like to, actually apologies, but this is the statement. There was a mishap with the filing of the annual report. You will see McQueen Houston's name as the manager on that. So we apologize. That was a clerical oversight. So thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, been reinstated.
And reinstated. Thank you.
So may I just
Yes.
ask a question? So if I go in the Secretary of State's database, it will be corrected now?
It
Yeah.
would be on page 2.
It was just
Yesterday.
filed on October 19th.
That's right. Right. Yes.
Yes,
So if you go on now, and there's a copy.
And is there a way to contact you when you have issues?
Me?
Me,
McQueen?
I mean, I'm open to giving them up. It's not a problem.
I don't question that this is a legal business. I know it's a legal business. You and I have had this conversation, Ms. Michaels. I'm clear on that. I'm just suggesting that this is not the wisest place to put a dispensary, where there are more than 6,000 young people every day. There are many other places in our neighborhood, especially neighborhoods, portions of the neighborhood that are going to be more appealing to your demographic. I just am suggesting that it's not a good idea to put this
I
around
disagree.
high school
Demographic
students. I hear what you're saying about tinted windows and block. You obviously are not around teenagers. It's going to take them
I have 2 of
30
them.
seconds to figure out that this is
Trust
a
me.
dispensary.
They'll know,
30
but
seconds, they'll
they're
know.
not gonna be able to look inside. I mean.
It doesn't make a
you know.
difference. It doesn't mean that they can't stop somebody else to say, I need a gummy, and you're right. The liquor stores where packaged liquors are there.
Much more easy.
When I go to Mariano's and the Jewel, I'm on camera, I get carded. And I'm 7, and I get carded at the Mariano's. So
Well, you could hire somebody to buy some for you.
you're exactly right, and that's what I'm afraid is gonna happen with free dispensary.
I'm joking.
What I'm very
You don't
much
need
afraid is gonna happen.
someone to buy liquor for you.
And let me know when I can circle back to my 2 thoughts, so I don't want to lose them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make one last statement, but, and basically it's just,
Hold up, yeah, you're gonna get the.
I'll get the last
final
one, okay.
word. Yeah, you will get the final words. Let's just finish up here and then you'll have the final word.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm very passionate about this. And like I said, I'm the president of the parent association. So at our last parent association meeting, I told the 30 other people around the table that we have, the way our parent association works, each grade level, freshman, sophomore, junior, seniors had like 6 parents representing those parents in those classes. And then we all come together and meet once a month. And at the last meeting, I said, I'm writing a letter on behalf of the parent association and I'm going to go to the hearing, and everybody agreed. So even though I'm the only one here, the entire parent association is in support of this, in support of objecting for the reasons we said today. And there are no standalone liquor stores. I just want to be clear about that. And I understand, I guess, if somebody wanted to open a liquor store in this property, they could just do it. Isn't that the point of why we're here? Special use, special use. You have to go through all these standards. I heard all these experts testifying on all these standards. The 2 that I'm focusing about, in order for you to get your special use approved, is would it create a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood and its community? And is it incompatible with care for the surrounding area? So those are the 2 that I focused on, because I do think that those 2 standards are hard for you to establish. And as for the 2 bars, I think you probably came across in your research under bar and what was the other one again?
Like,
Blue Light. They're both pretty troublesome bars on Western Avenue. I think there was a shooting and I think a bouncer shot somebody not too long ago, and they're both, people want those closed down too, so they may be having their own zoning, or different hearing, so it's not. It's grocery stores that also have a liquor department. It's not bars, it's students, I don't want to say it's residential, but it's all the public transportation, all the thoroughfares there, Western, Belmont, Rockwell, it's all students coming to school or other activities. So I really, actually, for your business, I just think it would be better for it to be very successful to go somewhere else. I mean, it just seems to me that that's, if you really knew the demographic and spent the day there for 22 years the way I have, you would see that people 21 and over aren't the ones walking around.
All right, and now the final word goes to the.
So just kind of a little bit of summary, going again to the point about liquor store, C11 zoning, all of that. As I mentioned, a liquor store could go there tomorrow. I was going to say it would not have a special use hearing because it is a C11 district, but because of cannabis, we have to come for a special use and obviously meet in front of the board and all of that. But you know, I guess in closing, you know, we've heard testimony, we've kind of gone back and forth on everything. Again, you know, basically the law or the zoning code says within 500 feet. That's, you know, basically how we also looked at demographic, or I should say the client and the applicant also looked at demographics. But that being said, I did want to close just by thanking the board and thanking you. I know it was a long day, I was going to say, but no, and I thank my team as well. And with that, we close.
Are there any final questions before we take it under your right?
I got a question. No, I would.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Houston, 49% owner, right?
Yes.
And do you have any intention on selling?
No,
None at all.
no,
And if we put something in, if we didn't approve this, you wouldn't mind saying that you have no intention on selling?
no.
Sure. And one other thing, you mentioned, I gotta go back because I know this area very, very well. A liquor license is a special use. It is a special use. It is granted by the liquor commissioner, with the alderman's input. So 100%.
Right.
You want to argue about this, I can go down.
Oh, no.
So you said it's not a special use. No, the liquor license don't come to zoning board of appeals. But a liquor license is a special use given out by BACP, Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, under the liquor commissioner. It's a woman right now, so she signs off on it. And she usually, always she does, she gets input by the local alderman.
That's correct.
So a liquor license is a special use. You know, if you go to law school, there's not like, you know, you're going there to get, you know, a degree on liquor licenses. It's up to the municipalities. Most municipalities, it's the local mayor that gives out, like, you know, Cicero or Calumet City or Des Plaines. It is usually the mayor that approves a liquor license. Here in the city of Chicago, it is a liquor commissioner. It's up to her to decide if she's going to give that special use or not. And she usually goes to the local alderman, and the local alderman hears alderperson. The local alderperson knows that he or she, you know, knows what the community wants. And then you did mention some liquor licenses, a incidental liquor license, you cannot do carry out, as you well know. And you caught yourself there, you did catch yourself, but I wanted to make sure my colleagues understood too. On an incidental license, you cannot do carry out liquor.
Correct.
So you said it, but you didn't go deep. I like to go deep. Yeah, it's just my personal.
And if I may mention, I apologize. I thought I had mentioned it was a special use for zoning, but there was the liquor license. But okay, so I just wanted to mention, so I apologize if it wasn't clear.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And make sure everyone understand
Right.
that a liquor license out up here in Chicago, Cicero, Des Plaines, Calumet City, it's a
Absolutely.
special use.
Yep.
Okay.
Great.
With
Chairman,
that,
thank you very much for letting us come to.
Oh, thank you very much, everybody, the applicants, the objectors, for everybody's input. For the questions, it was all good. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How many more cases do you have?
Figure it out, huh?
That's it. No more.
Listen to the people. The people.
You said no more kids.
All right, I move that we convene in the closed session for the section 2C4, the Open Meetings Act, for the purpose of considering the evidence to be presented in the open session. Wait a second, Mr. Cross. Yes, I will stand for
It's just. Yeah, we have, no.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. Well, how did you do anything? Exactly. I go to Michigan. Michigan school. Cool. I have friends who, 4 guys went to Towson High School. Separate ways, they all live in Chicago. And I'm friends. But all 4 of them were the same one together.
Folks, I don't need to rush. This room, we don't need to rush.
Wait now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we all see you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I wish I had said, had more, more suggest, more substantial. And he's like, Larry, you just get along with it. I mean, there's the secret.
Whoever is speaking in the mic, can they please move away from the pods? You're being live streamed.
Kamal, they can't hear you. This is Donna, the court reporter.
Thanks, Victor.
Okay, fine.
This is
They're exiting the room.
That's not out.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I missed you.
Thank you.
Day was, not great.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
not your part.
Hopefully we'll have a better setup next time.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna go and deliberate and we'll be back up.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
No, so Paul, what I was trying to say is, I mean, today it kind of got like a free for all with everybody talking at the same time.
For you to let me know that.
Nothing to do with you. It's just that what you provide me is so wonderful.
Sorry. For you guys having to see today and then for reporters and you
So-
are amazing. You're amazing.
Thank
The
you.
store's been a lot behind us,
Okay,
so we'll be back up.
all right. Do I have to let you back in?
No, I have.
Maybe I'll be gone.
I hope not.
Hi. They're deliberating now. It just was a long cannabis one. I suspect they'll be back shortly and they'll run through it and my goal would be to catch the 7 o'clock. Remember, there's no more 6:40, it's 7. So I got all my stuff ready to pack up as soon as they come down and spit it out. All right, well, what are we doing? Just asking. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Okay, I know they're in a hurry to get out, so that's it. Okay, all right, thanks. Bye.
that 5 minutes, which seems wasteful, is really an investment in regrounding ourselves in the same way that like if we were working out, we don't work out continuously. We work out and then we give ourselves a break so that our muscles can build and our body can recover. And that's what time in solitude is good for as well. And so whether that's 2 minutes a day or 5 minutes a day, we all need those moments of solitude. And it's something that we're trying to teach our kids too right now, is how to not always look for something that can occupy them, but how to just take a few minutes, even if it's just 2 minutes, and just breathe. Sometimes I do this with our kids together, is we'll just all breathe together for a minute, deep breath in and deep breath out. Box yeah.
Yeah, good exercise is if you're at dinner with a friend and they go to the bathroom, don't check your phone. You just like be there. I know, because it's so hard immediately when someone starts walking away, you reach for your phone.
My tip, so mine's in the morning. I have an hour before I do anything else, right? So it's meditation first, then it's journaling, one page. If I have time, it's a page approach. And it's not negotiable. It has to happen. What I like about doing it first thing in the morning is you can feel yourself join in the chaos after. You can feel your adrenaline and cortisol. You can feel your heart rate change. I think it's really important to observe it, because when you wake up, if you grab the phone, you're there, and there's no break from it. So you're just there. You're in that hyper state, and then it never ends. So you go to bed and then you sleep in the morning. But if you can do it first thing in the morning, you can actually get that whatever it is for you, 10, 20 minutes of nothingness. It makes you more conscious of how distracting and how not great the other stuff is for you. It's like sobering up enough. So people don't even know if they're high because they haven't been sober long. But, you know, I like doing it. I love that. How did you develop that practice? That's been the journaling was a sobriety thing. And so many folks in AA meditate and spoke highly of its impact on their life enough that I believe these people are trusted. They're not bullshit. They are bullshit. So that's why they're there. But yeah, I just believe these men who are telling me it's nice for them. Yeah, I think it's super. On a rare occasion, I can't start. I hear you, and I think that's great advice for people to have that solitude in the beginning of the day and to not check your phone before you do, because then your thoughts are already invaded and your brain's already spinning on everything you got to do on your to-do list. I also have a morning practice as well. We get up early, work out, meditate, and then think either in my mind or write down something I'm grateful for, something I'm looking forward to. And I find that just really helps set the tone for my days. The days I don't do that, and something happens, I'm up late, I wake up late, or if I just somehow slip and I dip into my phone, it's just fundamentally is different. My mind's turning already. You feel afraid. Yeah, feel afraid and distracted all day. We often talk about time as one of our greatest resources, and absolutely, it's our attention is also one of our great resources. It's how we make our time count for even more. And our attention is really afraid right now. And a lot of people are trying to say they can't even read a book anymore because they just don't have the attention to do it. They can't read a full-length article anymore because they just get distracted by X, Y, and Z. I think it's a struggle for a lot of people. And just sounds right. That would be a waste of your limited time to dedicate an hour and a half to do nothing. It seems like that's a waste. So I'm not doing anything. But in fact, every hour after it probably goes up with some significant percentage of clarity and productivity that I really do think you like buying that back. Totally. It's funny, like if you think about sports, we don't say that it's a limited time on the basketball court when you're actually playing an official game that counts, and then all that time practicing in the weight room, and that's all waste. No, we say that's preparation for the big game. So your morning routine, my morning routine, these moments of solitude, this is preparation for the big game for the rest of life, for our days. What a pleasure. So glad we got to do it in person.
Yeah,
It's so nice. I'm so glad we got to do this in person too. And I loved it last time. It was virtual. In person, it's been great. I remember how we ended last time. Also,
Me
we were
too.
talking about matchmaking.
Matchmaking,
last
I
time.
wondered if that was gonna come back up.
Well, what happened? Did you ever?
Well, it was 3 years ago, so I hardly remember. I do remember that the big hang up was location.
Yes, he was in Chicago.
Yes, and that is the deal point.
That's okay.
But I did really appreciate it. Can't believe you, in your busy schedule, took time out of your life to do that.
Research. No, it's fine. Listen, it's funny. I've been thinking more about it since we spoke 3 years ago, because I think that there's just so many people I mean, right now, frankly, of all ages who are struggling with this question of how to find a romantic partner, how to find a meaningful relationship. And we're not satisfied with the current ways people do that. And, I think online works for some people, but for a lot of people, it's exhausting as a way of meeting people. And there just aren't that many other venues. We were just talking about it actually with folks in my office. We're saying that groups of existing friends tend to get together, but circles where you actually introduce new friends to each other, or circles like integrate or overlap, that just doesn't happen as much anymore.
Yeah.
People aren't going to parties anymore the same way. So I actually think that matchmaking is even more important now than it was when we last spoke. And I still have the same love for doing it that I did before, because I just think there are a few things that are, for me, as joyous as being able to bring someone together with somebody else in a relationship that's meaningful to them, whether that lasts for a short time, whether it lasts forever. It's really meaningful. But I find that a lot of people say they want to be set up by their friends, but it's not happening for a bunch of reasons. Not because their friends don't care about them, but sometimes their friends aren't sure if it'll be awkward if it didn't work out, or they aren't sure it would be intrusive if they suggested it. But it's not a statement, it's a matchmaking problem, which is that there are friends out there who want to be matchmade. There are friends who have a network they can do the matchmaking, but you actually have to bring these folks together. But this is actually something I find myself thinking about how to work on, especially after my time as Surgeon General, because I just think if more people find love in their life, that makes it a little better.
Yeah.
I'll say this: we had the founder of Airbnb.
Yeah, Brian.
He's talking about how he seeks Obama's advice, how to keep his head during his time in the Oval Office, and he had all these pro tips. And I said, I think you're missing the biggest one, which is he had 2 daughters and a wife that didn't give a fuck. He was the president. And you need 3 people there. I said that to him. It's like, he's already declared he wants that advice and he wants to have more meetings like that. And then I offered that as what was my experience with arguments with moms. And I had a lot of people who were like, stop single shaming and stop.
Well, I pushed back on that.
You did.
Love in your life is critical. That's 100% the truth. It does not have to come in the form of marriage or a romantic partner. And I know that because there are plenty of relationships I see in my life that are lonely. They're together and they're lonely.
Sure.
That's many, not just like, oh, I know one person. That's a lot. So I don't think that the antidote is a romantic partnership. I think finding love in some way and genuine connection is the answer. And it doesn't have to come in that form.
But what you say for guys, let's just say guys, I'm not going to say anything about it. Guys die like 8 years early.
Woman's like making their dinner and stuff.
So military is why they make them go to the doctor. So then the husband also makes the wife do things that she does. Like it's a co-piloting situation. Why it's beneficial.
Yeah.
So most people are like, yeah, it's been a long time since you had a glass of water, Mary. You know, and I think it's important because of the way our society has constructed itself is that generally speaking, in order to have somebody in your life who is so tightly connected to you and so interwoven into your life that they are reminding you to go to the doctor, making sure that you eat, that they're there for you to talk to and listen to whenever you need. Our society has evolved in a way to say that generally only happens in marriage or a long-term relationship or something of that sort. Is there a world where you can get some of that from friends who you love deeply and deeply committed to? Yeah, possibly. And what I find interesting is there are also more movements to bring people together to live in shared spaces, right? So they can't be physically around one another. Because some of my dearest friends live nowhere near me. If I have a need or something like that, there's more steps to take to actually find that for them to respond than somebody who's actually living next to you with. Sure. So you're right, the numbers are the numbers. But what they tell us most importantly is that when you have somebody in your life who is an intimate connection, meaning you love each other deeply, you can trust one another, you can rely on one another, you can be there for one another. But that does make a difference in your health, your well-being, your longevity. Yet there are people who don't necessarily have that in a romantic or platonic relationship. There are people who are in marriages who may not experience that right now. But by and large, having those kind of relationships is what we need to be aiming for. And look, I know these are hard to have without people feeling like you are perhaps blaming them for the life that they're living. I think that we need to be able to talk about the data and what it shows us, but to say that, look, at the end of the day, the sort of active factor here, if you will, is having loving relationships in your life. And you have to ask yourself what those really are, because those aren't transactional relationships. And I think sometimes we think about transactional relationships we have in our life or somebody that we happen to be friends with on social media. Well, yeah, we're friends. But really, when I think about real close friends, this is somebody who you love deeply? Is this somebody who you can be open with and truly be yourself with? Is this somebody who would be there for you in a crisis? And is this somebody who would be honest with you when you're falling short? When you need the feedback, you need someone to keep you accountable. Those are the kind of really close intimate connections that we need a few of in our life. We don't need 50, we don't need 100, we don't need 10. We just need a handful. If we have them, then we tend to be healthier, happier, and more. On a broader level, the high level we're doing now, which is just having dialogue about certain things that we may have slightly different views on, but we're all concerned about the same thing. I do think part of what we've got to do as a society is figure out how can we talk about stuff that we may not necessarily see eye to eye on or agree totally on, but how can we respect people's intention and not just judge them based on the words that are coming out of their mouth? We do this with our closest friends, where they might say something like, oh, "That's not funny," but I know that they're not a mean-spirited person.
Benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, we give them the benefit of the doubt. So how we can move to a place where we give people the benefit of the doubt instead of judging them off the bat, I think it's going to be essential, because when I talk to a lot of folks on college campuses about what's creating the problems of loneliness and disconnection, one of the factors they point to is that it's just a lot harder to have dialogue. Last few years in particular, the entire country became poli-sci majors. Everyone in the country is obsessed with politics in a way that I never witnessed in 3 years. Yeah, and it also seems that
They're not being. So do me a favor and call them right now and go wherever you're gonna go and eat, and just get me some. Please, because, you know, I know the mixed train all over.
Donna, you're still near the mic, just to let you know.
Sorry, Kamal.
That's
Okay, so they're still, I think the next train is 7:40. So, just, you know, whatever. All right. Okay. Yeah, well, I can guarantee it'll be 7:40. Okay, thanks. Kamal, thank you. I was just letting my husband know that my hopes didn't come true. Oh, they didn't do a morning. Oh, I see. Katie told me they didn't do a morning vote, so I was wrong. I was thinking they would only have the afternoon stuff to talk about.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's why they're taking long. Okay.
Well, plus I think 2 of them this afternoon were probably might be problematic. I don't know. They always surprise me.
All right. Sounds good.
Yep, thank you.
I'll hang tight.
So what else I'm doing is making use of this time to do my practice. So you're listening to Dr. Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General.
everyone is an experts at everything, but we need to get to a place where we can treat each other with some grace and forgiveness as well, and recognize that, hey, it's okay if we have different views. It doesn't mean that I'm a hateful person if I have a different point of view on something, or an environment where I can raise a question about something that I may not understand, and I don't get cast aside as being ignorant or hateful. Yes, definitely. The absence of that just means that people don't talk about the questions they have. They resent each other more, and we have less conversation, and we become more divided. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, doctor, what a pleasure. I'm so grateful you are in this position of U.S. Surgeon General. I think everyone should be grateful. You're so thoughtful and caring, and like those other two I mentioned, something artistic about USC, LSC, and I hope we get to do this again. Good luck on this mission, which to me is incredibly important and really, really difficult to confront. So I applaud your effort. I so appreciate both of you, and just like last time, I really just love talking to you and appreciate how honest and funny and deep and profound you can be all at the same time. So, but this is great to talk about it. And my hope is that we'll have more conversations like this around the dinner table and between friends, because especially after I had kids 7 years ago, I think like many parents, I went through one of those moments where I was like, after, of course, worrying that I was gonna be a horrible parent and being totally confused about what to do, I started to just think, how do I want the world to be for my kids? Am I gonna be able to be there all the time? What kind of world are they growing up in? And I just keep coming back to this idea that I want for my kids what I want for your kids, what I want for all of us, which is a world that's driven and fueled by love, not a world that is fueled by fear. And I feel there's a lot of fear in the world right now that's manifesting as anger and resentment and jealousy and rage and insecurity. And it's tearing us apart and it's hurting us and it's damaging our health. A world that's grounded in love, I think, is more consistent with who we are intrinsically. That's where people are kind and generous to one another, where they look out for each other, where they have each other's backs. And so when my kid falls down, I want someone to be there to extend a hand and say, it's okay, get up, you can try again. I want my kids to do that for someone else as well, to be big enough to recognize that we are more than our worst moments and our worst mistakes, and to give other people grace in that way. To me, that's fundamentally what all this work is about, is trying to see how can we together create a world that's fueled by love, a world that our kids will thrive in, and a world that I think we all want.
I hope you achieve that for my kids and yours and everyone. Talk soon. Be well.
You too.
Stick around for the fact check, because they're here for the payment.
And what a beautiful way to use technology to bring care to where people are. So in my mind, that's part of what we've got to do to make sure care is accessible.
Should we legalize mushrooms?
So psilocybin has been of growing interest in the public because of its potential impact on mental health, and particularly on treatment-resistant depression. When I look at some of that data, I think it's very intriguing data. And I think given the scale of the mental health crisis that we have in this country, we should be doing everything possible to accelerate that research and pull out the stops on it so that we understand how it can help, who it can help, what any potential side effects are, and then figure out how to get it to people in an affordable way and an accessible way.
What I can almost promise is it can't make it worse. Minimally, for people who want to try that type of therapy.
Well, so this is the interesting thing. You use the word therapy, right? A number of the studies that have been done have also looked at not just for recreational psilocybin use, but have actually looked at it as part of a treatment plan.
Right.
So if you look at Johns Hopkins, for example, some of the research that they've been doing, people are given psilocybin in a controlled setting. It's done under supervision. They have counselors available to help them process the experience and guide them through it, because it can be a great experience for some people. It can be a traumatic experience for other people. It depends on their particular brain, their particular life history and set of experiences and trauma. It's done in a controlled setting, and it's done with professionals who do counseling and care. And that's what I'm talking about, why research is so important. It's like understanding the right way to deliver this so that most number of people can have the most amount of benefit is what's really important here. What I'm worried about is, one, that we haven't done enough to make that research easy and fast. Given the scale of the crisis, we should be pulling out the stops. We should be doing, in a sense, of what we did with the vaccines during COVID, right? Which is, we developed vaccines in a remarkably short time frame without skipping the safety and efficacy and quality steps. Those were done, but the global community cooperated on an unprecedented scale to get this done because we were in a crisis. The mental health may be a more slow-moving crisis, might be more under the surface, but it's just as much a crisis. And so there are, I think, administrative steps and legal steps need to be taken to make that research easier and to accelerate it. The thing I worry about is that people will accelerate moves to distribute psilocybin on a widespread basis without any guidance to healthcare providers about who it helps, who it may hurt, how to administer it. If you went to a primary care doctor now and said, I have treatment-resistant depression, can you prescribe me psilocybin?
How many grams should I take?
They wouldn't know what to do with you because guidance hasn't been provided. So this is where we can't rest on the tools we have. We've got some tools to help with depression and anxiety, and for the right people, they can be helpful, but we need better tools. We've got to invest in better tools. And I think we have to leave no stone unturned. And I think psilocybin is an area where the initial research, I think, is intriguing, and we've got to do much more quickly there.
I would add the caveat, it does reek of another magic bullet. Here's another thing you can take that will make you feel better. When we know what's going to make you feel better is connection and interdependence. So it's like, here's yet another external thing.
Well,
that
the goal of it is to connect to emotions you haven't been able to access. Like, again, it's not just like you're doing it for fun and see fun colors.
Although that's cool too.
Sure, we're not gonna.
Oh, that's, you know, you guys just made me miss my train.
Let's see a metric.
Yep.
Oh, no. What can you take? On the next train class.
Told you, I'm like, here, the association, of people, so the training, conference after this, I'm at the Palmer House. It's fine, actually, we can build a section, I haven't been yet, so. that was- Good question. You know, Doug Carr has been posting.
Oh, it's somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. I know a couple of times. So Greg, we know. Are you recycling all this paper? Because we killed like 2,000 trees.
Donna, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. You guys ready?
Yes.
Okay. I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. First, I move to approve all continuance requests to the date stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the continuances are approved. I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the withdrawal is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 294-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yeah.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the extension is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 351-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 352-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 353-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 354-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 355-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 356-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 357-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 358-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 359-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 360-23-Z, 361-23-Z, 362-23-Z, 363-23-Z, 364-23-Z, and 365-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 366-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 367-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 368-23-Z and 369-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 370-23-C and 371-23-C. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 374-23-S and 375-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yeah.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve an application for calendar numbers 376-23-Z, 377-23-Z, and 378-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 379-23-S, 380-23-Z, 381-23-Z, 382-23-Z, 383-23-Z, and 384-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 387-23-C. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 388-23-C. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 390-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 391-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 392-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Absent.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 393-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Absent.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 397-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 399-23-Z and 400-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 401-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 279-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 286-23-S with the additional conditions that the hookah bar be open no later than 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and no later than 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday, and that there be no BYOB. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 311-23-Z and 312-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board at its September 15, 2023 regular meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Absent.
Commissioner Esposito. Yes. Yes. Commissioner Brooks.
Javier.
Well, what, I don't know what I was supposed to be hearing there.
Okay, all right, let me start over.
Yeah.
All right. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board at its September 15, 2023 regular meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the resolutions are approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be able to email you next week. National League of Cities Conference. I don't know if I have to stay.